clarified and enlarged video showing from approximately the 15-second mark until the where the camera turns away from the area of interest.
And is it true and accurate copy of the video that you produced for this exhibit?
It appears to be so.
To move Exhibit 85 into evidence and publish it to the jury?
Objection.
Proceed.
They had the videos out of order there from what they planned. They did the labeling this morning fast because that one was the one he wanted to watch
Well, that's
last
being pulled
time.
up, Mr. Armstrong. There was no sound in any of these videos, were there?
I did not observe any sound with these videos, no.
And if I could just direct your attention to number 86, do you recognize that?
Yes, that's the same as the previous file. The only difference being, again, is that it is slowed down by 50%.
I'd like to move Exhibit 86 into evidence and play it for the jury.
See?
I will just make a comment that the amount that we are biased by visual testimony and the fact that you slow something down can give you the misperception that it happened at that speed, despite the fact that you're told it's 50%.
Even slowed down, it looks pretty fast, just to my eye at least.
Yeah.
And it makes the defense's case.
Yeah, it does. It does.
Cyber Warrior says, I mean, he was right on him. That is slowed down. It's like, yeah, I mean, he's right on him. Would any of you feel comfortable with that maniac chasing you at that speed, at that distance?
Absolutely not. Oh, I can tell you for my
I would have dusted him further away.
Good morning.
Richard's on cross.
That's it?
Exhibits we've just shown the jury 81, 82, 83,
Another pointless witness.
84, 85, and 86. Correct me if I'm wrong, but you began working on putting them together on Friday.
I began working on them on Sunday.
Okay.
Whoa.
The crime lab received that as a submittal on Sunday.
Okay. And who submitted them to you?
It was ADA Jim Cross.
Okay. And you're familiar with the fact that we didn't receive these videos until Friday of last week?
I was informed that that was the circumstance, yes.
Okay. And when you do this, you're not adding color, correct?
That is correct. I'm not adding color.
You're not adding pixels.
With regards to enlargement, there is interpolation, and so pixels are added to that.
Okay. How is the color's not changed?
Color is not changed.
So if you blow something up 10%, what does that do for the pixel number?
The pixels will increase by interpolation of that area.
Okay. And what was the resolution of the source video for 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, and is it 86?
I would need to refer to my notes in order to be able to confirm that.
Please do, sir.
That should have been underlined in crayon.
The resolution for that file, it was 1920 by 844.
And in layman's terms, what is that?
That's 1,920 pixels by 844 pixels.
Okay. And that's kind of tells you the clarity. The more pixels, the clearer it is.
The more pixels, the higher resolution. There's more information present.
Okay. And when
Oh boy.
if you have to look at your notes, that's fine. Videos are done at certain speeds. So certain videos, whether it's a phone or whether it's a camera, they do it by frames per second.
That is correct.
The more frames per second, the clearer it is.
Not necessarily, no.
Okay. This one, how many frames per second, sir?
This video is 30 frames per second. 30.
So every 1 second, 30 different frames.
That is correct.
And you can use how many frames go by to time certain things, correct?
You can, yes.
Okay. You can use different videos if you can find a common event, such as a sound, to sync up videos to tell a whole story, correct?
That would be starting to move outside my area of expertise with that.
Okay, but you're familiar that it can be done, correct?
I'm familiar that it could be done.
Okay, and what is that called if you know?
I do not know.
Okay, and you can take different videos from different sources, linking them through a common event, sometimes sound, put them together for a whole compilation.
With regards to audio, that's outside the scope of my expertise.
Okay. And you can also do it from events on the video if they have a common event, not audio, but a common event.
It depends on the video in question.
Okay. And in this case, when you put the marks person of interest, who told you to do that?
That was provided by the requester, ADA Jim Cross.
Because you don't know anything about these videos when you get them or anything about the case. You're just told, we think this person's important, we want them followed.
That is correct.
Okay. And in your case, I think you used yellow arrows.
I did, yes.
Okay. I have nothing further. Thank you.
Any redirect? Just trying to get out of that.
I'm wondering, the frames per second part might be to detail for the jury, maybe commenting on what Legal Mindset was saying earlier about the 50% reduction in the speed to sort of show them 30 frames per second equals this amount of time. Maybe, I don't know.
But he didn't make any of that clear to the jury. I mean,
Yeah.
how was the jury
But
gonna see that?
I don't think he
But
was
maybe-
trying to be
maybe
clear
later.
to the jury. I think he's actually trying to raise the specter of the idea that the ADA got some videos, asked him specifically to edit those
Yeah.
videos in a specific way without actually saying that, because if you say it directly, then it, they can go, no, we just asked for clarity. We asked for, these labels of persons of interest, but now, I don't think it's a big thing, but there wasn't a big thing to ask about.
Right.
Yeah.
So,
But
The director was kind of meaningless.
He's
also.
teeing up his expert. That's the only reason it makes sense. He's asking the question about frames per second and timing.
yeah, for black.
So that later, when he brings up his expert and he starts talking about that, he can connect the two pieces of testimony.
Oh, that
And
makes
his expert is a whole lot more qualified at reviewing
Yeah.
and talking about video than this guy was, who just said, I can't sync it up by sound that's outside of my expertise. It's like, really? Like,
It
okay.
shouldn't be that hard, but okay.
How is that outside of your expertise? You would think that would be a thing you would have to do. Here, Anthony Tupin says, did you see the blatantly false headline from NPR? Shocking, I know. States that Kyle shot UNICEF bro while his hands are up. BS like this underlines why so many no longer trust legacy media.
Yep.
But why the state called him was unclear, because it's just like, you made the video, you enhanced the video.
Doctor,
You didn't get him to say anything about the video.
Reporter.
Strange.
Doug Kelly, DougKelley.
And are you a doctor?
I am.
And what kind of doctor are you?
Bullet to the
I'm a
back.
forensic pathologist.
What is
testimony
a
coming in.
forensic pathologist?
Yep.
Well, pathology is the field of medicine that involves the study of disease and trauma in the human body. Forensic pathology is a subspecialty of that, which specifically involves the principles of medicine and science as they apply to the law. So as a forensic pathologist, we're concerned with determining the cause and manner of death in people. And typically we act as medical examiners in medical examiners' offices. So we'll look at those issues in people who fall within our jurisdiction.
Meaning he's a professional witness.
And where do you work now?
The Milwaukee County Medical Examiner's Office.
I know you are that the Milwaukee County Medical Examiner does handle the forensic pathology for Kenosha County.
That's correct.
What is your educational background?
I graduated from Illinois Wesleyan University in 1988, and then went to medical school at Southern Illinois University School of Medicine in Springfield, Illinois. I graduated in 1992. I was in internal medicine residency from 1992 to 94 and decided to be a forensic pathologist. My forensic pathology training in pathology is with St. Louis University in St. Louis, Missouri, and I completed that in 1998. I then came to Wisconsin and did my forensic pathology fellowship with the Milwaukee County Medical Examiner's Office, completing that in the summer of 1999, and then stayed on as a staff member after that.
And have you worked as a forensic pathologist or a associate medical examiner or something in that capacity since then?
Yes, I have.
Do you have an idea of how many autopsies you've performed?
I'm at or a bit above 6,000 at this point in my career.
Why do you
Now, are
kill
those
so
all
many people?
homicides, or are those all different kinds of deaths?
Oh no, those are all kinds of different deaths. So homicides are only a part of what we investigate.
Now, did you become involved with the autopsies of Joseph Rosenbaum and Anthony Huber?
Yes.
I would like to show you what has been marked as States Exhibit 20.
David Woodmansey says a donation for a larger man-sized bladder so you don't have to leave the stream every 5 minutes.
This is a copy of my signed autopsy report on Joseph Rosenbaum.
And is it true and accurate to the best of your knowledge copy of your report?
Yes, it appears to be.
I'd like to move Exhibit 20 into evidence. Sir, if I'd ask you, Doctor, I'm sorry, if I'd ask you to put that down and look, let's look at the other exhibit there, which has been marked as States Exhibit 21.
Oh. I pray he says Rosenbaum died of COVID.
We detected spike proteins and antigens, and
At least they'll get 20K out
Exhibit
of it.
21 is a copy of my signed autopsy report on Anthony Huber. It also includes the 2-page toxicology report from our toxicology laboratory.
Is that a true and accurate copy of the exhibit or of your report?
Yes, it is.
I'd like to move Exhibit 21 into evidence. Doctor, do you hold any board certifications?
I'm board certified in anatomic pathology, clinical pathology, and in forensic pathology.
And do you hold a medical license?
Yes, in the state of Wisconsin.
I'm holding it now.
Are there any professional organizations to which you belong?
I belong to the National Association of Medical Examiners, to the American Academy of Forensic Science, to the Wisconsin Coroners and Medical Examiners Association.
Are there any sexual associations to which you belong?
No.
That's the question I want
Doctor,
the
I'd like
answer
to focus
He's
on
a furry.
Mr. Huber first. Do you recall when you did the autopsy on Mr. Huber?
Yeah, the autopsy on Mr. Huber was done on the morning of August 26th of 2020.
And that would be the day of or the morning after that he deceased?
That was the same morning that he was pronounced deceased, yes.
Now, how is a body brought to you up in Milwaukee?
When someone is brought to us, our investigators admit them to the facility. They are given a unique identifier. They are then basically stored in refrigeration until we have the opportunity to perform an examination on them.
In this case, you were able to do an examination on Mr. Huber fairly quickly?
Yes.
And how do you begin, let's ask it this way, how did you begin your examination of Mr. Huber?
Well, an autopsy examination, it consists of many components, but the first thing that we do, or first thing that I do when somebody comes to me, is I look at them as is. I will look at them, take photographs, collect any evidence that I find, and then we'll remove any clothing or anything else from the body. Again, examining the body, collecting any evidence I find, taking photographs, doing what's necessary. Those photos are taken before anything is cleaned up. And so that's the next step, is to clean everything up, any fluids that are on the surface of the body, any dirt. And then again, same process, looking at the body again.
Hearing the smacking.
The final thing that we do is do the internal examination, which is really what I think more people are familiar with when they think of an autopsy. We make incisions and that allow us to look at the organs and tissues. And again, we are looking for any evidence of trauma, any evidence of disease. We're collecting evidence as necessary, specimens for toxicology, taking photographs. And in the end, we put together all of this information from the external and internal examination to determine the cause of death.
Get the man some
And
water.
were you
His
able
mouth
to
is
determine
dry.
the cause of death to Mr. Huber?
Yes.
And what was that cause of death?
Mr. Huber died from a gunshot wound to the chest.
And is that an opinion
Shocking.
with a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
It is.
Are you sure?
And
Finger said the
what can you
back
tell us
in
about this
opening.
gunshot wound?
No, they're talking about Huber skateboard kid.
Huber
Oh,
has
Huber.
an entrance wound.
Sorry.
Yeah.
That is.
I know all riders are the same.
It basically travels through his chest and creates trauma to both of the lungs and specifically to the heart. There's a lot of damage to the heart. So he has a large amount of blood within his body cavities, his chest cavities. And the projectile didn't exit. There's actually a bruise and with some scraping to the surface. And it's located to the right shoulder just beneath the collarbone. And in that location, I collected a bullet fragment. So this is the single gunshot wound, and it created lethal injury involving the heart and lungs.
Now, why would that gunshot wound have been lethal? What would have killed Mr. Huber?
The trauma to the heart and lungs is pretty extensive from this wound. So he bled from the wounds that were created by the gunshot.
Did you find any blood inside of his body?
Yes, he had blood within both of his chest cavities.
He was
I
one of
too
those.
have blood
And you-
inside my
Yeah,
body.
he was one of those
I
people
was-
who have blood in his body. He's one of those.
About 1,200.
As a vampire, I object to this.
Of blood to the left chest cavity, and he had 2 liters of blood to the right chest cavity.
So, to the best of your knowledge, would it have been the loss of blood that caused death, or the damage to the organs, or a combination of both?
A combination of both.
Now, what was the trajectory of the bullet, or of the wound path?
This wound path had a trajectory that was left to right and upwards.
Now, when you're talking about trajectory, what are you relating it to?
Well, in order to have a standard set of criteria to be able to discuss trajectories, we put the body in something we call anatomic position. And simply put, the anatomic position is with the person standing straight up with the palms forward. So the person's left is left, the person's right is right, superior and inferior, up and down, and front and back are relative to that person. So it's that simple. We're just creating a standard position that we can that we can relate to.
So, Doctor, would I be demonstrating the anatomic position right now?
That's correct.
I'm glad we're learning that Kyle Rittenhouse killed Huber.
Let's say, shot in my stomach area from someone on the ground, and shot went. Oh, I'm sorry. Let me reverse that. So no matter where I was shot, it would
I think the breathing is legal mindsets. That's my thought.
Let's start muting people.
Were there any other notable injuries
Bitch.
or findings on Mr. Huber?
Mr. Huber had some little abrasions or scrapes here and there, and he had a good sized abrasion or scrape to his right thumb, and he had some abrasions or scrapes to his knees and to the inside of his elbows. Little abrasion or scrape to the lower back. When I did his internal examination, he did have a little area of hemorrhage to the left side of his scalp, the deep scalp, but no injuries to the skull or to the brain itself. So the other injuries were minor injuries, scrapes, and little bruises, but nothing of significance.
Is there any way to tell if they were a part of this gunshot incident, or could they have been pre-existing injuries?
No, these injuries could have been pre-existing injuries,
Pre-existing
and there's
gunshot
no way
wound.
to age a bruise or a scrape to inaccuracy. So,
excuse
I
me,
would
sir.
say
I
that
watched
those
Bones.
those injuries were present.
Let's
this
say it was
ante-mortem or
marked as shaped
perimortem?
87. Hopefully the monitors have remained down.
What percentage of Huber's death do you attribute to stupidity?
100.
500.
He had a pre-existing thumb abrasion. Oh my God, this is torturous.
Doctor, let's see what's in marked as States Exhibit 87. Do you recognize that? Oh, I'm sorry. I guess this isn't on. 1 second, please.
It's not
Shot through
87?
the heart, and you're to blame.
Yeah, yeah. I was only thinking it, Nick.
I can't look at this. I get squeamish. I can't.
Yeah, I would
There's
say
gonna
you give
be more of
Antifa a
this.
bad
States
name,
Exhibit
but
87. Do you recognize that?
Yeah, you
I
can
do.
see for that name.
And what is that?
Well, this is the entrance wound. It's not clear in this photo because it appears that this photo is the one with the there is a patch over it which was placed during resuscitation. There's that looks, it's kind of a plastic gel-like patch that is placed over wounds to try to contain bleeding, and so that's over the wound, so you can't really see the entrance wound very well in this particular photo.
Now, where is that wound?
Well, you can see it. You can see the hemorrhage there in the middle. It's red.
I mean, I'm sorry. I should ask that. Where in the body is that wound?
Oh, this is the wound to the left side of the chest.
How that looks all gunshotty.
red bad.
Do Exhibit 87 in evidence. If I could have the next exhibit, please. Exhibit
I'm
88.
sorry to everybody in the chat who's mad that I made fun of the dead guy who tried to murder someone, but you know,
Ooh, this is going to be.
there's going to be
No.
more
Now,
of that.
Doctor,
Ooh,
what are we
this is
looking at in
gross.
Exhibit 88?
Yeah.
So this is a this looks like a photograph.
That's really graphic.
Guess we could have used a trigger warning.
Chest.
My
What
family
you're
ran
looking
funeral
at there
homes, so
to
I'm
the
totally desensitized to this.
purple area to his right shoulder, that's the location of the bullet. The bullet is underneath the skin in that location, so it's right below.
Man, I'm
the
going to have to
collarbone.
explain this to YouTube
There
now.
are
Yeah, they're showing this to
Yeah.
demonetize you.
Yeah, ad suitability dropping rapidly.
You're speaking of.
It's
There should
gone
be a wooden
today.
pointer right in front of
Let's be real. This is Ricada's channel.
you. An old-fashioned wooden pointer.
Oh,
Thank you.
Yeah, I might actually have to blur this on the replay to even keep it up and not be 18 plus.
You gotta give the day of
They
props
were
to giving him.
Do
Oh,
I
Jesus,
understand
he
your
looked.
testimony? That's where you found the bullet,
They were supposed
Yes.
to change the policies on that.
but it was still inside of Mr. Huber.
yes, this bullet was underneath the skin, right underneath that bruise.
If not already done, I'd like to move this into evidence. The next exhibit, please. This is States Exhibit 89. Do you recognize this, sir?
Yes, this is another photo of his. You can see his torso and
This is your body on soy.
lower part of his face to the left of the photo. The white things on his body are defibrillator pads. So this is from resuscitation. Again, you can see the two wounds that we just showed. You can see the purple injury to his right shoulder, and you can see the red area of hemorrhage surrounding the entrance wound, which is to his left
So
side.
even though all of this
Covered by
has basically been agreed to by both sides, like we all know how they died. We all know that Kyle was the one that
So, Doctor, if you
killed
just
them.
could you please,
Of
on that
course, the
screen,
prosecution wants to bring this in, and this is exactly
knowledge,
why, because
trace
this
of
is
the
uncomfortable
path of
to
the
look
bullet
at, and the
wound.
jury has
How
to
is it
look
not
at this and stare at
inflammatory?
this.
How is
No,
it
it's,
not
it's
inflammatory?
never inflammatory.
Yeah, this goes right to. I mean, I don't know.
They have to show it.
It goes to showing the harm.
So it would have entered by.
If they do a
his- on
slow
his left
pan
chest
up on his face,
and
that
then
would be
traveled,
inflammatory, though.
to
Like,
his
Right.
That would
shoulder.
be how they would make that bad.
That's accurate. You may have a seat.
And
Thank
they
you.
caption it innocent victim.
Here's the 89 in
Yeah.
evidence.
So trigger warning, we're going to see dead
Now I'd like to move
Rosenbaum in a
on
minute.
to Mr. Rosenbaum. I believe you also did the autopsy as Mr. Rosenbaum.
Yes, I did.
Do you recall if these came in at the same time, or if you did one first, or do you have any recollection of that?
I
Some
don't
of you
have a
in the chat ain't
recollection of that. Mr. Rosenbaum, his examination was performed the following day. It was performed on August 27th of 2020.
And did you do the same procedure that you described, Mr. Huber, in terms of taking photographs and initial appearances, and then cleaning, and then doing a further examination?
Same procedure.
Is there anything different about how Mr. Rosenbaum came to you or appeared to you?
When Mr. Rosenbaum came to the office, his clothing had been removed. He had been to the hospital, and his clothing had been removed. Whereas Mr. Huber came with his clothing still on. But aside from that, I don't think. And then the other thing was that Mr. Rosenbaum came with the hands covered by paper bags to protect possible evidence. But other than those things, I think that I don't think there was anything else.
And guys, know when the autopsy
So what
photos,
did
I'm
you
not
first
going to switch
notice
to
about
audio
Mr.
only.
Rosenbaum.
This is what the jury sees.
Mr. Rosenbaum had several injuries that were related to gunshot wounds.
Were they brothers or cousins of gunshot wounds?
That's what I noticed initially, yes.
And did you perform any x-rays on or any other imaging on Mr. Huber or Mr. Rosenbaum?
Yes, x-rays are taken prior to the autopsy. Fragments.
Were you able to come to a conclusion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty on what caused the death of Mr. Rosenbaum?
Yes.
What was that?
Mr. Rosenbaum died from multiple gunshot wounds.
And in
the
his
answer
physical
they were
examination,
asking.
was there anything of note that would have led to a questioning or a addition to that cause of death?
No.
Please say
Do
it was
you
from
know
the
how
one in
many
his
gunshot
back.
wounds,
They're asking.
that you found on Mr. Rosenbaum?
Mr. Rosenbaum has a number of injuries. There are
They might ask him for a tox
two
report on
injuries
him.
in which the bullet entered the
On
body
cross.
and did not exit.
It should.
Did bullets from those injuries.
Yep.
There's a third injury that is a graze wound in which the bullet just grazed the skin superficially. And then there is a gunshot wound to the left hand and an area to the left thigh that appear to be separate, but may actually be, I think they're related to the same gunshot wound.
Now,
Gunshot wound to the hand,
before
you
we
say?
get too far into this, what is stippling?
Reaching.
Okay, so I think to explain that, I have to back up one step and just remind you that more than just the bullet comes out of the end of the gun. Flame comes out of the gun, smoke and soot comes out of the gun, unburned gunpowder particles come out of the end of the gun, and of
Retribution
course,
comes out of
bullet
the gun.
comes out. What we do in forensic pathology is we look for injuries on the body or evidence on the body that allows us to estimate the distance of the muzzle of the gun to the surface of the body. And so in contact wounds, we might actually see scrapes around the entrance site from the muzzle of the gun, from the skin actually hitting the muzzle of the gun. It's called a muzzle stamp. So that's a contact wound. Out to a certain distance, soot will actually be able to deposit on the skin. It's obviously not very aerodynamic, so after about a foot or so, soot is imperceptible. But it depends on the weapon to how far that can be seen. But soot will tell us that the muzzle of the gun is within a pretty close distance. And then the gunpowder that comes out, those little gunpowder particles, they also have a velocity to them. So they have energy. So they have kinetic energy that can cause damage to the surface of the skin. So when they hit the skin, if they have enough energy, they can actually cause little scrapes. And those little scrapes or abrasions are little punctate, little round punctate or small elongated injuries to the skin that surround the perforation. And of course, the closer you are, the more dense it is. And as they travel through the air, they spread out and create a wider and less dense pattern around the injury until a point where you can't see them anymore. They don't have enough energy to create an injury on the surface of the skin. That is called gunpowder stippling. So when the gunpowder creates an injury to the skin, we call that gunpowder stippling, and that indicates an intermediate range gunshot wound. So that's just one of the things that we use to estimate the distance of the muzzle from the surface of the body. And then everything else is referred to as indeterminate because we can't tell. We don't use the word distance. We use the word indeterminate because we can't see anything. That doesn't mean that something didn't get in the way or filter out the gunpowder particles and the soot. So we just say anything without any evidence of gunpowder stippling or soot around a wound is indeterminate. So when you talk about gunpowder stippling, we're talking about an intermediate range gunshot wound.
There's a term I see in your report called pseudo-stippling. What is pseudo-stippling?
Obviously, anything that hits the skin and leaves an abrasion will leave a mark that we will make note of. If something other than gunpowder hits the surface of the skin and creates those abrasions, we'll often refer to those as pseudo-stippling. And so if the bullet goes through an intermediate target, so if it goes through another body part, if it goes through a window, if it goes through a door, the particles of those surfaces might actually travel with some force downstream and hit the surface of the body, creating those same types of injuries. But those look very different than gunpowder stippling. They vary in size and shape. They sometimes are irregular, some are small, some are big.
They're very diverse.
That's called pseudo-stippling, and that can be caused by a number of different things, as I just pointed out. It can also be caused by a bullet ricocheting off of something, so it can break up a surface and cause those particles of the bullet and particles of that surface to travel and hit the body. And so that is called pseudo-stippling. It's not the same as gunpowder stippling.
I'd like to first talk about a gunshot wound to the pelvis. What can you tell me about that gunshot wound?
So Mr. Rosenbaum has a gunshot wound to the right side of the pelvis. Actually, it's to the right side of the groin, and that gunshot wound passes into the body and hits the pelvis, creates a quite bad fracture to the right side of the pelvis, and then that bullet continues, and there is an area of bruising to the right buttock. There's actually a little perforation where the bullet couldn't quite get through. But in that location, under that little incomplete exit, that's where I found the bullet from that gunshot wound. So this gunshot wound actually has some stippling, gunpowder stippling associated with it. It's to the lower abdomen. And interestingly enough, where his waistline is at, there's no stippling below that point. So it's not surrounding this entrance wound. It's actually above to the abdomen. But it's because he's wearing the clothing, and the clothing didn't allow that gunpowder to get to the surface of the body in the groin region. But it did in the lower abdomen.
That was interesting enough.
That gunpowder stipping to the lower abdomen. It's associated with this entrance wound to the right groin, and that is an intermediate range gunshot wound.
So what is
intermediate to what?
Range?
Oh,
yeah, exactly.
As I said, intermediate range is it depends on the weapon.
He's still on Huber now, right?
No,
No,
Rosenbaum.
Oh,
Talking about Rosenbaum, but they haven't shown photos yet, but I
typically
expect
when
that they
you
will.
See gunpowder stippling, you're looking at a muzzle to target distance of a few feet.
A few feet.
But
That's
again, it
intermediate.
depends on whether you're talking about a handgun or rifle or such. I would say that in this particular instance, we're talking about something within a few feet, within 4 feet or so.
And
Within could be
that's
2 feet
knowing
also.
that the defendant fired with an AR-15 rifle with .223 caliber.
By the way, I said 2 to 3 feet away.
That's right.
Nailed it.
So you'd estimate that. I just want to be clear. You're saying that he was about 4 feet away, or he was within 4 feet?
No objection.
I'm saying that,
mischaracterizing.
well, the best way of putting it is the only way to be more accurate is to test fire the weapon and see what kind of a pattern you get, because the density of that gunpowder stippling pattern might help you somewhat. But this is pretty spread out. So all we can really say is that it's within a few feet, but I can't be any more specific.
And what was
And
the
within
path
and about are not the same.
gunshot wound?
It's basically front to back and a little left to right.
And in your medical opinion, is this the kind of shot that would resulted in loss of life?
It's not an immediately lethal wound. No, obviously, all gunshot wounds can produce morbidity and mortality, but in this particular instance, this is not an immediately lethal wound.
Now, doctor, I'd like to talk to you about a gunshot wound. Did you find any wounds to the hand?
The left hand has a gunshot wound. It's a very complex wound. There is tearing of the skin to the palmar surface at the base of the index and middle fingers. There's a tear that
mouth
extends
noises.
up the middle finger, and there's actually some
It's like he's eating a banana.
a lot of soot to this area and tearing to the underlying
Need
soft
some
tissue.
milk.
That soot continues to the other fingers of the palmar surface of the hand. This wound is associated with fracturing to the first bone of the index finger, so the bone just beyond the knuckle. That bone is fractured by this wound path. And then it exits to the back of the hand, just beyond the knuckle of the index finger.
He tried to use sword catch and
So-
failed.
If we were to put this into anatomic position, which we talked about a minute ago with the palm forward, the trajectory of this wound path with the hand in anatomic position is basically front to back, right to left, and a little bit upwards.
Did you recover any bullet fragments from that wound?
No.
See, I think you're right, Nick. I think he's describing his hand out like that towards the thing.
You mentioned
And went
that,
through
was there any
That's how
stitching
I'd
or any
frame it.
or
Yep.
something of that nature in this wound?
The defense needs to make that clear.
This wound does have soot associated with it. There's a fair amount of soot to the, like I said, the palmar surface of that hand. So clearly this wound represents something closer at what I call the close range gunshot wound.
That's great.
Do you have any
That is
idea what
great.
bullet went after it went
Phenomenal.
through the hand?
That is exceptional.
I think that it makes sense that this wound is associated with another wound that is to the lateral or the outside of the left thigh. It's kind of to the lower left thigh, but that area has a very irregular, large area of abrasion and multiple small perforations. And in one of these perforations, I actually recovered a small fragment of a bullet. The X-ray shows that there's additional, very, very small metal fragments in the left thigh as well, which I didn't recover. So this injury to the left, outside of the left thigh, this is very characteristic of a ricochet type wound. In other words, I think the bullet hit something, ricocheted, breaking up the bullet and that surface, and that showered the left lateral thigh and created these injuries. It appears that the gunshot wound that could have caused that would be the one related to the left hand as well. So I think that the gunshot wound to the left hand passed through, made impact with the pavement, and fragmenting some of the pavement as well, and that this created the injury to the left thigh as well as to the left hand.
He
got him
slapped
twice
the
with
bullet.
one
Well,
bullet.
the hand
He
injury.
got him twice with one bullet.
Would you consider
Yeah,
that
that can
the
happen.
injury that would quickly cause death?
No,
It's a better
that's
shot than we
not a
realized.
bullet wound either.
And this injury to the left thigh, is that the kind of injury that would cause death?
No, it's not.
Would it be fair to say that's something of a superficial wound?
Yes.
This whole trying to get the back thing is excruciating.
Yeah.
And
They
even
know that's the
slowing it
headline.
down.
It's the headline
Even
for
slowing it
tomorrow.
down.
All splashed across mainstream
Now, I'd
media
like to
is
talk to you
Kyle
about
killed him with a shot to the back.
gunshot wound to the head. What can you tell me about that?
This is the grazing one.
To the right frontal area of the head. So basically the right lateral forehead. There is a graze wound, as I mentioned previously. So this is a superficial injury in which the bullet grazed the surface of the skin or created an abrasion or scrape. And based on the appearances of the edge of this wound, it appears to be traveling in a back to front and downward orientation. And there's obviously no bullet or bullet fragments recovered from the body on a wound like this.
So when you're saying back to front, the bullet actually made contact towards the rear of the head first and then traveled towards the front of the head?
Yes, it's the angle is sharply downwards, but it's from back to front and downwards.
Now, would that be considered to be a wound that would be immediately fatal?
No, it's not.
Now, doctor, I'd like to talk to you about a
He said back
gunshot
to
wound
front
to
and
the
downwards?
chest
Yes.
and the
So,
abdomen.
The angle that Kyle was at,
Gunshot wound.
maybe he was looking up.
Well, this gunshot wound to Mr. Rosenbaum, it enters the back about an inch to the left of the upper midline. And this is the one that passes through the right chest cavity. It creates a great deal of injury to the right lung. There's blood within the right chest cavity. It then perforates the diaphragm at the base of the lung and enters the liver, which is right under the diaphragm, creates a great deal of injury to the liver.
This case has created a
There's
great deal of injury to
fracturing
my
of
liver.
several ribs in association with this wound path as well.
Heyo.
But then the wound path, after creating all this injury, it passes into the right flank, and there was a bruise to the right flank under which I collected a bullet.
When they go to show pictures, guys, it's going to be
Now,
dead people.
we talked about how the other
just so you know,
injuries were
once
not
they call to show
ones that would
evidence.
immediately cause a mortal wound. What impact do you believe that this gunshot would have had on Mr. Rosenbaum?
This gunshot wound is a lethal injury.
What do you mean by that?
This gunshot wound is the one that would cause death as a result of the injuries to the lungs and the liver with the hemorrhage and the injury to the organs themselves.
Is that to a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
Yes.
Now, what was the trajectory of this gunshot wound?
Is he saying none of the other ones were fatal?
This gunshot wound is downward, left to right, and back to front.
I have to pull up the next
Yeah,
exhibit.
that's the headline tomorrow.
Rosenbaum.
All of
You're
us
gonna
left
you're
this
gonna
video.
see a dead body if you don't want to look. I am going to see this Rittenhouse rye get opened.
Nice.
while we're
Take a
setting
few
this
shots
up,
of this,
Doctor,
and you may
were
be
you
in the
able
ground.
to establish the size of Mr. Rosenbaum during this autopsy?
His height and weight, you mean?
Yes.
Yeah, he's 5'4" tall, and he weighed 153 pounds.
Manlet.
Dr. Whitson marked as Exhibit 90. What is this?
You're looking at the graze wound to his head.
So he said it started from the back and went forward.
When you say it's back to front, how can you tell that?
In order to determine that, you have to look at it very closely. You have to look at the edges, and typically a projectile that travels along the surface of the skin will create tearing of the skin. And the way that it tears the skin helps you to determine its direction. In this case, the direction of the tears tells you the direction the bullet is going. So
Someone
it
said
kind
was
of
Darth Vader. That was rude.
pushes through the tissue, tears it as it goes, and it's those specific tears as you go along that you can use to determine that.
So you indicated the trajectory of this bullet was back to front and downwards, and that's in the anatomical position.
That's correct.
I'd like to move Exhibit 90 into evidence. Next exhibit, please.
Billy Witch Doctor 99 says, "Here's the money. Keep the grift flowing. What do you think will come first? 200,000 subs or 100,000 24-hour stream?"
Doctor, I'd like to put Exhibit 91. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
What is that?
What you're looking at is to the left side of the picture next to that scale with the numbers on it. That's the knee of the left leg. And right above the left knee, you're looking at the lateral left thigh. And the injury is that area of scraping or red abrasion right above it. It's very irregular in its appearance.
Now, is this the injury that you've opined was caused by debris or by a bullet fragmenting?
Yes, by ricochet.
And is there evidence of the pseudo-stippling which you talked about?
You can see that in addition to the main body of the abrasion, you can see some very small areas of abrasions or scrapes there above it and below it. And those little areas are separate impact sites. Those are separate projectiles, if you will. So this entire area is an atypical wound.
I'd like to move Exhibit 91 into evidence. Exhibit 92,
next,
please.
because I'm. Ooh, it's gonna be ugly.
Gonna be.
Doctor, what is this?
Ow.
This is a picture
Could be
before
worse,
cleaning
honestly.
up. It's a picture of the palmar surface of the left hand. So this
A lot of
is where
soot
the
on that
injury
hand.
to the left hand is located.
And can you indicate, if you can, where the entrance wound is?
So if you look at the middle finger, and to the right side of the middle finger, it's really difficult to see in this particular photograph. But to the right side of the middle finger there, that's where the beginning of the injury is at. It's where the entrance is.
Could you have taken a
bird.
I apologize.
better
Could you use
picture?
that pointer and point it out? It is difficult to see.
Did you consider maybe showing the wound in the picture?
All right, I've got to bounce. I've got to catch a flight, but I'll probably be in chat at some point. So I'll see you later.
Fly well,
See you,
brother.
Kurt.
Good talking to you, Kurt. Take it easy, brother.
Why don't I give you that, and why don't you just stay there, and we'll try to move this one. Did everyone hear that?
No, I didn't hear it.
Now, there's some dark markings all over the hand. What is that?
Those markings that you're referring to are here, around the entrance. There's also some of this finger and up here. All of these areas that look kind of black or dark gray are areas of soot that the That's where soot has attached to the skin.
Let's move Exhibit 92 into evidence.
No objection.
Next exhibit, please. Doctor, what are we looking at here?
A
This is
broken
a
finger.
photograph that shows the exit wound from the left hand. So what you're looking at here is the index finger and the thumb, and this irregular area here, this round area, is the exit point.
Wow.
I wonder if he stood up to me by the screen.
into
That's
evidence.
why he's so quiet.
Yeah, he's got the pointer.
No objection.
So travel
Now,
through
and
two
that is
different
the exit
fingers.
wound that you believe would have then went and struck perhaps the pavement and caused the thigh injury.
It went
You asked for a clearer picture.
down.
Let's see, what is it marked as?
through,
94? Exhibit 94, do you recognize that?
So it hits the middle finger and then goes down through and out the side.
Of the left hand.
Hmm.
And again, you can see the rounded area here, the beginning of the wound path. Here, this tearing here. This is all the
Again, if you think about grabbing like this,
along the wound path.
reaching
Yeah.
like this, the bullet coming through
Yep.
this way.
Right.
Yep.
It does make sense.
All that black material is the soot.
It's interesting that actually the bullet goes down and then back up, implying that he wasn't trying to make like a headshot. You know what I'm saying? He could have aimed higher.
He didn't have time.
Let's move
He was
exhibit
raising his
94
gun
into
as he
evidence.
started firing. That's why he hits the pelvis. That's why he
Yep.
hits the hand.
Exhibit 95.
Pelvis was likely the first thing hit.
Doctor,
That-
what is
that's-
this?
Which is really
That-
karma right there,
The
considering the way he lived his life. That the first injury was to his pelvis.
you can see the irregularity to it. You can see the black soot.
Yeah, it's just with this testimony, how slow it goes, them slowing down the footage. You know, they want to dilate time here and make it sound like Kyle had more time to premeditate this, more
What
time
is-
to
what is
control
the
this.
weight-
But like Nick said,
the
when
weight
you're
gets
moving it
served
just
in the
part of
middle
a
of the finger?
fluid
Are those
motion
bones
and the
or
shots are
fluid?
going off, it's just something that essentially happened as one motion in an instant.
Oh
Right.
yeah, it was 4 shots in 3/4 of a
Yeah.
second.
But they're trying to make it sound like it's
It was a
spaced
10-minute
Right, 'cause-
shooting spree, right?
And that's why they want to cherry pick the one that killed him, right?
Yeah.
That
Yes.
None of these other ones were fatal, but the one that killed him was the one to his back.
Exhibit 95.
So
into
that's it's can be effective. We'll see how it plays out with the jury.
Let's see, what is it marked as States Exhibit 96? Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is that?
This is a picture before it's cleaned up. This is a picture of the entrance wound to the right groin region. The genitalia would be in the upper right corner there, next to the top of the scale. There's a lot of blood on this, so it's difficult to see things, but the entrance wound is right here.
And what is the redness around the wound?
That's all blood there. So there's wet and dried blood still to the surface of the body. This is before he's been cleaned up and recoated.
Let's move Exhibit 96 into evidence.
Elena Stansby says, sending much love from the UK. Great Britain. Hey, thank you.
cheers.
I try and get these in between talking.
Doctor, what is this?
This photograph is a picture of Mr. Rosenbaum's back. You can see the entrance wound is this dark round.
He's a lot less bloody than I would have anticipated.
You're not gonna. It's not a shotgun.
Right.
That's the difference with the Arbery case, by the way.
Yeah, the Arbery case is a bloody pulp.
The wound,
Shotgun versus rifle.
Yep.
Extending all the way from the back of the left shoulder down to the area around the entrance wound.
But Huber had it worse. Huber looked bloody.
Is it 97 into evidence?
Huber, he hit the heart. I mean, you're talking about
The chest.
tons of
But
blood.
Doctor, look at Exhibit 98. What
So
is
did this. He hit the heart here through the back.
This
No, it went down into his liver.
Yeah,
Was it?
yeah.
Yeah, it traversed down his body because he was falling forward.
Right.
Photograph of the graze wound to the right side of the head.
Yeah, after your pelvis is
after
shattered, you tend to
you-
collapse.
That Mr. Rosenbaum has been washed or cleaned up.
That's correct.
Like to exhibit 98 in evidence. Doctor, this is exhibit 99. What is this?
This is a closer photograph of the left hand showing the exit wound. What you're looking at is from the left.
Someone just pointed out that the prosecutor sounds like Jonah Hill, and I can't unhear it.
They broke the glass.
Let's exhibit 99 to evidence. Doctor, what are we looking at here?
This is the injury to the left hand after it's been cleaned up somewhat. You can see here's the thumb, the index finger, middle finger.
You can still see the soot burns on it after cleanup.
Yeah, it's a lot of soot.
He was really close in reaching for the muzzle.
Black areas here along the wound as well as the adjacent ring finger. That's all soot. You can see some of the soot here at the base of the index finger. And again, there's this laceration that extends along the palmar surfaces of those two fingers.
Let's exhibit 100 in evidence. Doctor, what are we looking at here?
This photograph depicts this is the knee right here in the middle. This injury up here.
In a weird way, it's actually good to have the shot to the back on this one because they're not showing, you know, like the dead body
Yeah.
corpse face
The
pose
face.
the whole time.
Yeah, the face forward.
Abrasion surrounding it. This right here to the left knee is an abrasion or scrape. So this is just a scrape of the left knee.
And what relevance do you believe this has to this case?
It possibly could have happened when he was down to the ground or was on the ground.
Let's exhibit 101 into evidence.
I can't wait for cross on these guys. This guy, I think it'll be actually really interesting.
And for the final exhibit,
I think so too.
What is this?
This is a close-up photograph after he's been cleaned up of the entrance gunshot wound to the right groin.
On cross, I would like to hear him
Let's exhibit 102. into
address
evidence.
the timing of these various wounds, how close together they may have been, or you know how these various things could have happened.
I don't know if he's going to have too much ability to testify to that. That's going to be limited.
But that's exactly it.
Yeah.
That's exactly my
Now,
point.
as a
is
medical
to
examiner,
basically point that out.
Is all you do or all you're allowed to do is look at the body?
No.
What else can your medical examiner? Is it fair to say you
We
perform
can
an
watch the
investigation?
movie.
Yes, we collect information about the circumstances of the case. We'll look at photographs, scene photographs or other photographs. Look at video from scenes. We'll look at a lot of different things in order to understand the circumstances better and perhaps help us to answer other questions.
And did you review anything else in this case that would aided you in your investigation in terms of Mr. Rosenbaum?
Several things were reviewed from Mr. Rosenbaum, specifically a video, YouTube video was referenced to exemplify the circumstances of the shooting. I reviewed some other records, medical records, and things.
So it
which is
says, "I
routine,
watched the
but,
Young Turks."
that was about it with Mr. Rosenbaum.
Oh God.
Man, it'd be great if there's a tox report. What drugs were in his system at the time?
No, but that's standard.
Can you tell us what that drug is for? You're a doctor. I mean, I know you're not a pharmacist. However, Justin Schroll says, "Why is the office that sprayed Kyle with pepper spray?"
Exhibit 41.
Never mind. I'll read it in a minute.
Do you recognize this?
Yes.
What is that?
That appears to be an introductory screen from a video that was referenced to me. I was told to look at this video for reference.
Is he a video expert now?
In understand or in seeing the scene of the shooting better.
Well, it's not uncommon for
No,
for these kind of.
It was an
Video
intro
that
screen
Dr.
with
Jensen,
writing.
The defense expert reviewed.
Yes, I believe so.
So did the writing prejudice your interpretation of the event? That's the valid question.
That is a valid question.
And
But
after
otherwise,
watching that
generally,
Because that
video,
was defense exhibit.
are you able to tell us anything about the first two gunshots?
If trying to determine some kind of order of gunshots, obviously the autopsy itself is not going to allow us to do that. We can use the injuries and the details about those injuries to help us, but the autopsy alone is not going to allow you to do that, and also is not going to allow you to know what position the person is in when they were shot. We put things in terms of anatomic position, but we seldom know exactly what position they were in when the gunshot wound was incurred. So the use of the video can sometimes be helpful in answering those questions. And really, with regards to the video, and there really was only one very small portion of that entire video that helps me, and I think that it's the portion where
Words
there's
at the
actually
beginning.
some sound, so I can hear the gunshots and see the position of Mr. Rosenbaum at that time that you hear the discharge of the weapon.
The Windows
And so
sound that you
that's what
guys hear is
that's
not
what
on
I
my
use the
computer.
video for is
Not mine.
to just
It's
see
from the court.
what position
Right.
he's in when I hear those gunshots. And so really knowing that he had these gunshot wounds to different areas. He's got an entrance wound to the front of his body, the right groin. He's got an entrance wound to the upper back. He's got a graze wound to the head. And so in looking at the video and paying attention to his body position when I heard the discharge of the weapon, I was at least able to say that the only time during the interaction in which he could have incurred the gunshot wounds to the back and to the right side of the head is when he's more horizontal. And the only time that happens is the last two gunshot wounds. So I think the first two gunshot wounds are represented by the injury to the groin and the injury to the left thigh.
In the hand.
There is it's not the greatest video for
Left thigh was
not
a
the clearest
fragment.
video, but right after the second gunshot wound, there's also some kind of a cloud. It seems there's some kind of a cloud of smoke or something like that, and I felt this was consistent with a bullet hitting the pavement and creating that cloud, and therefore that would be related to the injury to the left thigh. So really, that's how I use the video, just to determine when he's
And that's-
position
common,
to
you guys.
receive, certain gunshot wounds.
So, Doctor, is your testimony that in the video you reviewed, which the jury has seen, the first gunshots are while Mr. Rosenbaum is facing Mr. Rittenhouse?
Yes.
And you said that at least one of those was intermediate out to 4 feet away?
Yes.
And then you see in the video that Mr. Rosenbaum continues going forward and he begins to tilt or fall. And is it your opinion, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, that the back to front shots to the head and then the kill shot to the back would have been while he was falling or perpendicular to the ground?
The only way
Parallel
that
to the ground, homie.
Trajectories of the gunshot wounds to the right side of the head and the back make sense is if he's more horizontal to the ground, and that is occurring at the time that the last 2 gunshot wounds are heard on the video.
Doctor, in your to the best of your medical knowledge and opinion, if an individual is moving forward and they sustain that injury that entered by the groin and went to the hip, could that cause them to fold forward and kind of move forward or move down
in less than a quarter
position?
second?
That's possible. There's a very complex fracture involving the right side of the pelvis, which may make the pelvis and the right leg more unstable, but all I can say is that that's a possibility.
Try falling to the ground in a quarter second. It's a remarkably difficult thing to do. Just launch yourself at the ground. Have your friend time you with a stopwatch. Try it. I
Doctor,
dare
we
you.
talked about this hand wound and how that occurred. If someone is pointing a rifle at you, an AR-15, do you have an explanation of how that hand could be positioned that would result in the injury shown, and then also perhaps the injury to the thigh from that same round?
Well, as I said, this is a close range injury, and so his hand is in close proximity or in contact with the end of that rifle.
Oh, shit.
So you can kind of think of it in your...
Look at Pinger. Look at Pinger.
Oh, man.
Close to that trajectory through his hand. You move the hand around, you can put it in different relationships to the body that can explain that. Typically, by turning the palm towards the ground, it would make sense that it could go through the hand, hit the ground, and then create the injuries to the left side of the thigh.
So it's consistent that the hand with the palm was to the ground, and then it would have entered by the middle finger, gone through, and then exited the end of the index finger, and then hit the ground?
Yes.
I mean, that, again,
And
it's
just
another
to be
case
clear,
where the state is just making the defense case.
We've only heard 4 gunshots. Is it possible that the 4 gunshots caused all 5 wounds?
Yes.
Everything further, thank you.
People talk about the case during the break, or you'd watch or listen to any account of the trial?
So
You
the,
know,
the part of this testimony that
let's
helps the
aim for-
prosecution is the photos.
Actual time of
Absolutely.
yeah.
Other than that,
But the prosecution can't help itself. There's always something. There's always something that comes out during every single freaking witness that helps the defense. It just shows how strong the facts are.
I honestly think it's just because they have bad facts.
Yeah, no,
Yeah,
but that's the point.
Right. There have been dozens, hundreds, thousands of cases not prosecuted on far worse fact patterns than this. I mean, on far worse fact patterns just because of self-defense. Again, one of the ones I like to go back to is Michael Drejka, the parking lot shooter over the handicap space. He wasn't arrested. He wasn't charged for a very long time because they had to nail him on his interview. His interview is where he goes in and he says, no, I wasn't scared because I have my gun. I had no problem. Like, that guy killed himself on his own statements to the cops.
Mhm.
They let him go. He went home.
Mhm.
Everything was fine. And I mean, there was no question. He shot the person. This is not a Rittenhouse situation where there's a riot. Yearly, there are, again, dozens, if not hundreds, if not thousands of cases in the US that are not prosecuted because they're self-defense, and they have less evidence, they have less video footage, they have a less compelling self-defense case than Kyle Rittenhouse. And that's the problem the prosecution has this entire case. It's why every witness is harming them.
Yeah.
And this is why we're saying the case for a motion, any sort of motion under 805.14, there's all the motions are under that statute. If you want to look at that statute, anyone that could get him acquitted, I just call them the acquittal motions because they're all sorts of different types of motions. But all of those look at the evidence in the light most favorable to the prosecution. But even if you do that, every bit of their evidence has something for the defense. It creates that reasonable doubt. So they cannot get over that beyond a reasonable doubt threshold.
Yeah, it's amazing. I mean, the fact that the state's medical examiner that the state decided to call and the state decided to ask these questions the state ends up having to confront the fact that he said not only was his hand in close proximity to the gun, but it may have been on the barrel of the rifle. And why do they go to
Proceeding against Kyle Rittenhouse and the appearances are as
hold
before.
on.
And
It's a 15-minute break, and Court TV is going to end their feed and start a new one. I guess they can start editing it or something.
It's budget cropping.
I hate it. I hate it. So I'll grab the new feed in just a second, or I'll grab Law and Crime.
So either way, do we know how many more expert witnesses we're going to get on the stand here? Because this is already to the level of pain that probably was felt by Gage at this point. Because I mean, we're just getting absolutely, at this point we've heard the main witnesses, so it's just cumulative and cumulative. And I know it's new, right? But at this point, expert testimony, not the most persuasive.
The medical examiner, I think is different from the other experts because we
Yes.
haven't seen any doctors before this point testify to the actual wounds and and the having conducted any autopsies and looking at reports. So that is new. I wouldn't say that is cumulative.
No.
But I would say if they were going to be introducing any more police officers, for example, I don't understand.
We've
why
heard
they
from
would be doing that.
5 now? 5 cops,
And none of them have given us anything particularly relevant.
How many random videos are they going to not stipulate to and bring one cop on to bring on a single video?
Yeah, it's insane. Guys, and what we're talking about with cumulative evidence is the idea that a fact or, a given fact for the jury to consider is supposed to really only show up once. You get the fact is entered into the record, and then the jury has heard the fact, and then they get to make a determination. There's a prejudicial aspect to hearing the same fact repeated over and over and over. It's why Binger keeps saying, you didn't see him have a gun. You didn't see him have a knife. You didn't see him have a bat. It's why he was doing that, is to imprint in the idea of the jury that this guy was unarmed. Now, each different person that he asks that is a different fact, because that person didn't see it. So he's allowed to do that. But when we're talking about cops coming up on the stand and testifying to a particular video that they all saw, if each cop were to come up and testify to the same video over and over and over, it's cumulative, it's irrelevant. So the video evidence in this case has a real easy track to be cumulative. So that's why we're talking about the cumulative evidence, and Binger, Richards could object to it if it were actually cumulative. This is all new. And I think the prosecution here had to make a choice. And they said, we really want to show they really wanted that, the Huber image.
Yes.
The one where he's dead,
Especially.
laying there. He looks awkward and
It
nasty.
really is. It's a very uncomfortable image to look at, to say the least.
Right.
You think they left the eyes open on purpose to make it that
No.
much more uncomfortable?
No, that's
No, I
normal.
don't think so.
Yeah. They try to manipulate it as little as possible, right? Get the body in place.
Yeah.
But
Have you guys ever been to a corner before?
Like I said, my family runs funeral homes. I've seen a lot of dead bodies, so that
It
that
is.
is
I
very
went.
sad.
When I interned with the Attorney General's office, they do over their summer internships. They do a field trip day to the LA County coroner. There were certain meats that I couldn't eat for a while afterwards. For a while.
See, I grew up with too much internet, so I mean, I've watched people be killed in horrific ways, and this is like, I mean, you look at it and it's like, yeah, I could see that being a problem. I mean, that's kind of gross, but it's
You're
not.
saying this picture
wasn't
gets
that
lost
bad.
in the search history that you have from YouTube. It would like,
Pat Robertson
totally
was
go
right all
unnoticed.
along, Nick.
But no, I mean they want the pictures, they want the stills, they want to jar the jury who are just typically normal folk. That's what they want to do, but they have to balance it with how bad things can go for them. They know about the hand. I mean, they asked, Binger got up and said, do any of you know about stippling at jury selection? He wanted anybody who knew anything about stippling off the jury immediately because he knew it was going to come up and be an issue. Even if they've seen CSI and just remember the word stippling, it's going to prejudice the jury against the state. But of course, then their medical expert comes out and says, yeah, stippling on the 2 wounds right there, because it seems like he was pretty close to him. Oh, that doesn't look good for you. I'd say within 4 feet. Now, mind you, his hand is reaching for the gun, is maybe coming into contact with the barrel. That's on me. You're talking 2 feet, and then another what? I'm not doing the triangle math, but to get to my pelvis, you're talking 2.5, 3 feet of distance if my hand is on the barrel. So when he says within 4 feet, I mean, we're talking about Joseph Rosenbaum is within grabbing distance as the shot enters his pelvis. And that is a critical fact.
And the fact that they had the medical examiner saying that based on what was on his hands, it looked like his hand was either near or on the barrel of the gun.
Oh, brutal.
That's very, very damaging.
Yeah.
Yep. And the thing is that within 4 feet, you just got to understand it can be closer than 4 feet. It just meant within 4 feet. So even that was deceptive. The use of the word intermediate, I know a lot of people in the chat pointed that out. Intermediate is a deceptive word, right? But
someone said, oh yeah, go ahead.
No, I was going to say, at the end of the day, we know that he was close enough to grab it. And also, anybody who's seen the 21-foot thing, it's the knife rule, right? If you got a knife, you're within 21 feet, you are deadlier than a gun because you can close that gap and you can kill them often before they can even draw their gun and fire it, right? So 4 feet is just, that to the end, right? It's that and that much quicker for him to disable Kyle.
Yeah, and the important part about the within 4 feet and the intermediate thing, that was a very sly move. Someone in the chat said, oh, within 4 feet is intermediate now. I'm a long distance shooter, I guess. That's what you're 10 feet away. 10 feet is nothing with a handgun. I mean, you're
like a
extra
sharpshooter
accurate.
there. From 10 feet away, I can hit him I'm like a sniper.
On cross, I would expect them to completely eradicate that term and just use within 4 feet, within 4 feet, within 4 feet as many times as possible.
Yeah,
so he could be 2 feet
narrow
away.
that. Yeah, right. Narrow that down exactly like you were saying, Nick. Yeah, within 4 feet could also be 6 inches. That's also within 4 feet.
Yeah, get him down to the closest it could possibly be. Maybe I don't know if you want to do that, but you could. You could say so. You'd say potentially within 4 feet. Would it be unreasonable to say 3 feet? How about 2 feet? How about 1 feet?
Yeah.
At what point is the stippling 6 inches? And just make him he'll say the whole time, well, I'm not an expert on distance. Well, I'm not an expert on distance. I'm not an expert. It would really depend on the caliber. It depend on the brand of shell that's used because 223 or 5.56. I think Kyle was shooting 223. You can get different grains. You can get different grain loads inside the bullet. You can have a different amount of powder in there. And that's going to change a whole lot of those equations. And this guy is not an expert on it. And that, although you may just want him to say within 4 feet, because within 4 feet is a terrifying fucking place for a maniac chasing you.
Yeah.
Screaming F you.
Yeah.
Yes.
Right. When you just heard a gunshot.
Right. And to your point earlier, Nick, of course they want anyone that knows anything about stippling to be off that jury. And anyone that has any amount of expertise related to the material aspects of this trial, they want them to be off the jury because they don't want them to bring in their own analysis, their own expertise. They want them to just work within the four corners that they build for the jury, and then go within there. Because otherwise, there's also the potential for one of the jurors to say, "Hey, I have a lot of experience with this, and what they said is not exactly accurate," and then you have a potential situation where you have one juror becomes a leader on a particular issue.
And when they get into deliberations, that's when the jury is actually allowed to talk about the case. That's one of the interesting prospects here, because I believe, according to the report, there are 2 pharmacists and 1 EMT, or maybe 2 EMTs on the jury. EMTs are going to have, if they're actual 911 call responders, are going to probably have seen a gunshot wound or 2. They're going to see stippling. They're going to have talked to trauma doctors who are dealing with this type of stuff, and they'll be talking about it in the back. The pharmacists, that's why I said if there's a tox screen, you really want to ask about the tox screen, what's on there. Even if you don't get out what they're used for from the expert, the pharmacists, if they go back into that jury room, are going to say, well, I mean, this guy's on an antipsychotic. Where'd you hear that? It's like, well, I know what Cereterol does, or whatever it is. That's the type of stuff that can be really useful in a jury room, especially when all of it is negative against the deceased. They're not talking about a tox screen on Kyle Rittenhouse. They don't have a tox report for him. They don't say, they're not going to be able to discuss what was in his body. I mean, we have no evidence of it. But they will be able to discuss what was in Rosenbaum's body. And I still say Rosenbaum is the linchpin of the whole case, because that first shooting sets Kyle's state of mind. If he was murdering a guy,
it sets the whole thing in motion.
Right.
Yeah. If he's murdering a guy, he can't run off and say he was running to the police in self-defense. I mean, he can, but it sounds hollow. If he's defending himself and then gets up and runs towards the police as fast as he can, sure looks like he's defending himself for the rest of the night. And I don't know how you say otherwise.
So I don't know if any of you caught Viva Barnes last night, but Robert Barnes was making a point which was a little disconcerting for those of us who are hoping for and expecting Kyle to be exonerated. And that is, we here conservatives on the right, we looking at this as a matter of, was it self-defense, was it not self-defense? And he was saying those people who have, the sheep who have been influenced by media into thinking, well, Kyle was wrong for being there. They don't care about his justification for self-defense because they already are judging him guilty for being in a place that he doesn't live there and showing up there, roaming around with an AR-15 and set it. And from their perspective, you're saying Rosenbaum set everything in motion. Yeah, that's what a lawyer thinks. That's what the law says. But from an emotional, moral perspective, or what they deem to be morality, I actually think it's a perverse form of morality. They think that he's improperly there. And that's what sets this whole thing in motion. Kyle shouldn't be there, which is why I think when the defense puts their case up, part of what they should be doing there is they should be putting people up there who can firmly show his ties to Kenosha, his strong links to Kenosha. This is not that he decided, I'm going to show up there because I'm a big tough guy and I'm going to be the one who's maintaining the peace. But he looks at it as his hometown, that he worked there as a lifeguard, that his daughter is dating that guy who's living there, and one of his best friends is living there, that he's there multiple times a week. Anything he can do to show that, hey, I'm not some foreigner like Gage Grosskreutz, who's like basically going around trying to enforce my ideology in a place where there's, where BLM is going crazy, but that this is a matter of, I was coming here to defend my hometown, and you need to show how strongly he's personally linked to Kenosha in order to justify that's why he's there. It's his home. He's standing up for his own house, even though he technically resides elsewhere.
I just don't know if the prosecution, frankly, Joe, I don't know if the prosecution has done a very good job of painting him as somebody who shouldn't have been there. I don't know what evidence they've presented that has really conclusively said he should not have been there that night. He had no reason there that night. In fact, it seems like compared to some of the other people there, he was even one of the more demure people there, right? He wasn't the guy who said, fuck around and find out. He wasn't the most teched out. He wasn't the most geared out. He didn't have a plate carrier, right? So, he wasn't one that was getting in there and inciting. So I don't know how the prosecution has even done a good job of that. Although I do agree with you that the defense on their part of the case can go ahead and show his ties. And I think that would be great.
Yeah, I think the worst comment that they got out of one of the witnesses was out of Balge. That's his name, right?
Brian Belch.
Belch. Sorry. God. You guys, I'm trying to get it right.
In your mind, right?
All the jokes are coming in, and I hate it. Balch, yeah. When he said that, I think he said that at one point someone from the crowd yelled at him like "F you" or something, and then he responded like "I love you too, ma'am" or something, which is like a little inflammatory. But that's the worst of it. And he kept walking, and there was no scuffle after that or anything like that. So, yeah, I do agree. And it really depends on whether the jury can make that delineation between Kyle Rittenhouse and other members of the armed group that he was there with, or loosely affiliated, strongly affiliated, however they see it.
I'm just saying, if there are, let's imagine there are Antifa members on the jury who made their way onto their jury. From their perspective, they see him walking through there, and they're thinking to themselves, "Boogaloo boys, this is inflammatory. They are getting us angry by being here, and his presence there is creating a more dangerous situation because you're just making the situation inflamed." I disagree with that take. My point is that if you're on the defense, you're trying to appeal to both conservatives and, as much as possible, those on the left, and make them realize that, hey, this is his hometown. He has a right. He must defend this because that's where his heart is.
Yes.
I disagree with the left, everything about the left and everything about that take, but I want everyone to understand where the mindset of some members of the jury may be. So I just
want to point out our coverage is beating even PBS NewsHour at this point. We are, I believe, the top Rittenhouse stream, despite when I type Kyle Rittenhouse trial live into YouTube search results, can't even find the broadcast. So I know some people have seen it like 7 results down. So thank you, YouTube, for manipulating search results, but we will
we'll get
not
there
be
nonetheless
by that anyway. So
happy to help out, Nick.
Thank you. Justin Schroll says, why is the officer that sprayed Kyle with pepper spray conduct not pushed harder by defense? He walked up with his hands up, so you sprayed him in the face and said, "Go home." Is this justified use of force? Riot protest situation, guy approaching a police cruiser with a gun. Should he have done it? No, but was he justified? Yeah, even though his hands aren't on it. Look at what happened with Gage, right? Hands up, don't shoot. Oh, wait, I shoot you. I don't think it would have. The one thing that the defense doesn't want to do is sit and deride the cops. That's a quick way in this case, where the cops are dealing with a ton of unrest in their town those couple days. That's a quick way in this case to get on the bad side of the jury, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Okay, you may be seated. Yeah.
All right, Richards, don't let me down. You would agree that Joseph Rosenbaum's a pedophile, right?
Could you see the toxicology report that he was touching boys?
Sorry, it's been a long day.
Sorry. Gosh.
Talking about generally.
He just said this has been boring.
Stippling. If this, I'm holding up the pointer, the back end of the pointer, the thick end, the barrel of the gun. Here, do we have agreement with that?
Yes.
If this gun fires a projectile, the first thing that comes out, and I'm not saying in order, but what would show nearness is soot stippling, correct? Correct. And then further out would be gunpowder stippling.
Yes, soot and then gunpowder.
Okay, and in the soot stippling, it has to be, generally speaking, as you said, either in contact or within a foot.
Yes, it's within a few inches. It's very close.
Okay. And when
inches
you
now.
looked at the state's exhibit, you said it was either very close or in contact. And we're talking about the handle.
Yes, it could be within that range. So it could have been in contact.
Okay. And as I said, if this is the barrel of the gun, this is my left hand, the barrel of the gun had to be somewhere in this area, correct?
That's correct.
Oh
Now,
my God.
The soot stippling, and I'm pointing with the pointer to my baby finger.
It's a
There
great
is
visual.
soot stippling.
Yes, this is a very good demonstration.
I believe that's correct. Yes.
Okay.
No
The
soot on the
bulk of it
pinky.
starts between what would be the ring and commonly referred to as middle finger.
Yes.
Now you think
Okay.
of the
So that
pointer as
means
being
the
the gun.
barrel
This the middle
of the
finger?
gun, if not touching,
In the jury's mind,
would have been like this.
they now associate the
in that
gun
location.
barrel
That's
being as
correct.
close, like it's the
So
pointer.
Oh.
The
that
pointer becomes the gun.
hand was over the barrel of Mr. Rittenhouse's gun when his hand was shot.
That makes sense.
Okay. And the bullet goes into the fingers and then out through here. And I'm showing the fat part of the in between my index and thumb.
Yes, the exit is to the index finger, but it's on the back of the lateral side of that finger. Yes.
And exhibit 105, please.
Can we dismiss this charge yet? Can we dismiss this charge yet? I mean, are we serious?
What we just went over, I'm showing you an exhibit up on the screen. It's been marked Defense Exhibit 105. You see that photo exhibit?
Yes.
Okay. And that's Mr. Rosenbaum's hand,
His left hand.
left
Correct.
hand, and you took that photograph, correct?
Yes.
Circle on here to the best of your ability where the soot starts.
Ooh, very
Oh.
effective.
Show me on the
Jesus.
hand.
This
where
may
he touched
become a new exhibit that gets entered into evidence.
Show me on the
Can
hand
you,
where the soot touched you.
Draw a line off
Yep.
the hand to where it can be seen, and then just put your initials.
Make him initial it.
This is so effective.
And you
They are so going to use this in their closing argument. If
Put
assuming we get there.
circle on the ring finger, correct?
Correct.
Leaving the baby finger uncircled and blank,
I
correct?
love that he calls the
Correct.
pinky a baby
This is-
finger.
You don't see any soot there, right?
Correct.
Oh my gosh.
Exhibit 105 and
No soot on the pinky. That is so important.
last to publish to the jury.
Yeah, because it shows he was too close
Published.
to hit the pinky.
Here you go, jury.
Now they're going to
Take a
publish it
look
to the
at
jury.
this. Whoa. Binger's Simon and Garfunkel playlist is growing by the minute.
He is. Hello, darkness.
You
He's
would
also in
agree
hazy
that
shade of
this
winter right
shooting
now.
is captured partially on video is a dynamic situation, correct?
Correct.
And if the furthest he was away with the stifling that you see in the wounds was 4 feet and closing, that goes very quickly, correct? If someone's running at you,
Yes.
okay? And 4 feet, correct me if I'm wrong, is about from me to you away.
That's about correct.
And if I had my hands out, I'm even closer, correct?
Yes.
If I'm lunging and going for your gun, which is an extension away from your body, closer still.
Yes.
Mm.
You saw.
I want a
video
dedicated
that
Binger
Dr.
cam.
Jackson reviewed. He was running, correct?
He was.
Well, we also have to have hunger watch then.
He can't call it his little finger, by the way, because of Binger.
In
Right.
when you talk about,
TM.
I cannot say that word, anatomically correct position?
Atomic position. Yes.
That's, as I'm standing
That's
here
sort of
before
endearing.
you, standing straight.
It's sort of endearing.
You said palms
He
forward.
just got the ME to say
Correct.
atomic,
Anatomic
position.
position.
Okay.
I didn't
Okay,
have me
fix
do
it.
Okay. And the wound enters his back,
That's correct.
okay,
Travels
and goes
down.
down and across.
Correct.
Okay. We're not, and I know the prosecution covered it, but we're not saying that he was turned and shot in the back, correct?
That's correct.
There's nothing in the hand
Right.
shot that shows him, would lead you to believe that his hands are up like this surrendering, correct?
That's correct. I did not see that in the video.
And your theory or
Slice
your
of cheese
belief to a
right
reasonable
now.
degree of medical certainty is that he's in a horizontal position close to my client. The bullet goes in and across and down.
That's correct.
Okay. So once again, in the position of lunging would put you in a horizontal position, correct?
It would.
And
As a manlet.
there's some stippling to the wound in the pelvis, correct?
Yes, to the lower abdomen above
Okay.
it.
And that's not trying to, but there, it starts at the belt line and goes up, correct?
That's right.
Okay. And as it starts at the belt line and goes up, the reason it's not below the belt line is because he was wearing pants when he was shot, correct?
Yes, that's right.
Not trying to penis flex
Man,
here, but
That is also,
It
that was
totally.
gunpowder stippling.
That's correct.
Okay. So that's basically 1 foot to 4 feet.
Yes.
oof.
1
Oof.
foot to 4 feet.
From the pelvis with the arm out, reaching for the gun. They both reached for the gun.
Am I the only one that has had music from
And-
Chicago playing in your head
Yes.
every time
No.
they say that?
Need to jump
No.
around
On my
here.
stream, even I put it on my
The
stream. I was like, this is
Wound
what
on
it is.
Mr. Huber. I'm
I'm
assuming
not going
at
to
some
sing it
point
because I
you
feel like the
pulled
chat will
off
get annoyed.
that bandage that was on the wound.
Yes,
Okay. Now, was there stippling on that wound?
there was. Yes.
Okay. And that wound was what kind of stippling?
Gunpowder stippling. So that wound has the impacts from the gunpowder particles.
Okay.
A more dense distribution.
Did you look at the clothing around the wound?
On Mr. Huber,
Mr. Huber?
yes.
Okay. And the clothing also had gunpowder residue?
A little more difficult to say on the clothing. I can, Mr. Huber's tank top, which was the item of clothing that came with him, that tank top it was a tie-dyed black and gray and white appearance, so made that very difficult. So in those situations, usually I will defer to try to opine if I can't tell for sure.
Okay. So there's nothing in that gunshot wound that suggests that he wasn't in close contact with my client's firearm.
That's right.
Okay. And did you look at any video regarding that shooting?
Yes, it's also included in that video provided.
The video shows that my client's lying on his back, correct?
Yes,
Mr. Huber grabs the firearm, correct?
it appears so, yes.
Pulls the firearm from one direction towards and into his chest, correct?
They end up in that position. I don't know if he's pulling or what. I don't know what's going on there.
Mr. Huber strikes him with the skateboard. The gun is not in his chest. Fair statement?
That fair statement.
Okay. When he's shot, the skateboard is in his right hand. The gun is now up in his chest.
However, Jack, these are conclusions based on
I'm asking if his wound is consistent with this scenario.
Yeah, wrecked.
Okay.
Allowed.
I'll start over.
Yes, reset. Reset. See, yes,
Mr. Huber,
exactly.
you see him hit my client in the head with the skateboard, correct?
Yes.
So now he just gets to go
And-
over all the same details again.
these are conclusions that Mr. Huber hit or did anything is
You
central to this
see him
case.
do it.
These are not conclusions that anyone can make but the jury.
He said, the doctor said he watched the video.
Yes, exactly.
So assuming that that's his knowledge base.
You asked him to watch the video.
And you can redirect on the subject if you want.
I'll start again, sir.
Yes, excellent.
There is a blow from Mr. Huber to my client's head with a skateboard, correct?
Yes, the skateboard makes contact with Mr.
He swings the skateboard with his right hand into my client's back neck range, correct?
I'm not sure where it makes impact, but
You see an impact.
yeah, it makes contact.
And he reaches down
Head
with his
trauma.
left hand, seeming to grab my client's gun, correct?
Yes.
When he puts his hand on the gun, the barrel is not pointing in his chest, correct?
I don't recall, but I don't think so.
Okay. And through whatever movement between my client and Mr. Huber, the gun barrel ends up, which would be right about here.
It does.
Okay. And there's a gunshot, correct?
Yes.
And that gun is touching his clothes.
It's in intermediate range. It's
Intermediate.
closer.
What is
In
close?
define
What is
intermediate
close?
range for me, please.
Well,
Define
again,
it.
we talked about how intermediate range injuries can be within 4 feet. And
Within 4 feet.
obviously from the video, it's closer than that, but I can't say whether the
Excellent.
muzzle is in contact with
Oh, what the hell's close
Yes.
range?
clothing.
There's none.
Through
Touching the skin.
type of stippling that
think
you
that's it.
have on the Huber wound,
A stab
you
wound.
know,
Oh, intermediate
It's
was
less than
between
4
1
feet.
and 4
fair
feet.
statement.
That's a fair statement.
Through independent evidence, which you review as a forensic pathologist / investigator, the video evidence establishes closer.
It does.
Nice.
Oh gosh.
Nice.
Good cross. He's doing a great job.
He even asked a question and worded it with like,
And-
okay, so when his hand was on the gun,
Just assume,
and he's like, yes. So it's
for the purposes
like-
of this
I got
question,
him to admit that.
that the first shot from my client, moving back to Mr. Rosenbaum now, is the 0 shot, number 1. The fourth shot is 76 hundredths of a second after that. That is how fast the 4 shots were fired out of my client's gun.
Surprised they didn't object to that
And
because that's
he's
not an evidence
goes
yet.
from the furthest 4 feet to touching the gun, correct?
Yes.
No, it does not.
He just answered.
The doctor answered yes.
Yeah. Boom. Too late.
And
Yeah.
Overruled.
This is why when you object, you have to do it very quickly before they respond. Otherwise, it's waived.
is that to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty or medical certainty? I apologize.
Medical certainty, as I pointed out, from the autopsy findings alone, you can't put these in order. It's only by reviewing the video and simply looking at the orientation of his body
I'm
and
adding
and
another gentleman
comparing
to the
that to
stream.
the findings on the body that you can do that. So to that degree of certainty, it appears that he's in that horizontal position.
And Mr. Krause asked it, the shot to the pelvis, you think is first?
I think that makes the most sense.
Okay. The shot that goes in the scalp, second?
No, I think that the only orientation that makes sense with the trajectory of the gunshot wound to the back and the right side of the head is when he's in more of a horizontal position. So those 2 injuries must be the 3rd and the 4th injuries. But that's the best I can do.
The head wound goes back to front and from the top of the head down towards the forehead.
That's right.
Okay, so if I was charging like a bull and diving, that would be
Charging like a bull.
And
It would be.
A baby bull.
Nice. He had to object to the wording there.
Yeah,
He
they
should- he
should have.
just-
Oh
was
my
bad
goodness,
job
that was
not
phenomenal.
objecting.
Welcome to the stream, Mr. Ron Coleman. We've got
Hey,
another
guys.
lawyer in the house.
Yes, someone with 0 criminal law trial experience, but I can watch TV.
Doctor,
okay with
the
anybody.
injuries you noted, they'd also be consistent with falling after being struck in the hip.
Yes.
So if Mr. Rosenbaum was struck in the hip, that his momentum kept carrying him forward, he was falling. The other 3 shots could have been as he was falling.
That's possible too.
It's consistent with that.
It is.
What is a muzzle stamp?
Well, a muzzle stamp is what we briefly talked about earlier with contact gunshot wounds, and if the energy of the bullet entering the body causes the skin to smack against the muzzle of the gun, it can leave an abrasion, even a patterned abrasion in the shape of the muzzle of the gun on the skin. And so a muzzle stamp is a term that's used for a contact abrasion that's associated with a contact gunshot wound. And the reason why when we talked about a close range wound to the hand, the reason why we didn't talk about that, although it could be in close range like that, is because the skin of the palm is much thicker, and it very seldom, if ever, allows for a muzzle stamp or an abrasion of that sort. Certainly not like you would see with a contact wound to the head or to the chest.
So there was no muzzle stamp in this case.
No.
Okay, I'd like to ask Investigator Stu to pull up.
That's to try to create a perception of distance between the gun and his
But
hand.
literally, if there was no contact, the muzzle stamp wouldn't happen.
Right.
It could be millimeters away.
Exactly.
Millimeters.
Speaking of Chicago, right? What are you gonna believe? What you see or what I tell you? Like that's the big problem with this case.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Doctor, if this is the gun, you can stand up, please. If I'm holding a rifle, let's just say that I've shot you in the hip. How does it make sense that the gunshot to the hand occurs in the trajectory you indicated?
I love this TV. It's a great character in this TV drama. Around it?
Hold that.
Oh no.
Gentlemen and ladies, how goes the battle?
Viva.
Volume.
Yeah, I just turned him down.
Okay. Okay.
It's not you, Viva.
Gonna get blasted in the
Viva.
chat again. How you guys doing?
We're talking about the left hand. The injuries are to the palmar surface of the index and the middle fingers. The exit is to the side of the index finger. So
TV blocked.
obviously it's hard to do this completely, but it's like this. So in the anatomic position, it looks like that. But keeping in mind that your arm and your hand move in a lot of different ways. So, so if you were to take the hand and you were to be in a position in which the hand was like this, with the palm kind of downward, you could orient this so that you could explain the gunshot wound going down and hitting the pavement, and then the fragments hitting the left side of the thigh.
If you could put your hand out again, doctor, like you had. So, but the barrel would have to be behind the injury, correct?
Yes.
So the bullet would have had to travel outside of the barrel. So the barrel would have been had to have been in front of or somehow separated from where the wound took place.
Well, that's what I said. I can't tell that. This is a close range wound with soot, but there isn't going to be a muzzle stamp because of the skin of the palm. So it's within that distance.
Why doesn't he say there wouldn't be a muzzle stamp because of the distance?
Or whether it's just in front of it,
Yep.
the
There's a reason for that.
portion of the wound, or inches away. That's not something I can tell you.
You just indicated be consistent with swiping something away.
Oh, you're gonna
Swiping a
go-
barrel away.
Going to swipe away.
Left,
I'll say-
left,
Slap it
swipe.
away.
tell you
Just
what.
slap it away.
He was doing at the time that happened. All I can tell you is that at the time of the
That's
discharge
a bad answer
of
for the
weapon
state.
and the traveling of that bullet,
Yeah, it doesn't make it any better.
hand,
He basically just said
Um,
no.
this is the trajectory that it
Because
took.
in
through
every
his
other
hand.
situation,
I
he
can't tell you
said
what
yes to the
he was
answer of,
doing at the
is it
time.
consistent with
And I
this?
certainly I can't see it on the video. The video's not good enough for that.
Oh, he's giving him space here. I didn't see it on the video. Could have happened.
He's not going to perjure himself.
No, no need for that. That's what weasel words are for.
Exactly.
He's a professional witness.
Yeah, he's clearly testified before because he's doing a good job of maintaining his professionalism and his pacing. Although I think maybe he's got a little bit of nerves, he's got some cotton mouth.
They've established that the
dealing with
back
earlier.
wound was going down through the body, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Wounds or
Towards
the
the pelvis.
stippling or the soot or anything of that nature?
You mean, well, I mean, if you're holding something in your hand and you're referring to some kind of something that's going to create an intermediary target or something, yeah, that can affect the appearance of wounds. You know, the injury might look very different in that case.
So when Attorney Richards was talking to you about the wound to Mr. Rosenbaum's left hand, and there's blood everywhere and there's soot many places, if he was holding, say, a handle of something, would you expect that the soot and the
There's been no evidence whatsoever that he had anything in his hand.
Oh, wow, he has an objection.
Questions must be asked to a reasonable degree of
It's an expert. You can ask some speculation.
postmortem autopsy certitude.
But there's
Would
no
that be
reason
a
for the
fair way to put it?
speculation because he wasn't holding anything.
I'm not really sure I understand the question.
You're not the first.
He's telling him.
You
fucking I love that.
hesitated before when asked about medical certitude,
Love him.
which is a common expression we use in the courts. And I'm trying to see what degree of, how would you phrase the degree of certitude with which you would typically respond?
Well, I can testify to a reasonable degree of medical certainty when I'm using the autopsy findings and the meaning of those in reference to the injuries. I've seen the video. As I have testified, I discussed the video with regards to his position when I heard the gunshot wounds discharge. I can't really see what's going on in front of him at those times. So when the questions are going into those specifics, I don't think I can answer those from the video that I watched. So I think I'm trying to be careful not to over evaluate that video more than I used it for, which is to determine what position he was in when those gunshot wounds were received.
Why don't you rephrase your question? What's required here for the state certainly, but frankly for both parties, but is a degree of certitude which the physician can testify.
The injuries and everything you testified to on the left hand, that's consistent with nothing being in his hand.
It is, yes.
Thank you. I'd like to direct your attention to Exhibit 41. If you can tell, is this the video that you reviewed in terms of both the shooting deaths of Mr. Rosenbaum and Mr. Huber?
It is.
I'd ask you to play the video until I ask you to stop.
Hey!
Can you see where on there you indicate that he would be positioned with the first shot?
Yes, I can clearly see the reflection of light on his back,
this
and I can see
compilation
that he's
together.
upright when the first shot is heard.
What kind of doctor is he again? What kind of
He's
specialist?
the
Forensic pathologist.
Yeah.
forensic
So that would
I
not
pathologist.
be
don't think he
consistent
was
with the shot
qualified
to the
though,
hand.
like formally
Yeah,
qualified.
he was.
Right.
Was he?
Yeah, he
Did they
was.
like-
Well, is he
did they use
testifying
him
as an expert?
when I wasn't here?
Or,
Yeah.
but he's not.
Placing
I would-
the hand in that position would affect the gunpowder stippling to his lower abdomen. So I don't think the hand is involved in that first shot.
So, to best of your, so it's consistent that the first shot is to the hip,
That's what I think. That's what I think. Yes.
and the second shot would be to the hand,
Yes.
and then the third or fourth
Which means
shot.
he was in a forward movement.
Can you order
Yes.
those any more specifically?
No.
But they would be as he's in a horizontal position, perhaps falling after being struck in the hip.
That's right.
Let's show Exhibit 86, please.
This is not going to make Binger look good for saying he was shot in the back. I don't know how they think that's going to make it look good.
They'll still say it.
I mean, technically it's true, but it's just not accurate.
At least it doesn't have the same meaning that we normally would apply to getting shot in the back, that kind of a phrase.
That's their whole case right now.
I'm on the fence about a haircut, people, so I have to see. My parents say I should get one. By the way, Ron, it is good to formally meet you for the first time.
Same here, Beaver.
I like staring at this guy staring off into space. It's riveting.
And this is as formal as it gets.
I
think I have a tie. I have a tie in my drawer.
Forever.
Pause.
There we go.
Doctor, did you see that large amount of smoke that was emitted from the gun?
Yes.
Now, with that amount of smoke of an AR-15, would that impact how far the stippling may occur?
Would the smoke impact?
The large amount of smoke. Would the stippling go further out than the 4 feet?
No, I don't think there's not a relationship there.
That's not a large amount.
Gunpowder particles that are flying through the air and dispersing as they travel. The smoke is the smoke and soot.
He's trying to get him outside of 4 feet.
Is the amount of gunpowder matter in the stippling?
Does any of this matter?
Well, yes.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say it does. I mean, there's the number of gunpowder particles that leave the barrel of the gun are not predictable, certainly, but they will travel in a dense group and then disperse as they get farther away, with more and more falling to the side until none have the energy to create stippling to the skin.
Now, when you see that large puff of smoke, you said that would be that is what would potentially leave soot on an individual.
No,
my presumption is that soot, that puff was the smoke and soot from the end of the gun.
Does anyone out there know if
that
that's
large
actually
amount of
smoke
soot
or
would be
maybe
possible to
vapor?
No.
Deposit soot further out than just a few inches?
I
He's
don't know if I can
testifying
answer
outside his
that question.
expertise.
Testifying the weapon, you might be able
Prosecution
to
is begging
derive
for
more
something
information,
right
but certainly
Please rescue me.
so it's not very aerodynamic. It doesn't travel very far.
Now, Attorney Richards did a demonstration with you where he stood about 4 feet away and talked about the intermediate range. Now, we're in talking about intermediate range, you're talking about feet from the barrel of the gun, not from the shooter.
Correct. To be specific, the injuries that we're talking about are from the barrel of the gun to the surface that they make impact with. So the surface of the body in this case.
So it could be 5 feet then. Or even 6.
Because once you're touching the
6.
gun,
That's taller
that's
than
touching him.
Rosenbaum.
Yeah. Once you're touching the gun, you're touching Kyle already. That's a red herring to say.
And you haven't
that
seen
matters.
the actual weapon in this case.
That's self-defense, yeah.
No, I have not.
Do you want to look at it? You want to look at the weapon? Guns are cool. You want to look at it, Doctor?
It'll scare the jury. Bring it out again.
They are. They're doing it.
They're doing it.
Of course.
Yeah, they're doing it.
Could you measure this gun with your eyes, Doctor? I just hope that the prosecution doesn't accidentally say footlong and get like really anxious for lunch, because it's coming up.
I'm starting to feel like a robot from Mystery Science Theater here.
Yeah, you're Crow.
Again.
All right.
What expertise does this guy have in firearms?
0.
Nah, I think what he's gonna
However,
he's just
he
gonna
has to have
testify to
some-
the apparent length.
He has to have some level of understanding, obviously, in order for him to be able to do his job.
I'd have to be 4 feet.
But yeah, not an
Oh, no, we
expert.
got a Baldwin moment incoming.
1 to 4 feet.
In the trial in the courtroom.
Inside of
Nice.
like I said,
Nice.
that's an outside number.
Is that approximately where I would be right now?
It's about 4 feet, maybe a little closer.
I'll get a ruler. That's more than 4 feet.
It would be my impression that it's a greater distance than 4 feet.
Nice try, Pudge.
It's a little hard to tell, but you're closer. You're probably about 4 feet there.
More than one of my arm's lengths, anyway.
More than one of your arms length.
Are your arms 4 feet long? Who are you? Kareem Abdul-Jabbar here for the prosecution.
Yeah, that's one of the things is when you're setting up a demonstrative like that, you have to be accurate. Otherwise, if you get called out, you start to look deceptive. You start to lose credibility in front of the
What?
jury.
If it doesn't fit, you must acquit, right?
Exactly.
I don't think the DA is very concerned about appearing credible anymore.
Yeah, the soot is within inches.
They're well past that.
Intermediate gunpowder stippling is within 4 feet.
Approximately, yes.
And if the first shot is, you can hold it.
Give me that
Let me
guy.
take this. Let me take
Get
it.
out of my way, you scumbag.
I know what to do with this.
Get out of here.
Can you guys think of any way to keep the jury's interest at this point and remind them why we're doing this? Because I'm imagining that not one of them is following what's going on here,
And
why this matters.
If Richards pointed the gun at them, I think that would do it.
No,
I don't know. Let's say this is
yeah, they're not even doing that.
the barrel of the gun.
It's a little farther than 4 feet. I would say.
Okay, so I'm even a little bit further, but from the furthest he is would be 4 feet. He could have been as close as here with the first shot, correct?
Possibly, but the density of the gunpowder stippling is it's pretty spread out, so I think it's a little further away.
And I'm using my right hand because I'm going down.
You know, these gloves got into court here about 10 years ago, and
Oh, got a history lesson.
I understand there are appropriate times to use them, but not everything that.
I don't know why I'm using it.
I don't know why you're putting a glove on. To be honest with you, you're not going to get the cooties from that.
I agree.
All right.
This judge is so big.
Well, what difference does it make? It's
The end of the gun, touching with my left hand like this. The heavy soot is right here.
Well, you're with your right hand, but yeah,
The heavy, see, then I gotta go to the other side.
yeah, you have to
Jury.
turn around.
Can you switch with me? So if it's the left hand, we're gonna go like,
Give us that money shot.
you see this, doctor?
You actually have to turn your hand over.
Over,
And
like this,
no, go the opposite direction, like this.
Like-
There you go.
okay? And you would then come in approximately here.
That's the entry point to the hand. Yes.
Exiting where I'm pointing with my index finger.
So obviously, we're having a hard time seeing this, but this is being displayed right in front of the jury so that they have the best view of this image right now.
I can only say that there's no soot there.
Okay. Okay.
I know these people are here for news purposes, the photographers, but I actually think for purposes of the record, I'd like them to come up and get a closer shot.
Oh.
Probably not the best way of phrasing it, Judge.
Especially with Andrew talking about a money shot there.
Very inappropriate, Viva.
Hey, listen, everybody's got a grift, Joe.
I don't understand what they're doing right now. There's a video of proximity. What relevance is any of this for anybody who can hypothesize a guess?
Because they said that their expert test or their
Just so the record's clear.
their guy yesterday testified that the video showed him 10 feet away.
Your hand is
Yeah.
He was lying.
This is going to be the Johnny Cochran photo of this trial.
We're in front of the barrel. There would be soot here. And I'm pointing now to, what would you call this part?
I would call it the outside of the pinky finger so that it's understandable.
The outside of the pinky finger, if my hand was in front of the barrel, the heaviest soot would be in that location, correct?
You would expect soot in that location.
And
No, I'm sorry to interrupt, but some of the jurors I don't think are able to see, so let's, you got your shot. So, you go ahead.
the pinky finger, once again illustrating the side of my hand, if it was in front of the barrel, as it's now depicted, the heaviest soot would be here.
You would expect some soot on that side of the hand.
And there is,
And I didn't see any.
I don't know.
If the soot don't fit, you must have quit.
Copies of your those photos, send copies of those photos to the clerk, please. Send copies of those photos to the clerk. Thank you.
Can those
Also, if
photos
you
be
could take a
published
picture
now?
of the jurors, that would be helpful.
Please, no.
I'm joking. That's a joke.
Can those photos be published right now by the media?
I would think
Sounds
so.
like
He
God.
just asked for copies. He didn't ask for originals.
Did you guys hear about that nephew of George
It's-
Floyd purportedly trying to dox
Yeah, they
him?
addressed it
I'm
earlier.
approaching
Yeah.
the detective. I'm struck in my hip, fracturing my hip.
We could re-cross on this.
I would
Emphasis on the
fall.
re.
Yeah, and try to knock me out of the way.
That's a possibility.
Am I positioning my hand correctly with the evidence?
Your hand is, you put your hand over
We don't know if it's over, so
like this. Well, just in a position so that the soot is on the palmar surface,
like this.
like this.
Palmer service. Perfect.
So if you go in and you,
So the entrance wound is here.
no, the entrance wound is on the palmar surface, the under surface. So if you do it, Superman, and then turn your hand a little bit like this, you can put it in a position that there you go,
Like this.
like that.
So what you're saying is consistent with being shot here, momentum carry forward, and swiping at the gun. That would be consistent with the injuries you found.
Those scenarios are possible.
But my hand is positioned correctly to create the injuries that you found.
That's the position that the hand has to be in.
And then the bullet would have traveled down, and potentially kicked up some bullet fragments and concrete and hit my leg.
That's what I think happened.
And then I would have continued down, and then the shot to the head and the mid-back would have occurred as I was falling down.
As you're more horizontal to the ground, yes.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Wouldn't the aerial footage
Not
show
the
the
first
distance?
time. That doesn't cause you to go forward, correct?
It shouldn't cause you to go forward, backward, or
Okay.
anything.
So he already, Mr. Rosenbaum, already had to have forward momentum at a force to go from the zero shot to the second shot in 2.26 hundredths of a second to be in contact or right on top of that barrel, correct?
Yes, he had forward momentum.
Thank you.
Good.
Boom.
There you go.
Strong ending.
Nothing further.
Hey,
Viva.
Thank
Yeah.
you, Doctor.
But again,
Let me step down.
yesterday the state
let's,
witness
break for
testified
lunch.
that they were 10 feet apart based on that
It
video.
has just arrived, I think, and we'll take until around 12:30. Any questions? Okay,
Is it a
please
hot
don't,
lunch?
Talk about the case. Watch your testimony account. See you later.
Yeah, those demonstratives, you have to be really careful about how you set those up, because if the judge calls you out that you are setting things up in a way that is not exactly accurate in the way that things have been testified to, that looks really bad in front of a jury.
The expert yesterday who testified that they were 10 feet apart, what type of expert was that, or the state witness?
I think he's a random cop.
so-
Random cop, but he's the detective who reviewed the footage on his iPhone and pinched zoom to enhance it.
Because there are apps for golfing that can determine relatively accurately how far two objects are. From
Oh
each other.
yeah. No, I know it was clearly not 10 feet. I mean, anybody looking at the footage, when I was like, maybe 3 feet, maybe 4, something like that. Yeah. Medical examiner says within 4 feet. There's no way he's 10 feet away. Hell, there's a car right there, and it's like the door width of the car that they're apart. So it's all silliness. But I think that's why they're focusing so hard on it, is because they have testimony yesterday from the state, and they're getting the medical examiner to rebut it, and they also reviewed some of that footage earlier. But
the drone footage really made it clear that it was somewhere between 2 and 5 feet, and maximum of 5 feet, and probably seemingly much closer at the time that the shot went off. With him moving forward, and everyone keeps forgetting this. It's not like he's statically 4 feet.
On occasion,
away.
Things don't.
So help out.
In the record, I'll either myself or have one of the parties take a picture. So we have experts to do it today, and the price was right.
I love his jokes.
Send them to Mrs.
So to help out a guy who has not been, I'm trying to save America from the Occupational Safety and Health Administration. Help me out with what the distance means here. If
one second.
My understanding from the defense is that I think there's an agreement that essentially the court will just inform the jury that his testimony should be disregarded, and we're not going to go back into that.
Strictly.
Okay.
Right. So I don't know when we want to address any motions outside the presence of the jury, but
let's go, Brandon. Out of the record.
Any motions? Huh?
One.
Okay.
Oh, there's some.
Okay.
Once they officially arrested, that's what's happened.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Do we need to go over criminal records training?
There's going to be a motion when they officially arrest.
I'll tell you what it is. I'm not trying to hide from the court. They have not put in any evidence regarding a lawful order for a curfew violation. We'll be moving to dismiss that. We'll be renewing our objection to the count 6, but the court has already ruled, just so it's not waived. I think then we're ready to go.
Wait, you're not going to motion to dismiss?
Got to make the motion, don't you?
Yes.
How do you not make that motion?
7th count, did you want to address that there's no evidence on the...
We've had testimony from the detective that a curfew was in place.
No.
It's not a lawful order.
Did he testify as to by whom the order had been issued?
Nope. No. Dismiss it.
I don't know about that one.
Whatever.
But did the defense formally close yet, or can they
Just
remedy
the mere
the
statement that
deficiencies?
a detective said that there was a curfew in effect doesn't really satisfy the burden of proof. I will permit you to reopen the evidence, however. No, I don't want to.
Oh,
that's why
You know what?
Hold on.
I'm pretty.
He just said he closed. That's why I brought it
No.
up.
You know what? You know what? There are some judges. When I went to judges training years ago, this was back a long time ago.
Yeah.
Right after I came on the bench.
Back in the war
I
days.
sat down with some
In
judge
Vietnam.
from Madison and was testifying about this. She didn't know what to do because she's got the pending burglary case, and she says they didn't prove that the city of, I'm going to say Middleton, but maybe it was Madison, one of the two.
Run that down.
It was in Dane County, and she didn't know whether to grant the motion to dismiss or not. And I didn't say anything, but I thought to myself, you've got to be kidding me. We're here to get to the truth of things, and I don't want to mess around with an
Technicalities.
representation of that magnitude, or what's the opposite of magnitude?
He didn't have the authority in another court to issue that order.
That is another issue. So actually, the easy course would be to grant your motion, so I won't have to enter the thicket that the other judge did. But
he doesn't care about the thicket.
Give it.
I'll take it. I'll take this weighty matter under advisement. Yeah, I know it.
Taking on the advisement is good, as long as they don't put in more evidence.
I'm not going to dismiss it on the ground that it wasn't proved. Whether I grant it on the basis that Judge Russell did is another matter. I'll have to take a look at that. And
Should have
then
waited. Should have waited.
I'd like you to submit
I got too excited by them closing.
proposed instructions, modified version of 2176 with the, because Mr. Kraus did a nice job on the brief and reported what the instructions committee said. And so I'd like both sides to submit proposed instructions on 2176. Okay? All right. Enjoy your lunch.
Where's the motion for summary? Where's the motion for directed verdict or whatever they call it in Wisconsin? Where the hell is that?
I don't know.
I don't know.
I think you should be making that as a matter of course. Even if you think it's a
Yes.
formality, you should make it. But
It's insufficiency of evidence at this point. So that's the actual motion.
what is-
And they had to make it at
Richard's,
this point.
I think Richard's made a little mistake there. He jumped the gun. Had he not mentioned what his motion was going to be regarding the order, they probably could have had the curfew charge dismissed because the state would have rested. And then they could have said, Your Honor, they didn't bring it up. They did not actually sufficiently raise that a lawful order was in place. Just a detective said there was a curfew, whatever that even means. That's just like a detective can't issue a curfew. It's not even a patrol officer who enforced the curfew. This is a detective. So missed opportunity there, in my opinion.
Yeah.
There's no honor among lawyers. And he'll say, well, then let me open the evidence. We haven't even gone to lunch. We'll just remedy that deficiency. Whereas same argument could be made later if they formally closed and then they made a motion. Well, they still reopen it to not have it dismissed on a technicality. It sounds like the judge wants to dismiss it on the merits.
Yes.
But maybe not.
And and that is also a common tendency for judges is they really don't like dismissing anything on a technicality. They usually want it to get dismissed on the merits.
Also, I mean, how would they at this point make that record? How would they make that record? Either are they going to produce a document that they're going to get during lunch that will memorialize that issue was entered? In other words, chances are there was never an order. So rather than say rather than have the issue of was the evidence closed, or what was the state foreclosed from entering that evidence, chances are there is no evidence. So it's open. What are they going to do? They can't. They probably don't. It never happened.
I don't know. It seems like there usually is, because I covered a lot of these things, how to collect these documents. They're probably, because they were cranking out during Rona. You got to understand, these executive orders were flowing like wine. It was just going all over the place. So they had these template executive orders they just roll out saying curfew here, ban here, this is a shutdown. So all you got to do is have one.
If I'm not mistaken, the city of Kenosha order was a city order, and it was not made under any Corona authority, but it was in response to the Jacob Blake shooting. Therefore, I think that's why they alluded that because I don't think any of the Corona curfew orders would have been struck down by a higher court in Wisconsin. However, after the fact, the Jacob Blake curfew orders may have been, because they may have been completely unlawful. There's no state of emergency issued related to Jacob Blake.
And let me be clear for everybody, I am completely against those in general for any circumstance. But yeah.
I just need to point out the blatant abuse of process in the selective prosecution that Kyle was out after curfew. There are literally thousands of people that we all see video evidence, a whole riot. This whole thing happened. There's thousands of people out there. But
Joe,
the state decides to charge him individually with this. It is such a blatant abuse of process that
but they get to do
it's offensive.
People in the chat asking what the 2176 is. That's possession of a dangerous weapon by a child. So the second charge, in addition to the breaking curfew, which might be the only things they can actually have a reasonable chance of remotely proving at this point.
Yeah, and to be clear, for those who were not here at the beginning, their motion to reconsider on the dismissal of the 2176 charge was denied by the judge. So they're filing yet another motion to dismiss that charge after the prosecution's case. Just for that one, though, it seems, based on whatever was in the brief of the state, is what it sounds like. So it sounds like the state, or they're also objecting to the jury instructions. that are on there are requesting modified jury instructions, probably surrounding the exemption that's baked into the law, because the regular jury exemptions or instructions, as we've talked about, are you under 18? Are you in possession of what's called a dangerous weapon under the law? Kyle checks both those boxes for sure, but there's an exemption for long-barreled rifles and shotguns that does not seem to be addressed by those instructions. So, and the state says, the state's argument is that this is a jury question, not a matter of law question, which is absolutely preposterous in my opinion. But if the state wants that jury question, then they're going to get modified jury instructions clarifying, or they're going to ask for modified jury instructions clarifying that exemption.
Nick, Robert and I talked about it last night, but from what he explained, there's multiple opportunities for a motion for directed verdict, and you don't skip any one of them for any reason that I can possibly imagine. Are they going to be foreclosed from what anyone knows here for presenting a motion for directed verdict if they haven't raised it before lunch?
They can present it. They can present it at the close of evidence under Wisconsin statute 805.14. So they've got that opportunity. They can also still motion for the JNOV even after the verdict. So they've still got options on the table, and they may exercise those.
Technically, since the state has alleged that they have not closed, they still can make. I mean, they said we're not making a motion.
Right. If we reopened it, that's right.
If the state's gonna say, well, we're still not closed, and they can say, okay, well, when they close, we will motion for this. I mean, it doesn't sound like they're gonna. I think they should.
They skipped it the first time. Why would they do it why would Richards do it the second time if he didn't think to do it the first time? Is he not watching the trial and see how well he's winning?
He's gonna round out the factual record, I guess. Maybe they
that occurred to me is they may very well believe that they have, given the unlikelihood of the judge dismissing after the close of just the prosecution's case, not the lack of merit, but the realistic lack of likelihood that they have more to gain in terms of spin and how it plays in public, to let them put their case on, and not have a motion denied and have it reported that the judge denied. Again, given that reporters don't understand this for their lives, they're going to say, judge sides with prosecutors and denies motion to dismiss.
Yeah, that's actually an excellent point, Ron. I hadn't even thought of that. I'm just thinking, in normal criminal defense, like, you make the motion as a matter of course.
Right,
and
preserve
maybe
your...
Right, maybe the judge knocks it out of the park. But in the media environment we're in, that changes quite a bit. And speaking of media environments, we've got over 28,000 people watching live. Guys, that's incredible. This is a panel of great legal explainers, discussioners, conversationalists, and some people on this panel actually do real lawyer work. And I'm not talking about me, but some people do very significant stuff. All of their names are linked down in the description below. You got to check out Joe. You got to check out Legal Mindset. You got to check out Ron Coleman, Viva, Legal Bites, all of them. They all deserve many, many subscriptions. If you're into legal stuff, if you want to learn more about the law, if you want to learn about how law applies in real life rather than just in a textbook, check out everybody in the description. You just click on their name. It'll take you right to their channel page and you can subscribe.
And also, while you're here, Ricada Law is also only 5,000 subscribers away from 200K. So if you haven't subscribed and you're watching this, consider subscribing, because this is what you get with him.
And it doesn't take that much effort to smash the like button.
28,000 people, and there's a lot of people who are coming here from various sources, having now realized that there's actually a live stream of the trial and a live stream lawyers. So a lot of people who may not know any of us got here through the social medias. When I put up the tweet yesterday, Nick, someone said, who are these lawyers reacting? Or are they even lawyers, and do they have any expertise? Which indicates a new crowd watching. But as I say, we're not all criminal lawyer experts.
What is the answer?
We're not lawyers.
I just cosplay a lawyer.
I'm Canadian. I don't pretend to have any expertise in criminal law or American law. I just know I can read and understand the language.
I saw you got. I covered this on my show last night, Viva. You got called out. Someone's like, "You're Canadian," and I was like,
I start every video off with a Montreal litigator turned YouTuber, and I don't pretend to have any expertise. I go and make sense of it for myself and listen to smarter people like all of you.
Diva, you're assuming that Americans understand that level of geography.
We've been called Canada America's hat, but
that is accurate. Canada is America's hat.
One of the disclaimers I've put on I think every one of these live trial streams is this. We are not claiming to be better lawyers or better situated to make decisions in any of this case than anybody involved. What we're doing is pointing out and translating based on our training and various experiences, different sort of options that someone might have and trying to explain the process or the legal rationale behind it. That's all. We're not saying that we're making the right decisions. Our careers are not hinging on the media coverage of what happens to Kyle Rittenhouse. Our client is not on the table here. We're commenting. And it's really easy for us to Monday morning quarterback because we're not the ones with the strategy and the decision. We're also not getting paid the retainer. So we're just here commenting and trying to explain some of this stuff to you guys so that you can benefit from our overpriced educations.
For the sake of disclosure, this is, I don't know if this qualifies as a humble brag. I did represent Kyle for about 6 weeks or something. First, in connection with the civil action that was filed against him as sort of just a terrorist demonstration by some activists in the Eastern District of Wisconsin, where I happened to be admitted. Long story, but I'm not going to tell it. I ended up being rolled when Lynn Wood was at the helm, being rolled into representing Kyle in connection with defamation matters. Things began to crack up, and I withdrew from that situation. So I'm not unbiased.
And speaking of civil suits, by the way, yesterday Grosskreutz, may have sunk his civil suit. I was just thinking about it. It's something I mentioned in my video that's going to come out today, but. Before this, politics being what it is, it would not be inconceivable if the city and the feds, decide to have a hush-hush payment to Grosskreutz. Say, look, we know what went down, but we're not going to blow your cover. So here's a little money, no evidence, no trial, no nothing. And I don't think they can do that anymore. And I think Grosskreutz, as a result of his testimony, blew any chance he had at a negotiated settlement, which might have been done in quiet in the civil case.
100%.
Completely agree.
Ron, did you happen to hear about that? This happened yesterday.
Was this when that piece of video that everyone on Earth was tweeting yesterday?
No, it was
because I never look at Twitter.
It was actually before that. Yeah, yes. You've never even seen Twitter before, have you?
I'm still trying to understand.
It was actually before that piece. So in his 2 separate civil actions, they got him on the stand to say that he and his attorney omitted the fact that he was carrying a firearm.
Because the prosecutor asked. No, that was the one with why didn't the prosecution look at his phone?
Yeah,
and they told him not to. Right, that's a different point.
And then the defense on cross says, is this your civil lawsuit against the city? Is this your federal civil lawsuit? Do you read and signed this? Yes. It's like, and you don't mention your gun that you were carrying and actually had drawn in this, do you? No. It's like, oh no.
And do you think that might affect the outcome? It's like, I don't know how that works. And then he smirks.
That is the best part. Yes,
but that was also the most credible thing he said, probably on the stand.
Yeah, come on. Yep. He's like,
because the truth of it is demonstrated from that line of questioning.
Why didn't the prosecutors go after his phone? They didn't go after his phone because they knew there was damning video evidence on it.
Yes.
Presumably that he lied in his civil suit. They might have just given him a pass and say, well, here's a little money and let it go. And
right. That's become the custom is to give. Is for leftists to take over state governments, and now Biden's trying to play that with the immigrants, and just give them taxpayer money under the guise of settling lawsuits to show. I'm sorry. Yeah.
No, I was saying I represented a lot of small governments, and that was happening for decades. Even under Republicans, those settlements were happening. And once again, they'll keep it to a smaller amount, but those settlements do happen. But now there's zero air cover for it, right? Because all the eyeballs are going to be on that, and that's a matter of public record.
And
Now-
by the way, just so nobody thinks it's only an American thing, in Canada, Trudeau and the government settled with Omar Cotter, who was convicted up to no good. Nick paid him $10 million for unlawful detention and things along those lines. So
You never ever call out Trudeau.
Hey, Nate.
You paint him as a bastion of integrity. I watch your channel forever. Every time you cover Trudeau, you make him seem like he's the ideal of what a politician should be.
I have a
should
Trudeau
really cover
playlist
this
called-
sort of stuff.
I've got a playlist called Trudeau Corruption, and I've been going through all of his wonderful stories. It's
I want to welcome to the
Nate.
stream Nate the lawyer. And Ron, I have a quick question for you also.
I love quick questions.
As
How many?
someone who-
Is there anyone in this panel who has not gotten a call that started with "I have just a quick question"?
Yeah.
Which usually means a free question,
Look,
right?
It's usually some
retainer
family
check is
member or some
already-
friend.
I candygram the retainer check for. No, the question is, as someone who has been on one side of potentially representing Kyle, albeit briefly, in civil matters, if Kyle is given a full acquittal of this case, a lot of people have been asking, does he have reasonable grounds for a defamation suit?
Well, I guess you didn't see my incredibly viral thread on that yesterday, actually, on Twitter, where I opined that I don't think I think that he, as a textbook law matter, he might, but as a practical matter, it's not going to happen. There are two reasons. First of all, and the reason I did that thread was because so many people in the comments that I was following, Jack Posobiec's comments, and Nate, by the way, how you doing? I hear about you all the time from Joe. He's a big admirer of yours. People are there's an obsession with the American public, and I guess this is lawyers' fault, with X should be sued out of existence. And that almost nothing is ever sued out of existence. And certainly no government or government employee is going to be sued out of existence. What people have to hope for is that some measure of justice is achieved. And in terms of financial justice, that's almost never going to be the case. So no prosecutor, no matter, you have to reach a Richard Jewell level of smoking gun badness, which I can't say is off the table here, the deeper we go into this, but it's virtually impossible to ever get satisfaction for a wrongful prosecution. Virtually impossible. In terms of defamation, which was what your question was, also virtually impossible, because there are two things. One of them is, actually there are three. They're all related. He was charged with a capital felony. So right off the bat, you've got two different kinds of defenses. One is that we were reporting, there's the litigation privilege. We were reporting on legal areas. Now we're set. We were reporting. Did you bring for everyone, Bob?
Yeah, exactly.
We're reporting on legal proceedings. So reporting news that somebody, A. B, it was more or less accurate. Based, in other words, you would never be able to demonstrate whatchamacallit, that bad thing you have to demonstrate.
Actual malice?
Actual malice.
That thing, right.
Actual malice.
All I do is write about it 20 hours a day.
You should study some defamation, Ron.
Actually, you would never be able to prove, because I don't believe it's a real thing. You'd never be able to prove actual malice because of to the extent, by relying on what a prosecutor is telling you, forget it. Just check that. And then there's number three, which is that for right or for wrong, he's probably a defamation-proof plaintiff. He simply, so much calumny was directed at him. You couldn't have hurt his reputation any worse than was done by everyone else in the world. So are there going to be lawyers who might take up that case and try to write it for what it's worth? It may be, because there might be more that we might find out, and maybe it'll come out during the course of this of the defendant's case in the criminal matter. Any number of things might happen, but all things being equal, it's a much. So some people said to me, and Bob, you've got to close your ears here. Well, how about Nick Sandman? Isn't Nick Sandman recovered, but Nick Sandman was not charged with a capital felony. Gigantic difference. So Nick was destroyed by the media, and you might say that, well, he was, he didn't even kill anyone, self-defense or not. There's
I'm
no
going to take
comparison.
objection to that. He definitely did. He was, oh my goodness, very, very. That smug face killed everybody.
Murdered with a smirk.
It made
Murdered
you
by a
want to
smirk.
punch him. I know it made you want to punch him.
Yes, go
the
ahead,
one-
Nate. What's up?
The one thing I want to ask is that someone like because the Young Turks, they did their video and they cleaned up all their bad stuff. For instance, they said, they literally said, now I forget the kid's name, Rittenhouse chased down Rosenbaum, confronted him, and killed him. Right? That was their reporting. And that was their reporting for 14 months, even though you had the videos, even though you had anything. Right before the trial started, they cleaned that up. They said, oh, guess what? We were wrong for the 14 months. And they also said, we never looked at the video. So the video's been out there for 14 months. Never looked at the video, said we were wrong. And they said they were wrong about all the facts. So all the pertinent facts, they were false. It was false. Then they cleaned it up. And then, so now, because I had thought that there may be a defamation claim there, because obviously if you're reporting false stuff as news, but the prosecution then made that same false statement in their opening statements. So at that point, I've been telling people, I think that covers them because the prosecution literally said that same thing in their opening. So it's like,
retroactively though, Nate?
But after they said their statement, the prosecution's opening statement said the same thing that Rittenhouse chased Rosenbaum and confronted them.
I don't know though, because in order for that to work, the Young Turks would have to claim that they were relying on the allegations brought by the prosecution in their opening statement. But they made that statement before the prosecution did, so they wouldn't be able to say that.
They even made their retraction before the prosecution said it. But then the prosecution said it.
Nate, you brought it up, the state lines thing, right? Which, isn't part of the case at all, right?
Yeah.
The question would be, would not watching the video before making a statement in any realm of the universe qualify as actual malice or even neglect? If you don't view the video yourself, but you just re-report what you hear elsewhere. But Robert, we also talk about this. Is calling someone a white supremacist or a Yahtzee even sanctionable for defamation in the United States?
It should be, but it's not.
No. Yeah, no, I think the people that are at risk, as I was arguing with a GQ reporter earlier in the year, when I sued for Cassandra Fairbanks in DC, they said that saying a particular gesture is a white supremacist gesture, that is defamation. So even though saying white supremacist, racist, Nazi, basically they say that's too ambiguous, not really a factual statement sufficient that a jury could find as factual.
Which is bullshit, by the way, which is complete bullshit.
You can't prove it to be not true.
But
okay, if I say an okay, that means
they said misidentifying the okay gesture is a fact. And so there was people there are people who have done that all over the place, including some people attended to the Young Turks. But people who assume that suing for Kyle would be easy are mistaken. It would be because of the prosecutorial charges, because of the prosecutorial immunity. Suing would be very, very difficult for Kyle, even with full acquittals.
And first of all, welcome to the show, Robert Barnes. Thank you for joining us. And that's similar to what happened in Oberlin, right? They couldn't sue in Oberlin, the college and the bakery case, if everybody remembers, because they called them racist. But the statement was more precise. It was they have a history of racist acts. And so once you allege that there's a history of actions and someone says, well, theoretically, someone could put together a list of said actions and they could be tested. And in Oberlin, no one had a list of actual racist actions that they had taken. So that's one of the reasons that they had prevailed. But Robert, how's today going for Kyle Rittenhouse? And by the way, I am drinking Rittenhouse rye.
I think I only saw bits and pieces. So I just saw the part where the coroner acknowledged that he went for the gun, that Rosenbaum went for the gun by the evidence. And then saw that I guess they're not going to bring a motion for directed verdict on the top 5 counts, which, well, I generally don't do that because usually the judge is hostile to my position and he just roadmaps for the prosecution how to clean up their case. This is obviously a different case. I thought they would seek that out. So a little bit surprising because in Wisconsin, if you win on that, my understanding is it's unappealable for double jeopardy reasons. That it's considered once jeopardy attaches if a court dismisses on the substantive merits at the close of the prosecution's case. Here's the other problem. In Wisconsin, if you move to dismiss at the close of the prosecution's case and then you put on evidence, you don't get to appeal that. You only get to appeal once you put on defense. I think it's a dumb rule, but Wisconsin interprets the rule to say we can only review the whole record once the defendant testifies if you choose to put on evidence and you no longer get a chance to appeal the underlying position. So here, they had an argument. I mean, you could make a good argument that they could just rest. They could move to dismiss and then rest. They have one good expert on timing, but I mean, they got so much good out of the prosecution's own case. I do have reason to believe they really like their defense. And
that's what you were saying right before you came on, Bob. Yep.
Yeah, they intend to put Kyle on the stand, which I think is unnecessary.
Are you
and
serious?
Very, very risky.
Really?
At this point,
that's crazy.
Why?
It's a terrible idea.
Not that everyone here, it's armchair quarterback, whatever it is. Does everyone agree here that that's not a good idea? Is there anyone who thinks that is a good idea?
No. Not only do I not think it's a good idea, I think it's insanity. I think it's insanity. The case is virtually won right now.
Yes.
Yeah, I think it's the one thing. What Nate was about to say, and I just stole it from him. The one thing you could do to ruin this case is have Kyle open some door, and I think that's a big mistake. Even no matter how good he is on the stand, there's always the risk that he'll say that one thing. I don't know.
And Law Self-Defense said the same thing last night on Nick's during the live chat on Nick's show. So everyone I've talked to said he should not testify. Too much risk, especially now. Any fact he could adduce has already been adduced, and from the state's own witnesses. I mean, you couldn't have it better.
From one of the complaining witnesses, Gage Grosskreutz, he testifies that he was scared for Kyle Rittenhouse when Anthony Huber's hitting him with a skateboard because he might get head trauma, and this is an EMT that they've qualified.
You got 2 for 1 with Gabe. Because he not only said clearly Huber, he was scared about what happened to Kyle, but by Huber trying to bash him over the head with a skateboard. He, of course, then famously admitted that Kyle didn't shoot him until he pointed a gun at him. So and then you have Richie McGinnis saying, combined with the coroner's testimony today, that Rosenbaum said "F you" and grabbed the gun at the time of the shooting. So what else do you need at this point?
You need to put Kyle on the stand for the prosecutor to win. This if that happens, it's like what was like this would kill me. I don't know.
Snatching defeat from the jaws of victory. That would be.
I just tweeted out a poll, so just so that it can be abundantly clear to anybody who's watching that it would be disastrous by everyone's account. We'll see what the poll results show, but I haven't heard anybody say it's a good idea.
Twitter democracy.
The best thing I like now is watching all the left-wing streamers, Dave Patman, and all of them eat crow. Like each and every one of them have had.
What you put out, Nate, was great. Patman going bad. No, actually, really, really bad. Really bad.
Let me just raise something. Let me hypothesize here because we're all wondering how this could possibly be. Nate, general rule in criminal is the same as it is in civil, isn't it? That cross-examination can't go beyond direct.
Scope of direct, yeah.
Right.
So if you put Kyle on and say to him, was that your, I don't know, what's one of the trivial but important solitary facts? Was that, did you intend to kill anyone when you left your house? No further questions.
It opens up a lot, though. I don't know. I don't know if I want
to tell me. All right, let me hear you. Let me hear your cross. Let me hear your cross. Let me hear your cross.
On the spot. Well, now you're talking about did you intend and why did you bring a gun? Why did you bring a gun? Why did you go there? You start getting into that. Why did you do a lot of different things? And then I could.
Listen
on the spot.
This shooting from the hip. I'm just trying to imagine if they narrowed it sufficiently. Could there be a rationale? I hear what you're saying. Believe me, I'm trying to figure out why you would do that.
I'll follow up on what Robert said yesterday. Robert, yesterday on Viva Barnes Sunday night or
law.locals.com.
That's an underhanded grift.
That's branding. That is branding right there, baby.
I thought that you made a great point, which is that all of us here lean from center toward right. And those who are sitting from center toward right are looking at, was this justifiable self-defense? But those people who are sitting center toward left or far left, they're all been listening and absorbing and believing everything mainstream media has been telling them. And in their mind, it's that this is a kid who does not live in Kenosha, who came to Kenosha, in their minds brought a gun, but whatever, and to roam the streets and basically intimidate and agitate a BLM rally, which is why I think the only reason you would put Kyle on the stand, if you put him on the stand to say anything at all, is exclusively to talk about his close relationship with Kenosha historically, how he's a lifeguard there, how he's worked there, how his dad comes there, and basically tie in that he's not some random person like Gage, Antifa, roaming across the country trying to find BLM rallies so that he could express his ideology with a gun, but that he's a kid who basically is like, this is my hometown. He's sweeping up and cleaning up graffiti. And even though he doesn't technically reside there or even in the state, he resides 15 minutes away, and that this is where his heart and his roots have lied. And that's why he was in that town that night. And I think that's the only thing. And that way you're not appealing to us. It's not about self-defense, but it's about to the mindset of the left or any people who have favorable attitudes of Antifa, that they think to themselves, okay, you know what? He's not just a kid trying to agitate and start a whole problem here. He's a kid who is there because he believes in this town. So, I mean, isn't that
after he's
justifiable?
acquitted. I think you do that in a press conference after he's acquitted. I don't think you need to put him on the stand for that. And I think his lawyers or his PR team has a way to say to the media, to all of those that are upset that you thought this trial was going the other way, it's because you were told wrong facts at the beginning. And that's why you're confused now. And I think it gives them, I don't think you need to put him on the stand to risk that. I think, and I said this yesterday, I think this is a kid that's been through tremendous amounts of trauma and has sat there stone faced at this trial, holding it together. And I don't think you risk putting him on the stand. He has watched this event that he has been through over and over and over. I don't think you risk putting him up there. I think he has done everything you can ask for him. And the prosecution witnesses have built the case for self-defense, especially this ME who really just solidified the final nail, I think, for anyone who's like, well, yesterday Gage said this, where's the rest of it? Well, here it is. Here's the rest of it. You've got it. The rest has shown up. There it is. And that was the ME today.
You know what?
Hi, everybody. Good to see you.
Nick, so I'm putting your playlist in the back of my thing because in the 4 million view video. But I'm going to say this: what world do we live in where the thing is reversed? Because all of us said the ones that could be dismissed were the top charges, but then the judge is like, well, you know what? I'm going to dismiss the curfew charge and leave the other charges. It's like, what the hell happened here? How do we
Did those get I missed that. Did those get dismissed this morning?
Not quite.
No, the curfew might.
The curfew's taken under advisement because their initial it was a weird exchange where the prosecution indicated they were going to close their case, and so Richard says, well, I'm going to make a motion to dismiss the curfew charge because they never introduced evidence that it was actually a lawful order. And they're like, all right. And they're like, so the only evidence that they testified to is one detective saying there was a curfew, nothing else. And so then then the guy Binger's like, well, no, I want to bring in. Well, we'll just bring in evidence then. He's like, your case is closed. He's like, well, we didn't close yet. So now the judge put himself in a pickle, and he's going to review the lawfulness of the order because apparently a higher court has already deemed the curfew order that night allegedly unlawful. I don't know the facts surrounding that, but that's what was stated in court.
It was another circuit court in Kenosha ruled that.
Oh, so not a higher court, but an equal level court.
Yep.
The prosecution looked like they were clawing on to evidence today in their redirects. It looked like they were just grasping on. And at some point, like I say this in a lot of the cases I cover, when everyone says you're dead, it's time to lie down, which is a Real Housewives quote. But I think that needed to happen here. The prosecution needed to say there's nothing more.
I know. For the benefit of anybody who doesn't know criminal law, Nate, Barnes, Ron, the extent of any cross-examination, let's just hypothetically say they get Kyle on to testify only for that which Good Logic was talking about. I mean, what are the limits to the cross-examination that it relates directly, tangentially to testimony that has already been adduced?
I want to interject real quick.
Adduced by that witness on direct.
The scope of direct.
With this judge, I don't think they get that objection, though. This judge has been very permissive on cross. He's been very permissive on redirect and recross.
But there's a Fifth Amendment issue if it's the defendant himself on the stand. You've got to, you cannot be, we have a general principle, right? That this is that a trial is a truth-seeking enterprise. Fifth Amendment changes it when the witness is when the defendant is on the stand, especially if it's an artificially cabined. And this is something I just completely made up. But if you come up with this.
That's how lawyering works.
If you come up,
tell everybody. What does Google say?
No
Emily,
further questions.
Emily, have you ever seen them just read police reports and other prior statements into the record like this?
Look, I wish I had seen a trial like this as a new prosecutor, because I would have been like, why am I trying so hard? If this is the standard, why am I up till 4 a.m. and waking up again at 6 a.m. and then putting on makeup so that a jury, but why am I bothering with all of this? Because I'm shocked by the way they're just kind of ramrodding in evidence without foundation. And it says a lot to how strong the defense believes their case is when they're just like, we're not even going to bother, because the prosecution has started to look a bit desperate, and they don't look like they're in control of the courtroom, which loses your jury. Even if the jury was close on this evidence, I think they've lost trust in the prosecution guiding them. Even when they were doing that demonstration and the judge is like, that doesn't look like 4 feet. Like, you have to be right. And I know Alita was saying it.
Yep.
You have to be right on those things. And as a prosecutor, you don't start to make up demonstrations. I've never seen it go well. I've only seen it go badly for the prosecution. So,
Emily, is it possible that there were stipulations, though?
Could you please put the gloves on, OJ? You mean those?
Look, as a young DA in LA, we did a week of training on the OJ case with the OJ prosecutors. So I had the benefit of getting to ask those questions and have that training as a young prosecutor about the decisions that were being made, the effect of the media on the DAs, what it was like having their kids escorted to school because they were under constant threat during that trial. We had those conversations. And I think one of the big takeaways is you can't get swept up in the moment when it comes to demonstration. You can ask the question, but even then you need to have some idea where it's going. And if
the other thing is, if your witness goes south, everybody, don't do this.
Right. Yes,
yes. The memes. The memes
are amazing.
No, but that was as bad of a moment as Joe Biden like clutching himself when he's on stage and
doing
just
his
to address
Beavis
the chat. Nobody farted, by the way. It's my chair. If you heard me.
Sure. I've heard that excuse before, Diva.
Thank you. Viva Smallwell.
Likely story.
Just own it.
Nobody farted, people.
I think that's so fascinating. In California, they do OJ, because in New York, they do the Central Park 5.
Well, in LA, because I don't think they do it everywhere, but in LA, I mean, that was the LA County District Attorney's Office did this case. It was nice to be able to have training top to bottom of what the case was. And then as a law clerk, I worked in an evidence locker because they had like squared out some desks in an evidence storage. So the evidence boxes for the OJ case were.
I was raised in an evidence locker.
So
where we were.
That's dark.
But back to
it was very
making faces. Back to making faces and the memes and whatnot. I got a question from someone asking you guys whether you guys think that the prosecution or the defense, if anybody has had a chance to see any of these memes or these videos that people have been creating. I don't think so. I think they're all very, very busy with their heads in their papers and
there's no way. There's no way you
absolutely. You might not want to look at it, but they have.
I'm sure.
I don't think.
Why do you think the prosecution guy was on his phone? I mean, he was on his phone. We saw him during.
And that's why he's still there.
I will bet you anything that they've seen, that all of them have seen that clip. That, by the way, great job, Viva.
Well, their moms might have
Viva,
that went viral. That was an awesome job by you, Viva.
Copyright
no one credits
infringer
you.
from Canada.
So how many views does that clip have now? 3 million?
The clip
4
is
million?
Somewhere around 3 million.
It's over. It's like 3.3 the last time I checked. I sent it. I tweeted it the first time where I put the tags in the original tweet. Then I realized I tagged the wrong legal mindset. So then I retweeted it. But then I realized I didn't put the tags in the tweet. But then it's already been retweeted a bunch. So I was like, okay, well, I'll put it in the next in the response, and I still tagged the wrong.
There goes your retirement, huh?
Yeah.
But,
I
rectified
not
it.
using I rectified it after it went viral. It
Oh,
was fine. Thanks.
I also think mistakes happen for a reason. Maybe it would have been less appealing to retweet if it had a bunch of tags in it. So once it hit Megyn Kelly, Defiant L's retweeted it. So
it's great.
I have people that I haven't spoken.
On Reddit.
Yeah, I have people that I haven't heard from since high school that are messaging me through Facebook like, "Hey, I was scrolling through Reddit and I saw you on there. You're famous. I know you. This is weird."
I love that the high school people have come out of the woodwork.
Oh God!
You always know that's when something's gone really viral.
I didn't go to the reunion for a reason.
It's the literal tide that lifts all ships in this, and it's an amazing thing what has happened, and that 30,000 people are watching this. Actually, I just tweeted that out to see if we can get to 30,000 now. It's an amazing thing.
No, it's crazy how much of a weird market there is for this, because
because none of us is getting paid.
For facts, people want to hear what's actually happening.
Right.
In court
Wait a minute.
without it being spun.
That's what's weird.
Facts and jokes. That's it. That's all that's here. Facts, jokes.
Facts and jokes. We're crushing.
That's what America wants.
We're crushing.
Give the people what they want.
We're crushing PBS. We're crushing Washington Post, ABC. We're crushing all of them because people look. We're not all criminal defense attorneys who have all done self-defense claims or whatever. It doesn't really matter. You've got a level of expertise that you cannot find anywhere else in mainstream media, because even your like CNN legal correspondent is going to be some poor sap fresh out of law school who's their whole job is to read Supreme Court opinions in 8 minutes.
Right?
Well, or my old buddy Dan Abrams, who got Russiagate wrong and hasn't tried a real case in about 20 years, Dan. So I mean, a lot of lawyers. The old saying, if you don't do, you teach. Well, actually, if you don't do, you go on CNN. I mean, these people are just not good at their job.
Barnes,
they're also not
if you don't
or
do, you YouTube it.
Did a judge
I'm owning it. I own it right now.
own it. Did the judge pull out Tubin? He was like,
I'm done. Now I YouTube. I am done. I am done. And now YouTube.
I'll tell you. I think the number one value-added thing to this format is the fact that you don't block the comments. You don't ignore the chat. In fact, you use the chat to gain aggregate knowledge in real time of the internet, and it's beautiful. You go to like other live streams, they've disabled chat. The people on CNN do not engage with the lowly people, whereas by tapping into that aggregate knowledge, we actually learn and react faster in real time than the people in the courtroom. It's
what I also love about the chat is it gives you an understanding of what maybe we're not breaking down enough to help people understand what's happening in court, because we all have a certain amount of legal knowledge. These people are like, wait, what is a directed verdict? And I'm like, we'll talk about this again, because you say it enough, but we understand, but making sure that the chat understands, I think, is what makes law more accessible, and why people can now understand why the reporting is not necessarily accurate, because even the clip you shared, the reporting on it, that was not their main takeaway from the day yesterday.
Also, where else can you go and get trolled by someone named Limprist, as I currently am?
That's fair. That's also fair.
No, I'm practicing to be a legal analyst on CNN right now, so that's why I'm working with the camera, making sure I know when it's on, when it's off.
Oh,
no, Tubin thought he had muted the video, as he said in multiple interviews. He was like, I thought I had muted the video.
But not turn off the cam.
So that's a great meeting transition. How do you go from muting video? I'm gonna masturbate now. I mean,
because he was on a FaceTime call.
Great video, right? Come on.
I covered this. YouTube totally throttled it, but I covered this. He was on a FaceTime call with somebody who he had an arrangement with for that type of a call that he was squeezing in the break of his business meeting.
Oh. I don't want to see the fursuit and diapers that were on the other end of that call. That's what I'm saying. No.
I hope this break is going to end soon.
Can I ask you guys to discuss? I think this is something that the public might want to know about, and we have a really good panel here to address this. The whole doxing thing that's going on with this nephew of Floyd and the ramifications.
Can you explain what happened? I haven't seen that.
Yes, let me explain what happened today in court. So yesterday there was an allegation from the nephew of George Floyd, or the day before, the night before, that jurors were being filmed and that they needed to produce a verdict that was the same as Chauvin, otherwise they would be doxxed and harassed. Was sort of this video's theme. Now today, last night, we saw them go into chambers with the judge at the end of the show. And then it looked like today the judge addressed that what they were talking about was that, and that there was a video taken of them being picked up by a bus. So the jurors are probably go park at some off-site location that is away, that is somewhat secret. Someone saw them getting into the bus, and then that was addressed. That footage has apparently been obtained and destroyed. And if it's done again, there will be repercussions. However, the judge is still permitting people to take video in court, or not to have their cell phones in court, which is still, that blows my mind.
That blows me away.
Yeah.
Do not fuck with the jury. Like, this is
Don't
how
do
our
it.
system works. And
But if
you
you ask
Picked
them
up by the
nicely,
FBI.
they won't use their cell phones.
if you screw with a jury in a case like this, you're not going to get good and reasonable citizens to ever serve on a jury. And what we need is people without an agenda who are from the locality to still serve on juries.
Emily,
and
that
you're
might
going
be
to get
the
a
feature.
mistrial.
That might be the feature, not the bug, though. That might be the long
That's
term.
true.
Yeah, his
Destroy
agenda
the rule of
is
law.
to get only leftists on the jury. That's his agenda.
But that might be the plan, though, to try to get a mistrial here, because everybody knows Kyle was winning this, right? So
Yep. I mean, he's if he's not winning, I don't know what winning is.
But the question is, would the prosecution actually choose to bring it again if there's a mistrial? That's another question.
Oh God!
Does Binger want to go
can't
through this
imagine.
again?
Nah.
That's no mistrial is a loss. That's a loss that's a big loss. for
Yeah.
Kyle.
Yeah.
That
Yeah.
cannot
For
happen.
Kyle.
Yeah, it gives them the prosecution a chance to fix up all their ridiculous mistakes, to maybe get hire lawyers to try the case.
But they
you
could
think
use
that
the
they
negative
would bring it
testimony from the state in the second trial, assuming that there was a second
Yeah,
trial.
but
they could use
that is
this
but that's
testimony all over again.
but it's clunky. It's clunky. You have to you have to they're going to say they're improved and polished testimony, and then you impeach them with it. It's not. There's no comparison.
Of course.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, if I casually duck out at some point in the near future, thank you all very much, and I'll try to pop back in a little later today. if possible.
Same. Thank you
One-
for saying it, David, because I will have to too.
One last thing they did at the break was they dismissed the evidence, the testimony of the FBI agent. That whole thing is gone.
Strike
That's
it.
what they're talking about now.
And then I had indicated before, state would reopen the case on forfeiture actions and we have evidence on it.
We already stand on the record as it's currently constituted, Your Honor.
All right. I think the evidence.
Does that say it's Scarface in the? Great.
Police officer that there was a curfew in effect, and that's the extent of it.
Yes. I don't believe that that's sufficient.
It's not. A motion is granted.
Oh, so the curfew charge is gone. Granted, the motion to dismiss that.
Anything else before we start?
So as I said, he gave them the chance to come up with something. They had nothing.
Nicholas.
Now it's dismissed on the merits.
Mr. Binger has informed me that, I guess I can let him tell you this, but that he has 2 juvenile adjudications. The year, can you tell me the years?
That's a huge moment. Like, in all honesty, but
yeah,
in my opinion. But
So
for the
I don't know
media.
how last.
He would have been 16. He is now 23.
So they're talking about the defense first witness.
Hand me the.
There have been other criminal cases since then. There were 3 or 4 pending criminal cases that were resolved with pleas, one to disorderly conduct and one to violation of a temporary restraining order. That was from April of 2016. And then in May of this year, both of those adult convictions were expunged.
So you can violate a temporary restraining order because it's still a restraining order.
All depends on who you talk to there.
But is this for purposes? This is for purposes of impeaching his character.
I think so.
Yeah.
Which you can do when there has been a criminal conviction. One of the few examples where where a witness can be impeached based on who he is, unrelated to the actual testimony or to a prior inconsistent statement.
And the jury is not in the courtroom yet, to be clear to the audience.
Yeah.
But usually juvenile convictions are not you're not allowed to
Impeachable.
impeach with those. Yeah.
Yep. And this
And
is
they're
when
stale,
juries
too.
are out and they're like, what took so long at lunch? This is the kind of stuff that takes so long at lunch. But that was a quick lunch.
Yeah, they came back a little
tri-
early.
Trial day lunches are quick lunches.
I think they came back a little early to deal with the motion. To dismiss
I don't think
the
I ever
curfew.
ate lunch when I was in trial. I was always either getting witnesses lined up and ready or interviewing people for the trial that was behind it.
I always took a nap during the break.
Real quick to the chat. You guys are saying shush. We can barely hear the courtroom. The courtroom's volume isn't actually very loud right now. No one's talking into their microphones. It's that's kind of how it's going.
But don't they come here to hear the commentary though? It's like,
And Nick is
really,
going to unleash in about 30 seconds. Nick is going to unleash. If you want to just hear the audio, go to Law and Crime and don't come here for the commentary.
Do it raw.
Yeah, leave. You won't get this on Law and Crime. You'll hear boring testimony and you'll want to Rittenhouse yourself, but you won't get that. And by that I mean you'll have to go to trial. I do not mean no. He is still alive. He's fine.
And bottom line, you'll watch it without commentary, and you won't necessarily understand what is actually going on. And then
You'd
you
be
have
like,
to
why
click
are they
back.
all sitting there?
Whereas we don't understand it, but we are talking, and that's a gigantic difference.
Those who don't understand become lawyers.
There you go.
I'm joking.
I was positive you were going to say judges. But I
before
was going to be very offended.
Before this testimony starts, I'm going to run to the bathroom. I'll be right back.
And this is the part of law that even as a law student, you don't fully grasp, is that there will be time to look these things up. There will be time to figure these things out. There will be conversation. It doesn't move as fast as you think. And good lawyers are good researchers, and that matters. I always had tons of notes. And now it's hard when my kid's like, why do I have to memorize all these equations? Why can't I write them on a paper and refer back to them? I'm like, you're right. It's dumb.
Does anybody know the blonde woman who's sitting in front of the witness on the right-hand side? Is she a clerk or is she a stenographer?
I haven't been able to tell if she's the clerk or the court reporter.
I just noticed that her face during that court report. Okay, so during the that bombshell moment from yesterday, everyone's face in that clip was priceless, including the lawyer.
It would make sense that she's the court reporter based on where she's sitting, because they're normally sitting closer to the witness box.
Okay.
Did she swear someone in?
Yes.
Then she's probably the clerk.
Yeah.
Because the court
she'd be the clerk then. Yeah, you're right.
doesn't
Yeah, she
swear
swore somebody
people
in.
Well,
It's
I
funny
guess
when.
sometimes.
Go ahead, Robert.
Did you want to say anything?
You can't swear them in and record it at the same time, though.
So the question is, have you ever been
Or can you?
delinquent, not convicted of a crime, right? Right. Okay. All right. Just so,
So they're going over what question is allowed.
and that's the only thing you answer is that number. Okay, ready to go? I am ready. Okay.
These lawyers have worked respectfully together this whole trial. You have seen them work pretty well together.
Chat is saying we just hit 30,000, or Nick did.
Which come down.
Congratulations, Nick.
What is
They're all
that, 10
standing for the
court
jury to
TVs?
come in.
It happens when he's in the bathroom. He was the 30,000th.
He's watching from there. So they all stand for the jury to come in. Everyone in the audience stands for the jury to come in. And that's how you know when the jury's coming in, because everybody stands up.
The judge reminds me of an actor, and I have to remember which one. It's not Robert Duvall.
It's interesting. In the Theranos case, she stands up and turns around and like eyeballs down the jury every day as they walk into the courtroom. And not all jurors appreciate that. It's off-putting.
Nick, when you were gone.
Sociopathic behavior, yeah.
It's a very tricky
you know,
question to
Elizabeth Holmes.
decide what to do, whether to make eye contact, what's a little eye contact, what looks like you're afraid to make eye contact.
Yep.
What you can say confidently is that whatever you deduce from my contact, you're wrong.
What's up, Viva? What happened while I was gone?
You broke the 30,000 live viewer barrier.
That's on you, chat. Thank you. It's your fault, chat. So
y'all
this
should
goes
subscribe
south.
to Nick. Let's get him to 200K. He's gonna have to drink that whole new bottle of whiskey.
Whoa, Phoenix Ammunition says, thank you guys very, very much for the stream and the commentary. Do you legal Eagles? Oh, don't do that, Russ. Think the defense will call a use of force or firearms expert to the stand. Some of the firearm-related terminology and testimony is awful.
All right.
John Black is those things, but his testimony may be limited
things,
in those
first off,
regards. We'll see. We'll see.
He's letting the jury know what's going to be
There was
stricken.
testimony given by Brandon Craven, an employee of the FBI, which was incomplete. It was interrupted, and because it was interrupted, it wasn't heard in full, and for that reason, I'm going to strike all of that testimony, and you must disregard that entirely. Any question about that?
How do you
Okay.
just
Number two.
No, he's
something
not
from your
guilty anyway,
brain?
so he's not guilty anyway. So why are we even worried about it?
The chat's saying the judge looks like Jeffrey
the
Tambor. Does
information.
that help, Viva?
Accuse the defendant of
No, he's not
violation
Jeffrey
of
Tambor.
curfew, and that case is no longer part of the action here. So the information remains with six.
No, Justice Breyer is Jeffrey Tambor, in my opinion.
But the
That's fair.
second count of curfew violation is no longer part of the contest here. Okay. Thank
You
you,
should instruct
Mr.
them to
Binger.
not consider a curfew violation in their decision.
its case.
Okay, thank you.
State
Mr.
rested his case.
Sir Officer, the defense.
Yes, Your Honor, we would call Nicholas Smith.
Here we go, baby.
This is the former Car Source employee, I believe, who was also there that night. He was the guy in the hat, like with the cross on it.
A cross.
Yeah,
How
she's got to be the
alt-right.
clerk because she's swearing them in.
Yeah, see.
If you look at her reactions sometimes, they are classic. Like yesterday, her eyes popped up when the guy said correct. He was, oh my
Sir,
God.
would you please state your name and spell it slowly for Madam
Nicholas Smith, N-I-C-H.
I always loved getting the court clerk
A-S,
and court
Smith,
staff's reactions to witnesses
S-M-I-T,
when I was in trial.
T-H.
It was always very helpful.
And Mr. Smith, I'm not looking for your specific physical address, but where do you live?
Here in Kenosha,
And how old are you right now?
23.
Have
Please
you
don't dox yourself on
ever been
television.
adjudicated delinquent?
Yes, I believe.
How many times?
What does that mean? Can you clarify what that means?
It's already
Means-
being messed up.
It means more than once. The way you've answered it now.
One, I believe, as a delinquent.
If I told you it was two,
It might be.
okay.
The defense
Now,
started off shaky
Are you
already.
currently
What's going
employed,
on?
Yes,
and what kind of work do you?
I work at a factory.
Right? And if I could, are you familiar with a business called Car Source?
Yes, I am.
And how are you familiar with that business?
I worked for them.
You worked for them?
Yes, I worked for Car Source, and I've known the owners for 10 years.
And who are the owners?
Sam, Sal, their dad, their mom, and
And do you remember when you worked for them specifically?
2018 to 2019.
So you worked for them 2018 to 2019, but you've known them for about a decade?
Close to a decade, yes.
And what I want to do, if I can, is direct your attention to August 24th of 2020. Okay?
Okay.
So that would be the day prior to the shootings involving Mr. Rittenhouse.
Yes.
On that day, did you have any contact at all with anybody from Car Source?
Yes, I did.
And who was that contact with?
Sam.
Okay. Can you explain to the jury what that contact was?
The night of the 24th, I received a phone call from Sam stating that his car doctor was on fire and asked if we could do anything.
Okay, now I'm going to show you.
By the way,
What's a car doctor?
It was another business in a different town, but
thank
that
you.
that guy testified that they didn't ask anybody to defend the business. Now they're
If I said to you, the
impeaching
car
it.
doctor has been
Thank you.
previously pointed out as this car source right here between 59th and 60th. Is that fair?
Correct.
Okay, and that is what is commonly known to you as the car doctor.
Correct.
All right. And you had said that Sam had asked you for your assistance.
Me and one other.
Do you know who that was?
One other person?
Yeah.
Yes, that was Justin Hamilton.
And to your knowledge, did Mr. Hamilton, had he worked for CarSource in the past?
For 10 years, yes.
And on the 24th, what were you asked to do?
Sam had asked if we could do anything about the fires. Asked both of us.
And did you?
Yes.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you did?
Approximately around 9 o'clock, I'd received a phone call from Sam stating that car doctor was on fire and asked if we could do anything. And then not too long after, I received a phone call from Justin stating that he was going to car doctor to put out the fires. When they arrived, Justin and his son, Austin, who was a previous employer for CarSource as well, when they arrived, we called Sam, and Sam had said that the body shop door, garage door, was unlocked, and to gain entry so that we could access the power washers and the buckets with inside CarSource so that we could put out the fires.
So was Sam, he wasn't down there with you, is that fair?
No, he was not.
Okay. He just had given you guys information as to what he was hoping that you would do.
Correct.
And the information as to, well, I'll ask it to you this way. Was the car doctor building locked?
No, the front door was, but the back door was not. The body shop door.
And did you gain access then to the shop?
Correct. He gave us permission.
And what did you do upon gaining?
We turned on the lights inside the building so that we could locate the power washer and all the buckets. And we proceeded to unlock the front door and put out the fires. And we had numerous amounts of bystanders help us as well that were also helping us put out the fires.
Now, on the 24th, was there anybody there physically protecting the business?
No.
And when you got there, what was the condition? I'll ask you, were there fires going on at that point or
yes.
not? And that was at the car doctor location?
Correct.
So were you able then to combat the fires, deal with those fires?
Correct.
Okay. At any point on the 24th, did you see anybody associated with CarSource or car doctor down there?
In the morning of the 24th, yes.
Morning of the 24th or the 25th?
Not at that night, no, I did not. The morning of the 25th, I did. Sorry.
So 24th, you're putting out the fires.
Correct.
You then go home at some point?
Correct.
What time do you think you left the car doctor?
1 a.m. Around 1 a.m. Anywhere between 12 a.m. and 2 a.m.
Now, if I can ask you about the 25th. On the 25th, do you have any contact with anybody from CarSource?
Yes, I do.
And who is that?
Sam.
And how do you have contact with Sam?
He calls me in the morning of the 25th asking if I could provide assistance to watch over the building later in that night. He called me and Justin Hamilton.
So at that point, he's not asking you to, if I have this right, he's not asking you to put out fires. He's asking for help protecting the business. Is that what
Correct.
you said? And how do you respond to that?
I say yes. I can help him. I can watch over the building.
And have you at that point kind of formulated a plan on what you're going to do?
Yes.
And what's that plan?
I had called my other friends who also had previously worked there, and our plan was we were going to set up on the roof and stay there with my wife.
Hearsay objection.
And when you say that you had talked to or were planning on talking to your friends, who were they?
Austin Hamilton, Colin Doherty, and Justin Hamilton.
And did you have contact with those people at some point on the 25th?
Correct.
I'll ask it this way. What time did you get the call from Sam?
Early in the morning, anywhere between 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. Not 10 p.m., 10 a.m.
And what time do you think you had contact with or spoke to the Hamiltons, the people that you were talking about?
Around 11 a.m. They first called me, and then I called Colin. And that
This
was
does
around
mean that
11 a.m.
Sam. This does mean that Sam was evasive for
After
obvious
11
reasons.
a.m., is it fair to say that you believe you have like a plan in your head and people to help you with that plan?
Correct.
After 11 a.m., is there anything else, or is there something that happens that puts you in contact with anybody else that ends up there that night?
Yes.
And who is that?
Dominic Black.
And can you tell the jury what that contact with Mr. Black was?
I had noticed Dominic Black around the afternoon, 3 or 4 p.m. He was downtown, and I needed somebody to give me a ride to go buy some body armor because I had not planned on being armed that night. And he said he would give me a ride, and Kyle was with him. They came to my house around 4 p.m., 3 or 4 p.m. in that afternoon, picked me up, and I do not remember exactly what transpired after that, but Kyle ended up lending me his body armor and dropping me off, and they asked where I was going.
Okay, I'm going to slow you down for a second.
Correct.
Okay. So you had said that you saw a Snapchat.
Correct.
I'm not familiar with Snapchat, but so it's like a video or something?
Yes, correct. I saw a Snapchat video of Dominic downtown, Kenosha.
You then, from that Snapchat, reached back out to him?
Correct. I reached out to Dominic.
And you had mentioned that you were looking for or wanted some body armor, right?
Correct.
And that, you tell me what you wanted that for.
I had not planned on being armed, and I wanted a means of protecting myself. And body armor was the next best suit for it.
Now, you had said that you didn't plan on being armed. Was there a particular reason that you didn't plan on being armed?
We planned on being on the roof, and I see no reason that I was going to need to be armed.
Based on your location?
Correct. We were going to be on the roof. I did not foresee myself needing a firearm or having any confrontation with anyone needing to have a firearm.
And you had said that, if I have it right, that Kyle Rittenhouse then had offered you his body armor.
Correct.
So did you accept that?
Yes, I did.
So to your knowledge, and if you know,
Interesting.
Did Mr. Rittenhouse say
Very
anything
interesting.
that would lead you to believe that he had he had two sets of body armor or anything else?
No, he did not.
So what time, so you go down to Car Source, right?
Correct.
And who do you go there with on the 25th?
Myself at first, and then I ended up meeting Kyle and Dominic there after I left my house about 15 minutes. I had arrived at Car Source, and they met me there within 10, 15 minutes of being there.
And was that a planned kind of location meeting?
Yes.
Were you aware whether or not Mr. Rittenhouse and or Mr. Black had spoken to anybody from Car Source earlier that morning?
I was not aware.
So you, if I have this right, you're there about 4 o'clock.
I arrived there, I would say 5 o'clock. We went to go get the body armor around 4 o'clock.
So and which Car Source do you arrive at?
59th Street location, Car Doctor.
And you said shortly thereafter, Mr. Rittenhouse and Mr. Black arrive?
Correct.
And what do you do? What happens then?
I meet with the owner of Car Source, Sam, and tell him what's going to be going on.
So at about 5-ish on
Yeah.
the 25th, you have contact with the person you know to be Sam.
Correct.
And that is at the 59th Street Car Doctor location?
Correct.
And When you get there and you see Sam, what does he do?
Gives me a hug and tells me thank you for coming.
He didn't tell you at any point to get off that property?
No, he did not.
He didn't tell you that you were trespassing or anything like that?
No, he did not.
One of those alienating.
Was there any conversation that you had with Sam relating to any type of payment, or were you doing this for free, or how is this going to happen?
When I had arrived at the location, he said he would throw me some money to split between the guys that were helping us.
Oh.
No, he did not.
That's new information.
So you hug Sam, you talk to him for a little bit. Does he
cuddle Sam?
What does he do, if anything, in terms of helping you guys with buildings and things like that? Getting into buildings, anything like that?
He gives me a set of keys to the 59th Street location.
Liability is going up.
So that's
for
the car
source
doctor
people.
location?
Car doctor, yes, correct.
Yep.
Sam is
Sleazy
hoping
car
for
people,
acquittal.
that's a first.
So you can go in?
Correct. Well, he had actually, we talked briefly, and then he said he was actually heading home. And then his brother Sal would give us a ride over to the 63rd Street location because he was locking up, and that his brother Sal would give me the keys.
The
And
insurance
did
company's
you end up
watching this
meeting
hard.
up with his brother Sal?
Correct. His brother was there.
Rip.
And did his brother Sal then give you the keys?
Correct.
Yeah.
That's over.
You had testified.
It's Sal. I mean, his name is
There it
Sal.
is.
Come on.
You had a
Sal.
plan to be on the.
Yeah.
I guess they didn't use tires to climb onto the roof.
How were you planning on getting up there?
A ladder.
And where was, if you know,
A
how did you
grappling
know
hook.
that there was a ladder there?
I had previously worked there and knew there were ladders, and Sam had also showed me where the ladders were at the car doctor.
And when you say Sam showed you where the ladders were, do you mean on the 25th?
Yes, correct.
So you then make contact with Sal.
Correct.
And are there other people there to help you protect the car doctor?
Not at the moment. When we had arrived at 63rd Street location, we'd stood around for about 10 minutes, and that's when another group of individuals in their cars had pulled up and asked if we needed any assistance that night.
And what did you say?
I said if they want to, we'd appreciate it.
Okay. Did you know who they were before they got there?
No, I did not.
Do you know the names of any of those people today?
I know one of the names,
And who is that?
Ryan Belch.
And to be fair, at the 59th Street car source, Dominic Black is armed. Is that right?
Correct.
And Mr. Rittenhouse is armed as well?
Correct.
Mr. Balch?
Correct.
Okay. So how long are you at the car doctor, before Sal leaves?
We were not at car doctor when these people arrived. He'd given us a ride from car doctor to the 63rd Street location, and that's where we met these people. And then
Okay, hold on. Sal gave who a ride?
me, Dominic, and Kyle.
Oh,
We were waiting for Justin, Colin, and Austin to get there.
And Sal, do you remember the car he gave you? Do you remember the make of car he gave you a ride in?
It was either a Mercedes or a BMW.
And
Wow.
went
It's fancy
from
in German.
down to 59.
No, 59 to 63rd.
Now there has been this jury has seen a photograph.
Correct.
Where was that photograph taken?
63rd.
Okay. That's very
Sal and Sam are hoping for an acquittal more than anything on earth right now, so that it's justified.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. They're applying for their Antiguan citizenship right now.
The acquittal, though, just means beyond a reasonable doubt. That doesn't mean they'll get past the
Yes, I am.
preponderance of evidence.
And
So.
No,
which
it's
one
true.
of those people is you?
I'm the one wearing the red cross on the helmet, the white helmet.
Okay, so you're fourth from the right.
Correct.
Okay, and there's been testimony that the guy on the far left is Sal. Is that right?
That is correct.
Sal is done.
Yep.
After that,
Comparing this witness's testimony
Sal
to the
ever
previous, the
tells you-
performance is night
I
and
want
day.
you to leave here. I don't want you here. You're causing problems. Anything? Does he say anything that
No.
would indicate he doesn't want your presence?
No, he was very grateful for our presence.
So what happens?
Let's see how this plays out on cross.
Sal,
The insurance
see.
company's already
Can you tell
calling.
me
Yeah.
where-
Who the hell is Sal?
Yes. Actually, shortly after Sam had left, another group of Latino Americans had arrived in the parking lot with a melee weapon.
Latino American.
Telling us
Latinx.
to watch that location.
Let's get it right.
And after that, we'd have made our, we'd walk down to 59th Street location to meet up with Austin, Justin, and Colin.
And when you get to the 59th Street location, who's with you?
Ryan Belsh, two of his friends. It was either 2 or 3 of his friends. Colin, Dominic, Kyle, Justin, and Austin.
And are there, for lack of a better term, kind of locations that people are going to kind of be at for the night?
Correct.
And what is your location going to be?
The roof.
And if you know, do you know what Kyle's location is going to be?
Did not state where he was going to be.
I'll ask it to you this way. Was he on the roof with you?
No.
At some point when you're on the roof, do the protesters, rioters, whatever, do they move? Are they starting to move south down Sheridan Road?
That is correct.
And about what time is that?
They'd previously done it before I went on the roof as well. Around, I would say 8:30.
And at that point, are you on the roof?
I am not on the roof at that point, no.
Once they start moving south on Sheridan, do you take a position on the roof?
After they dissipate, within 10 minutes, I do take position on the roof, yes.
And while you're on the roof, does anything happen to you?
Yes, our group, we get chemical bombed from the protesters.
And when you say chemical bombed, can you just explain kind of what you believe that means?
I believe it was an ammonia and bleach bomb they made inside of a plastic bottle and threw it up on the roof.
Now, to be fair, you didn't see who did that, right?
No, I did not see who did that.
And anything else that was happening to you while you were on the roof other than the ammonium?
Bricks. They were throwing bricks at us.
And again, to be fair, you're not sure who that was.
No, I am not.
You might not have known that night, but there was a gentleman there by the name of Joseph Rosenbaum.
Correct.
That night, did you see him?
No, I did not. I was not paying attention.
So there was no contact between you and Mr. Rosenbaum?
No, there was not.
Did you see Mr. Rittenhouse that evening?
Yes, I did.
And can you describe what, if anything, you noticed that he was doing?
He was standing in the parking lot.
Okay. There's been testimony about him repeatedly yelling medic, medic, medic throughout the evening. Did you ever see him do anything as it relates to being a medic?
I do not know. I was not paying attention.
Okay. Do you have any medical training?
Some.
Okay. Is that in part the reason for the
Correct.
cross on the hat? And can you just briefly tell us a little bit about your medical training?
My brother, who was an infantryman in the Marine Corps, has taught me CLS, combat life saving, which is yes, ma'am. My brother, who was in the infantry in the Marine Corps, had taught me CLS, combat life saving, and taught me briefly on what to do with gunshot wounds, lacerations, and things like that.
Was there at any point that evening, sir, did you become armed?
Yes, I did.
And when was that?
When the first crowd had pushed toward us, when the police had pushed the first crowd down Sheridan Road, Ryan Belsh handed me off his pistol and said, just in case.
And did you feel at that point that it was necessary or not?
Yes and no.
Okay. I'll let you explain it.
Yes, because there was a massive amount of people. I would say anywhere between 150 to 250 people. No, because I didn't see any need to have any. I had non-lethal.
Was your location a factor in that at all?
Yes, it was. I was on the ground at that point.
Okay. Did you then move back up to the roof?
I had not moved up to the roof yet. That was when I had moved up to the roof when the crowd had pushed towards us, the people that were going to be on the roof had at that time figured this is a good time to go on the roof because the crowd had dissipated and pushed themselves back towards the courthouse. And that's when we went on the roof.
And do you, when you're on the roof, there's been videos shown, do you see Kyle Rittenhouse at any point after you go back up on the roof?
On the roof, a couple times throughout the night, I see him walking around.
Okay, so you see him, if this is fair, has he left your location and is he moving from location to location?
Correct.
At some point that evening, then, do you hear what you believe to be gunshots?
That is correct.
Right, and when you hear those, where are you?
I am on the roof.
And so, to be fair, you don't see what had happened. Is that right?
No, I do not.
And there's been testimony regarding two instances, one involving Mr. Rosenbaum, the other involving Mr. Huber and Mr. Grosskreutz. Do you see either one of those happenings?
No, I do not.
Is there a time? Well, let me ask you this: when you hear the shooting, do you get off the roof?
I get off the roof because Dominic had received a phone call. At the time, I had not known we received a phone call from, and he had stated that we have to leave. It is getting hectic. And the prior events that just occurred, gunshots, we all concluded that that was a safe bet, that it was getting crazy. So everybody that was on the roof had now got off the roof.
So when you get off the roof, do you see Kyle Rittenhouse?
Yes, I do.
And where do you see him?
Inside the shop, sitting down.
And how does he look to you?
Sweating, pale.
Does he say anything?
He repeats, I just shot someone, over and over. And I believe at some point he did say he had to shoot someone.
What happens then?
I tell him to walk outside and turn himself in. That was a safe bet for him. And I told him to walk outside, and he had said I had to shoot someone. And at that point, I'd left the location because I was in fear that the protesters were going to come to that location.
Excellent.
Okay, one moment.
Yeah, that's a good detail to the bad fact that he says I shot him and may not have had to, but now he knows he's in more danger.
And the fear of the
I don't
protesters
have any other
and how,
questions for you.
how potentially dangerous they are.
Yeah.
By the way, this is an exception to hearsay, and they're excited audiences.
Yes.
Uh,
A present tense
statement by
impression.
Yeah,
Present
present
tense
tense impression.
Yeah.
Did they just finish with
it
him? They just finished with him?
Yeah, that's all they
That was
needed
it.
out of him. Undo
Yeah,
the
just-
testimony of Sal and Sam. Get on the record that Kyle
Mr.
was,
Smith, you
was
have
referred.
actually two juvenile adjudications for
Right to his character. Huh?
violations of the law, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Let's see how bad these
On April
violations are.
30th, 2000.
Yeah, you can't. No. Yeah, you can't go to specific instances. You can't go into the details.
The answer was I might. He didn't answer.
Well, look at
If
him
the
trying to
answer
get
is
a
yes, you're stuck
technicality.
with it.
I don't think we conducted the usual discussion prior. And
You're stuck with the
yes.
answer.
And I explicitly said two. And I don't know what happened, but the matter is covered.
Yeah, you can't. You can ask about it, but you can't go into the details. It's a trial within a trial.
All right, people, I'm going to check out. I'll see you all this afternoon.
Later,
Viva.
Viva.
See you, Viva.
See you, Viva.
Ciao, David.
He should know that though. He should know that.
He does know it.
He knew
Yeah.
it. He knew it.
You indicated that you met up with the defendant and Dominic Black and borrowed the defendant's body armor. Is that right?
That is correct.
Can you describe that for us, please? What
The
is
body
that?
armor?
Yes.
It's a plate carrier. It's a vest. Yeah, a vest.
So it's not like a suit vest.
No, it is not. It's like a armor vest that you would see somebody in the military wearing.
What is it made out of?
I do not know, but it does have body armor inside it.
I'm not
Soft
a
armor
textile
panels.
expert.
You know what it is designed to stop?
Bullets.
What kind of?
3A, so 357. Anything up
Bad
to
ones.
357.
A 357 is a caliber that's typically seen in handguns, correct?
That is correct.
This is not the type of body armor that would stop a rifle, correct?
That is correct.
He doesn't know
You're
that.
familiar with the AR-15s that the defendant and Dominic Black had, correct?
That is correct.
Have you ever shot or used one of those?
In the past, yes, I have.
Those typically fire .223 or .556 caliber, is that right?
That is correct.
And that's the type of caliber that would go through your vest.
That is correct.
Where physically in the world did you go with the defendant to pick up that body armor on Tuesday, August 25th?
Bermuda. We got a nice hotel.
I do not recall where I went. I know I'm pretty sure we left to go to my bank to pull out money. I do not remember what transpires afterwards, but Kyle does end up giving me his body armor because we never went and got mine. I do not remember why or what transpired to why we did not go and get it, but Kyle does end up giving me his body armor.
If I understood your testimony correctly, Dominic Black and the defendant came to pick you up that day. Is that right?
That is correct.
And I'm not going to ask you your address, but you live relatively within walking distance of this area, correct?
That is correct.
And they didn't
Light docks.
pick you up to drive you this area. They drove you someplace west or south of here, correct?
I do not remember.
When they came to pick you up, whose vehicle were they driving?
Dominic's.
Was the plate carrier body armor already in the vehicle?
Yes, it was.
From the defendant?
That is correct. The defendant's body armor.
And you said that you chose not to have a gun that night because you felt the body armor would be sufficient protection. Is that fair to say?
That is correct.
What were you worried about?
The way the previous nights of what I'd seen, I was worried somebody was going to shoot me or anything. I just wanted a means of protection.
I'll be right back.
What had you seen on the previous night that made you feel that while you were protecting a business here in Kenosha, someone was going to shoot you?
A lot
Thank you,
of it
Big
was
Hair, for that
with
question.
rifles and pistols. Acting irate
Bad
throughout
answer.
the nights.
Did
Very
you
bad answer.
Yeah, that was a
of anyone who actually shot anyone on those prior nights?
No, I did not.
But it's fair to say that when you came downtown on Tuesday, August 25th, you were concerned about the potential of violence, correct?
That is correct.
You
Good affirmative
were
answer.
really concerned that that violence would come from the people on the street, the protesters, demonstrators, whatever word you want to call it. Is that fair to say?
Brick
That's
throwers.
correct.
You felt that they not only posed a danger to the physical property you were at, but you personally for guarding that property. Is that fair to say?
correct.
When is the last time before August 25th, 2020 that you worked for Sal or Sam or any member of their family?
2019.
I want to make sure we're very precise about the properties that we're talking about. You've got a map there behind you, and I'm going to represent to you, Mr. Smith, that there is a location that is marked Car Source that is on the northeast corner of 59th Street and Sheridan Road. Do you see that labeled Car Source?
Yes, I do.
Would you agree with me that that location is properly called Car Source?
The dealership or the mechanic shop?
The one that's on the northeast corner. I have a laser pointer if that would help.
Yes, it would.
I'm talking about this location here.
Yes, that is labeled Car Source.
And is that the proper name of it?
Yes, sir.
There is another location that is on the southwest corner of that intersection. Do you see where I'm pointing?
Yes, I do.
It is labeled on that map Car Source. Is that accurate?
Yes and no. They use two different names.
What is the other name they use?
Car Doctor.
When we're talking, if it's helpful, if it's okay with you, can we refer to that as Car Doctor?
Yes.
Okay. And to be clear, that is the location, Car Doctor, where you spent almost the entire evening and mostly on the roof. Fair to say?
Correct.
There is a third location at the corner of 63rd and Sheridan that is also marked car source on that map. Is that accurate to call that car source?
Yes.
Is it correct to say that your plan personally that night was to guard the car doctor location?
That is correct.
Had you mentioned you had last worked for these folks about a year before this, fair to say?
Correct.
Had you ever worked at that car doctor location?
Correct.
Were you familiar with the things that had been inside the building when you last worked there?
Yes.
When you were there on Tuesday night, August 25th, did it appear that some of the property inside had already been moved out of there?
Some of it, yes, but not all of it.
A lot of the mechanics tools and diagnostic equipment, things like that?
Not a lot of it. There were still actual mechanic benches still in there, the actual roll-in benches. So those were still in there. I don't know if they were possessed any tools inside them, but there were, from my acknowledgement, tools still inside the building.
And tell me if I'm wrong, but when that location was being used to do mechanic work or detailing or whatever would be done, there would typically be cars that needed to be worked on that were parked in the lot. Is that right?
Correct.
On the night of August 25th, those cars had already been moved out of there. Fair to say?
Some of them.
And the 63rd Street location, the one farther south, that also normally would be a lot that would be full of cars to be sold. Fair to say?
That is correct.
And when you were there on Tuesday night, August 25th, those cars had all been moved out.
Not
correct?
all of them, no.
You indicated that on the night of August 24th, you were helping to put out fires. Is that right?
That is correct.
Was that at the car doctor location?
Yes, it was.
Where were the fires?
In the parking lot right next to it.
Were they cars that were on fire?
Yes, they were.
Not the building itself.
No.
And you said that on that particular night, none of the owners of the company were physically there helping to put out the fires. Is that right?
Yes, it is.
So they were relying on you and other folks to do their work for them.
Correct.
Is there a direction that I'm missing?
I have no idea.
I don't know, but keep in mind.
Similarly, the next day when you spoke,
it's easier to do
Sam
cross
or Sal or both of
than
them.
to do direct
Plan
examination.
was you were going to guard
the hardest thing to do.
At the property, and those owners weren't going to be
So
there.
he sounds more
right?
together.
Correct.
He does.
They were going to pay you a couple $100,
And that's to
Is that
some
right?
extent
And you never got any of that money.
No, I did not.
rehabilitating him.
Okay.
For what it's
This
worth.
witness has high credibility, though. I mean, he's coming across as being very credible and
Yes.
Yeah, he's being
straightforward.
and very cooperative and respectful.
Yeah.
Yes. Meanwhile, Binger's still swarming.
You indicated that your personal plan at the car doctor location was to spend the time up on the roof. Is that right?
That is right.
And you didn't feel you needed a gun up on the roof. Is that right?
That is correct. I did not.
How were you going to protect the building from the roof?
I had multiple other friends there with rifles.
So they were the ones
Correct.
who were going to be protecting it with their rifles.
Correct. I was providing overwatch.
What does that mean?
I was watching the building. I was watching the building from the roof, making sure that nobody went inside or damaged property on the building. The cars were burnt, so we didn't care about the cars.
So whatever cars were left on that lot were a lost cause.
All of them.
You were worried about the structure.
Correct.
That entire night, there was no damage to that
That is
structure.
correct.
No fire, correct?
Correct.
No stolen machinery or equipment, correct?
Correct.
You said that you didn't see any reason why you would need to confront anyone with a gun that night. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Is that because you didn't feel that using a gun to protect a building was appropriate?
Yes and no. It was appropriate in the needs when the situation would arise, but at the moment, throughout the nights that I had previously seen, was not required.
That's potentially
What sort of
harmful for Kyle.
situation would arise with regard to that car doctor building where you would feel it would have been appropriate to use a gun?
Object to the action. He didn't testify it was
Speculation.
appropriate.
Yeah.
His judgment,
Those are close.
what he would consider appropriate for him might be a different judgment than another person.
Except he didn't bring a gun.
Was there ever a time on the night of August 25th where you saw a situation with regard to the car doctor building that you felt it was necessary to use a gun?
No.
I don't think that's a good question.
Where was Kyle? Kyle was at the car source, right? Or was he at the car doctor?
They were at car source.
Binger is doing a good job of literally painting fiery but mostly peaceful. That it wasn't that bad. I mean, it sounds funny, but he really is trying
You were
to paint
shown a
as if
photograph that was
wasn't
taken
that video though.
On
of you
redirect,
earlier in that
were you
evening.
chased
you
by a
wearing
raving lunatic
the
that
body armor
night?
in that picture?
Yeah,
Yes, I
that's
was.
exactly where I would be going with it.
Did anyone try and take a gun
That's
from
exhibit
anyone
number
around
six-
you that night?
Number 30. So, Mr. Smith, you are the individual wearing the white hat with the red cross on it. Is that right?
That is correct.
What does that hat mean? Oh, sorry.
Also interesting to point out that he didn't feel like he needed a gun because he's surrounded by people with guns. I would probably hit that on redirect
Yeah.
as well. You didn't feel like you needed a gun, right? Well, I guess you can't lead him, but
So you have.
Did you feel you needed a gun? You testified earlier that you didn't go
First
up with
aid.
a gun.
Was that your way of letting everyone know that you were there to treat people that had a medical situation?
Yes.
Did you ever treat anyone?
No, I did not.
So
'Cause he was on the
I don't
freaking roof.
understand. Why wear a hat telling people that you're there to help when you're up on the roof and can't?
Providing aid for my guys up on the roof.
So your intent was to let the 3 or 4 other people that were going to join you on the roof know that if they needed help, you were there for them.
Correct.
Did you have medical supplies with you?
Yes, I did.
What kind of medical supplies did you have?
I had what's called an IFAC, an individual first aid kit, which has chest seals, clotting powder, tourniquet, and that's about it. A couple other medical supplies, gauze.
Did you ever have to use any of that?
No, I did not.
Oh, killer question.
Despite the chemical bomb, the bricks, and whatever else was going on at the car doctor location, no one in your group got injured.
No.
Is that fair to say?
It is fair to say yes.
The implication is
You
because no one
indicated
got
that
injured.
once you got up on the roof, you really weren't aware of where the defendant went the rest of the evening. Is that fair to say?
That is fair to say yes.
You were asked earlier about Joseph Rosenbaum, and I just want to be clear. As you sit here today, a year after all this happened, you know who Joseph Rosenbaum is.
I do know, yes.
At the time, that night, had you ever heard that name before?
No, I did not.
And looking back, do you remember encountering him at all that night?
Not at all, no.
I'm going to ask you the same questions about Anthony Huber. You know who he is as you sit here today.
I do know, yes.
On that particular evening, did you have any idea who he was?
Nope.
Did you ever see him as far as you remember?
No, I did not.
Same thing with Gage Grosskreutz. You know who he is today.
Yes, I do today.
On that evening, had any idea who he was?
Nope.
Ever remember seeing it?
Nope.
So these rocks or chemical bombs or bricks or whatever was being thrown at you on the roof, you are not
Roof.
here telling us Joseph
Roof.
Rosenbaum was doing that.
Correct.
Welcome
I
to Wisconsin,
Could
Ron.
not see who was throwing them.
Wisconsin.
Your Honor, he's up on the roof.
Cheesehead.
In the car park.
The police said we don't need to water. Let the mother burn.
You, and maybe I misheard you. I thought I heard you say at one point that.
Oh, that manipulative bullshit.
Non-lethal?
Maybe I misheard you.
Correct.
What do you mean by that?
Pepper spray and a pepper gun.
What is a pepper gun?
It shoots
going
pepper
to
spray
be
out of it.
useful on the roof?
I just want to make sure I understand. You listed pepper spray and pepper gun. Are those two different things?
I believe at the time that I had what they, it had pepper balls in it. I don't think it was actually like pepper gel. It was a pepper ball gun.
And that's something that you
One or two
carried
balls in the
that
pepper
evening
ball gun.
because you could use that to defend yourself if there was a need.
Correct. Deter, not defend. Deter somebody. If the situation arised, I could deter whoever was coming at me.
Deter.
Deter, like scare them off or
Correct.
ward them away.
Correct.
No,
That was a gentle way for him to correct him. That was fair. Well done.
You indicated that after you heard the shootings, the defendant came back, you described what he looked like, and you said he just shot someone and that he had to, correct?
Correct.
Did he ever say who he shot?
No, he did not.
Did he ever say how many people he shot?
I do not remember.
Did he ever say anything about the condition, like whether those people were armed?
He did not say anything about them being armed.
Did he ever say that they threatened him?
I do not remember.
Did he ever say he feared for his life?
Do not remember.
He always does it 3.
Did he ever say anything about any weapons that he saw on any of the people that he shot?
No, I do not remember.
Well, he was
And he
running
didn't tell you
to
how many people he
police
shot either.
after
No.
shooting someone.
I was a little confused by
Being
the
chased
end
by
of
a
your
mob.
testimony because on one,
Did he stop
one
and have
statement
coffee
you
with
said
you?
you told him to go outside and turn himself in, correct?
Correct.
But in another statement, you said you left because you were fearful the protesters were coming to that location.
I left after I told him that.
So help me understand, if the protesters are coming, you assume these protesters were coming to harm you or the defendant or members of your group, right?
Correct.
So putting the defendant outside was going to put him in danger, right?
Yes, it would have. Yes. If the protesters were coming, yes.
Did you know whether they were coming?
I did not know whether they were coming or not.
From the roof, you could see the line of police cars along 60th and Sheridan, correct?
Correct.
So you knew the police were there.
Correct.
In fact, by that time of the evening, the police had pushed all the protesters south of 60th, right?
Correct.
There were no more protesters around that car doctor location, correct?
Correct.
As far as you could tell, there was no more danger to that building. Fair?
Correct.
Why were you still there?
To just watch over the building the rest of the night. I mean, the prior nights, a lot of the stuff had died down, or so we had thought. There was fires around 8 o'clock the prior nights, and then later in the night, around 2 a.m. on the first night is when Car Source got lit on fire at 2 a.m.
So you were planning on staying all night
Correct.
up on the roof.
Correct.
But after the defendant comes back, you leave.
Correct.
Why?
I was in fear that the protesters or the crowd would retaliate or any means, and I, at that point, had deemed that building a lost cause.
If you didn't know how many people the defendant had shot and you didn't know who they were, why did you assume it was the protesters that were going to be upset with the defendant at that moment?
Who else?
You
It wasn't Godzilla.
told someone else in your group, Joanne Fiedler,
Am I stupid?
that the police were coming to the building, didn't you?
I do not remember.
Never.
I mean, the police coming to the building isn't really relevant if the protesters are also coming and are already
So you
in
never
proximity.
came back to that location and told Ms. Fiedler that the police were coming to the building. Is that correct?
I do not remember. I mean, it's been over a year, so I do not remember.
Obviously, if you think the defendant should have turned himself into the police at that moment and the police were coming to that building,
Objection calls for
you would have wanted
speculation.
him to stay there, correct?
Correct.
I have nothing further.
That wasn't a good answer for Binger, actually.
No, it's just like, but
He just
why is he
undermined
correct?
his police are coming.
He's ended limp repeatedly.
Mr. Binger had asked.
That's
Failure to launch.
He shot his
That's what
load
she
early
said.
and ended limp.
Joe, are we going to have to discuss this?
Fire.
I don't
Remember that?
understand.
Yes.
I'm just saying.
At any point on the
He exhausted
25th,
himself.
were
I
you
know your
ever
father.
at the car doctor? Were you ever
I appreciate you, Ron.
He's not.
He just
Did
asked if
anybody
he was
ever
ever attacked.
threaten
Very
to kill
innocent
you
comment.
at that location?
I do not recall, no.
Did anybody threaten to kill you to your face? Meaning
No.
they walked up to you and said, "I'm."
You said
gonna-"
no.
No.
Did anybody chase after you then?
No.
Ah, nice. I
Nothing else.
I know what he's doing.
Nothing
That's
else.
What happened with Kyle. That's what happened with Kyle.
Anybody
They
threaten to
chased
kill
them.
you? Anybody
They
chase
threatened.
after you? No, no.
Exactly.
Done. Get out of here.
That's right. You called it. You called it.
You did nail that.
Yeah, good cut, good call.
And
This is
stop
why people
talking
need to
and
watch
sat
here,
down.
not PBS, because we tell you what's going to happen in 5 minutes. Oh, you get a preview.
It's not in the stream called in Kenosha Kojak.
But you know what though? That witness didn't help their case at all. It really, like, it didn't move the needle for me. Right?
He
That
went after
witness-
Sal. Sal and
Yeah.
Sam. He undermined the credibility of Sal and Sam. I think that was the main thing. No, we did have access to the building. They did ask us to be there. They gave us the keys. They drove us to the location. Kyle was with me, even though I've never met him before. So he must have had contact with Sal. I think that was the whole point of that testimony. And then
they took the
other
picture
stuff
with
was
him.
extra.
They were appreciative of everyone being there.
It gives justification for Kyle's presence there.
Yeah, but it's still, it just doesn't move the needle. Like, we already got the win. It's just like, that could have hurt us more than it helped us.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Here we go.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Oh, hello.
Will you please state your name and spell it for the record?
Joanne Fiedler, Joann, Fiedler, Fiedler.
And Ms. Fiedler, I don't need to know your specific location of address, but can you give us the city that you live in?
West Bend.
And how old are you, ma'am?
How old am I?
Yeah.
Oh.
You bastard.
I got to answer that? Under oath?
There's
She's like,
probably
I don't
like a
answer
million
that.
people on answering
Where
this.
you work? Just can you tell me
I
where?
work in manufacturing.
21.
You were
Since
if I'm
1947.
right, interviewed by the FBI as it relates to the incident on August 25th, 2020. Is that right?
Correct.
Now, if I could ask you, in the summer prior to August 25th of 2020, there's been conversations and testimony about civil unrest throughout the country. Was that something that you were paying attention to?
Yes.
And can you tell the jury what you were thinking about it? What, if anything, you did about it? Things like that.
Well, I understood when BLM wanted to march, we were all with them and everything, but then they started destroying their own communities. And I didn't believe in that. That really struck me hard. And then the 71-year-old business owner that got beat down, that bothered me a lot. Veterans bother me a lot, and the elderly bother me a lot, and children, of course, too. But that just didn't sit right with me. And you keep hearing everybody always saying somebody's got to stand up. Somebody's got to stand up.
So
How is she letting this get in?
Thank God. Binger's asleep. That was nice.
Can you repeat that?
Sure. Was there anything that you had actually done? Any groups that you started? Anything you participated in as it relates to
grandma.
And what you were observing?
Yes, actually, we started a patriot group. It's United Citizens for Patriotism. We wanted to show support for the country, support for the police, because they were asking to be defunded, support for all the emergency workers that were going out there into these riots, cleaning up, firemen, so just everybody that serves their country, our community services, and just show support for them. And we just stood out with our flags to let everybody know that we were thinking of them, we were there for them. We tried to do food drives. We tried to get the fire department involved. We got the police involved, but everything was limited, or they weren't able to bring out their trucks to do community things because of COVID.
And prior to August 25th of 2020, did you know who Kyle Rittenhouse was?
No.
Had you ever had, to your knowledge, any contact with him whatsoever?
No, none.
And so this group that you had talked about, that you had stood out and kind of waved flags, were there other people, relative or as it relates to this case, that were part of that group?
Yes. There was Dustin and Danton.
Okay.
So me and Danton more or less started it with another guy in the area, and then just more people came up to see what was going on and just talking to them and what we were standing there for. We met Dustin that way.
Does the name Ryan Balch mean anything to you?
Yeah, he had walked up one day when we were standing, I think 3 weeks or end of July, beginning of August, walked up in his military uniform and started talking to the guys. I didn't really have communication with him at that time, but he was talking to the guys and made friends with them.
So if I could then kind of direct your attention to 24th, 25th of August. Was there a time then that you had made a decision that you were going to come to Kenosha?
Yes.
And when was that, if you know, when was that decision made?
Just after seeing all the violence and the fires going on, I just got a phone call and said, hey, we're going to go down and help protect businesses. Do you want to come along?
And what date was that, if you remember?
I think it was the 25th, correct?
I'm not, you tell me.
Yeah, I'm sorry. It's
Well
the
handled.
24th or the 25th.
Okay. And based on that call that you got, was there some kind of plan put in place or some discussion about what you were going to do?
Not that I'm aware of. I just know we were driving down.
And who were you driving with?
I was driving with Danton Merritts.
And were there, so it was just the two of you?
Just the two of us to start, yes.
Okay, so you said just to start, were there other people that are relevant to this case that were part of that?
Yes, we met up at a park and ride and met Dustin and Ryan.
And that's Ryan Balch.
Yes.
And if you know, at about what time do you think that you met up with at the park and ride?
5-ish.
Okay, so 5-ish on the 25th?
Yes.
And did you know of any specific location you were going or plan that was in place on what you were going to do when you got there?
I didn't really have the specifics. No, I didn't know of any plan.
So to be fair, you drive down with Danton Mertz. Where do you go in Kenosha? Do you remember?
Yeah, we came down Sheridan and we wound up at the car source on 63rd.
And was that just you and Danton, or was Ryan Balch and Dustin also there?
With Ryan, Balch, and Dustin. They were in front of us. We were following them. So
And
they pulled in there.
Sorry. And to your knowledge, was going to Car Source just kind of happenstance? Meaning, was it a plan that was in place? You know.
To me, it was just a happenstance.
And about what time do you think you got there?
It had to be at least 7-ish if I estimate the time, how long it takes to get here.
And when you got there, who was there?
Nick was there. He had the.
Oh, hold on. Nick is Nick Smith?
Yes.
Did you know Nick Smith before you got there?
No.
Okay, so you met Nick Smith that day?
Yes.
Okay, so Nick Smith is there?
Yes.
Not a conspiracy, not some kind of
Okay.
militia.
Him, we got out.
Yeah.
He came up.
You've never met
himself,
any of
and
these
then we
people. They
met.
just showed up.
What Nick introduced us to
By
was
invite.
the owner of Car Source.
Okay. And do you recall that person's name?
I didn't. He gave me like the full Indian name. I couldn't.
No.
Guru Vayarapan Venkateswaran Subramanya. Spell it like you say it.
Did he
And demonetized.
Take your hand? Did he look at you?
That happened as soon as this live stream started.
That's because I was here.
Thank
That's
you.
because I was here.
Um,
YouTube demonetizes anytime my face shows up.
I heard it's because they heard that we weren't getting a cut.
We came up to that building.
YouTube doesn't like that.
He had told us that he had over 100 cars that were burned that night.
So I'm sorry. When you said he was crying, there's crying, happy crying, sad crying. Do you recall?
No, it was sad crying. Well, I don't know if it was sad or happy. I know he was happy to see us, but I know he's sad about his 100 cars, the situation.
So Exhibit 30, which is this picture, I just want to make sure if I'm right, you're the person third from the left.
Yes.
Is that right? You have the
Oh,
white hat on? Or
Grandma's
on?
in the picture even.
Whoa.
Man,
Is the person
I was wondering what they
Badass
brought her up
grandma.
for.
left in that picture?
frontline mama.
Would say was crying. And,
America's grandma.
Yes, that's the man that Nick introduced as the owner.
and after you were introduced to the owner, what happened after that? Did he stay? Did he leave? If you know.
He just disappeared. I didn't see where he went. He just disappeared. We parked our cars and just met back there then.
Now, is this the location that you met Kyle Rittenhouse at?
Yes.
And I think you had said you had met him before, but was he there when you got there?
No.
So he showed up after you were already there.
Yeah, I believe we actually took 2 pictures before Kyle showed up.
And if you recall, of those people, who did he show up with, if you remember?
Dominic, which I think is on the right of Kyle.
The guy that's on the far right?
Yep.
Your far right?
Yes.
And
Don't say far right, man.
was there
Did you say he's on your alt right?
So after you take the picture, is there kind of a plan in place on what you all are going to do?
Just from what I remember, Nick wanted to split us up. He mentioned there was 3 businesses and he wanted to split us all up and one group go here, one group go there.
Did the person on the far left, the owner of the car stores, did he ever tell you to leave? Did he ever say that to you?
No, not at all.
Did he ever tell you that you were trespassing and he didn't want you there?
No, not at all.
She laughed.
So you leave and where do you go?
She's welcome everywhere in
We walked up
Kenosha.
to the 59th in Sheridan business. It was kind of kitty corner where he had all the cars burnt down the night before.
Okay, and who, if you recall, went with you?
That was Nick and me and Dustin and Danton and Ryan. I think there was another kid in there which I don't recognize, and then Kyle and Dominic.
Now, if you know, was there a
If you know stuff is not good. He keeps saying he's doing it too much.
that the owner said, or somebody said there were
He's trying to avoid a foundation objection, but it's not necessary.
all 3? Were you just assigned to one? Do you know how that kind of played
Yeah,
out?
Binger's
As
asleep.
far
Just
as I
ask.
recall, it was just to protect the one on the 63rd in Sheridan, and the other one was on the.
Finger's updating his resume on this phone.
Yes.
He's like,
You know, just in
finger
case.
cosplay.
It's like, is Monster.com
So when you get to the 59th in Sheridan, are you armed?
Yes.
Okay. And what are you armed with?
This is brilliant, putting grandma up with her gun. So it's not a bunch of marauding young
Is that pistol
teens.
somewhere on your person?
It's a regular Americans.
I don't know if it was yet.
Oh,
I
man,
hope
thought
she
for a
doesn't
second she
describe
was-
the pistol or
You're
the
not
chat will
disputing that
lose
you
their
have it.
minds. They're
No, I'm not
already
disputing that
talking
at all.
about based granny.
And when
here.
you go to the 59th Street,
It's also good that she started by saying we all
Grandma.
supported BLM, but that doesn't mean we support
Are
like
you
destruction and rioting and looting. So this way she doesn't seem like she's
Where are
alt
you?
right, but that
Oh,
she's
I'm on the ground.
just normal.
and can you tell us who else is on the ground with you?
Kyle, Dustin, Ryan. Yeah, the 4 of us were on the ground.
So how close
3 of the whitest names in
to
America.
you is Mr. Rittenhouse at the 59th Street address?
Tell him Ty.
Maybe
Tyrone,
10
actually.
feet to my left.
So at that location, he's standing near you for at least a portion of the night.
Yes.
And when you see him at that location and he's with you, what is he doing? He being Mr. Rittenhouse.
To begin with, or
Well, you guys are just there on 59th as the night is progressing, right? Is he doing anything? Is he staying there? Is he leaving the property? What is he doing?
no, he was staying there. We were all staying there.
Okay. There's been conversations about, and I'll ask you if you look at that picture, there's that little orange box in front of him. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Was there any time during that evening that you saw him doing anything other than simply standing there?
Oh, yes.
Okay. Can you tell us what you saw?
Yeah, I'm sorry. There was other people that did walk by before, like the bigger crowd of the protesters came through, and he was offering medic services. We had a girl walk up that I don't know if she broke her ankle or twisted her ankle, that he actually helped bandage her up so she could walk out because her boyfriend had to kind of carry her.
And when he did that, when he was doing that, did he ever ask you for any assistance in terms of, as it relates to his firearm?
Yes.
And what did he ask you to do?
He just asked me to hold on to his gun, and I did.
So he would take it off, if I'm hearing you right, he would take it off, and then while he was working on.
What would you give for a picture of her with the AR?
And
Is this you?
She's comfortable with it.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
that evening, do you remember seeing the man in the front?
Yes.
Okay, I'm talking about the man with the red shirt on.
Correct.
Okay. Did you know who he was that night?
No.
He's the pedophile, right?
No.
Do you remember him from that night?
Very distinctly.
Okay.
Oh.
You tell people on the jury why you remember him.
I remembered seeing him with his red shirt, and the thing that caught me was the green earring. And this was when BLM had just come down in front of us, and there was some other gentlemen that were talking with Ryan. They were talking, things were calm. And I saw him, and it was kind of a back and forth because I had some of the female protesters that were standing.
Look at the way
in
she's
front
addressing
of
the jury.
me.
This looks
So
natural.
they wanted, they
Yes.
were doing
Comparing that to
Black Lives
Gross Crates
Matter,
yesterday.
right? And I just wasn't taking
Yes.
a side. I was just there to
Good pick up
protect the business. So I would look and survey and go to them, and I would look and survey, and I would see Rosenbaum standing there, and I saw the plastic bags in his back pocket. I didn't know what it was, and then can I go on?
Well,
Please,
there anything
Grambo,
that he
please
had
keep
said
talking.
Grambo.
that
Nice.
you
Yes.
notice of or would remember.
Yeah, that's the part I was kind of getting to is, I know you guys call him Mr. Yellow Pants, and that's kind of what we called him. He
Mr.
jumped
Yellow
off the
Pants.
car,
He was pissing
and
his
everybody
pants.
started screaming, "Get off the car!" And Black Lives Matter was screaming, and he was shouting, and Rosenbaum started shouting back at us that he's gonna, pardon me, Judge, for saying this and everybody else, but he's gonna kill us, motherfuckers, motherfucking niggers, and cut our heads off.
Wow.
Hard on.
Oh.
Hard on. Oh.
And
Hard R. Pardon me, Judge.
what was what
I
was
kill
your
people, dear.
response to that, if any, when he said that?
None. You kind of are frozen at the verbiage and the threats coming out of them. I mean, the whole night was quite shocking, but we didn't really do anything. We just kind of stood there. You have to ignore that.
Was there anything else
Wow.
that you saw
Rosenbaum
him
was a very big NLM supporter.
that you remembered?
Not BLM,
Yeah,
NLM to him.
Yellow Pants was screaming. I saw that. I was going back to the ladies that were taunting me and going back and looking at him. And as I looked at him, I saw his arm go up and like something, like he lobbed something. And then within seconds, my eyes started watering, my nose started watering, I started coughing. I didn't know what a chemical bomb was. I didn't know. All of a sudden, I just heard guys screaming, chemical bomb, chemical bomb. And I just pulled my mask up.
Did you see him specifically throw something?
Yes.
Do you remember what it? Oh, let's continue this way. Do you remember what he? I'm not asking that you say he threw a bomb. I'm asking if you know what was in his hand that he threw.
Yeah, he went back and threw like that.
Do you remember what he threw? Meaning, did he throw what was it?
I don't recall.
Okay. That evening, did you, while he was in your purview, your sight, did you see Mr. Rittenhouse threaten anyone?
Oh, no.
Did you see him
Oh no.
point his gun at anyone?
Oh, no.
No, he's a good boy. He's a nice boy.
Was there
Don't say
anyone
that.
there that
Don't say that, Grandma.
had?
Could have scripted that.
I guess strike that. After you see Rosenbaum and he does what you say he does, do you see Kyle stay there or does he leave that location?
It was later in the evening after the police finally moved him down. We were all standing outside because we kind of thought it was over. And then you just heard the ruckus going on down by the gas station. I think it's the Ultimate. And then we heard gunshots. And that's when Kyle and Ryan and Dustin and Lurk, I think his nickname was Lurk or Work.
Okay.
They left.
So did you see, well, I'll ask it to you this way. So you heard, are you telling me that you heard gunshots and then Kyle left?
Yes.
And if you recall, how close in time was that to about 11:50, if you know?
Oh,
I'll ask it to you this way. How close was it in time, you know now, that Kyle ended up being chased by Mr. Rosenbaum and shooting him,
Oh,
right?
that was way before.
Way before.
Yes.
So
I like
what
how
I'm
I just got to
asking you
say
is
that.
later
That
in
was
the night,
beautiful.
was there a time that you were aware that Kyle tried to get back to you
Oh, yes.
and couldn't?
Oh, yes. Yeah, I'm sorry. It's been a
Why
while.
isn't Binger objecting to leading?
So we did see
here?
it because I was
Because he did it
standing right
himself.
along the wall
Pot calling the kettle,
first
yeah.
when you
Yeah,
came
but
up.
still,
So I was standing up front and I was watching because the
just
Well, he's
because
also-
Richards doesn't know
he
when
also-
to reject.
And the gas
He
station
also
over
might
in
be
the other corner.
waiting
So
for
he
Cross.
did come back. He had his hands in the air and he even said, "I'm working over at that business over there." I could hear him telling the police that. And they told him, "No, turn around. You can't go through. You have to get back." And we were even yelling, "Let him through, let him through."
Did you see him then turn around and go
Police's
back?
fault Kyle were there.
Yeah, I thought he was gonna go back to the
Or was
Ultimate
there?
gas station. It looked like he was going over there, so
And is that the last time before the shooting that you saw him?
yeah.
Now, from your location, you don't see what happened with Mr. Rosenbaum, just let me finish, with Mr. Rosenbaum, Mr. Huber, and Mr. Grosskreutz, right?
Yes, correct.
Do you see Kyle after that?
Yes, I do.
When?
I think after everything had happened, he had come back up. I heard from the guys on the roof, they're like, "Open the door, it's Kyle." So I opened up because we had to keep the front door locked. I opened up the door. He kind of came running in and kind of fell into me, and there was a chair right there, so he sat down there. I saw him after everything had happened.
How did he look to you?
Totally in shock.
Can you give me some physical descriptors that would make
Yes, I'm sorry.
kind of you?
He was pale, shaking, kind of stuttering, stammering his words. He was sweating.
Do you recall him saying anything?
Yes, he had come in and he looked at me. He said right out that he had shot someone, and he kind of sat down in the chair and he was looking for his brother. He's asking for his brother Dominic, and he sat down. I remember him pulling his hair back, and he's pulling it back really hard. And just his comment was, "My God, my life might be over." And we're just like, "Okay, calm down."
After he said his life might be over, did anybody ask him anything about the circumstances, about what had happened?
Yeah, Dustin had come in at that time, and Dustin had commented. Dustin was kind of.
I'm gonna check. Yeah, fair enough. I don't want to know what Dustin said.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay. I'll ask it to you this way then. Kyle respond to anything that was said?
Yes,
What was that?
that was that he had to.
That's a hearsay objection.
Yes.
He's not an average
after
party
he
right
said
now.
that?
No, it's not for the truth of the matter.
Did you
He,
state?
he
Oh,
didn't.
that's
She's
true.
not testifying whether he had to or not.
No, he
Correct,
wanted his
correct. Thank you
brother
for correcting.
Dominic, and I know Dominic was on the roof. I took his gun. Like I said, he was just shaking, so I took his gun. I ran out back. I set his gun on one of the trucks out back, and then I went up the ladder and I called the guys and I yelled, "Dominic, get down here!" So he
Gave him a
came down,
massage. I made him some
and when I
soup,
came
made
back
him feel
in,
better.
Knit
they
him
were
a sweater.
talking.
You had, my last question or two is, you had said that you had used, you had climbed up a ladder to get up on the roof.
Yeah.
You just said that. Okay. Where did you, do you know where those ladders came from?
No, I know we went into business when we
China.
first got there, and they were all in the back. So it's like a building, and then there's like a back parking lot that's fenced in.
Okay.
And in that back fenced in areas where they have the sheds and all, and Nick went in there and pulled everything out. And that's how the guys have got up on the roof in the back.
During the evening, throughout the evening, was there a period of time that, other than doing medical work, that you saw Kyle doing anything else to kind of assist in the community?
Yeah, actually, me and Kyle ran. Excuse me. We ran. I think it's north. Is it this way up Sheridan? I can't see.
So hold on.
Sorry, my direction is a little off right now.
She comes off very endearing, I think.
Oh, there it
Yeah.
is. I'm sorry.
And Bigger's got to be careful not to hard cross her.
That would be.
I was gonna say,
Yeah.
would you beat
Yeah,
her
oh
up or
yeah,
would you
towards
just?
St. James Church.
Oh, I hope he sends Kraus
So-
across. That would be great.
We ran up there because there was they were starting a
Man,
fire
you
on
need
the
to- You need to get on a diet.
the plywood
Yawned.
doors. They had covered up all the doors, and they actually started, or whatever you call it, fluid, whatever you want to start a fire. They threw it all over that door, and we're trying to start the front door of the church on fire. So me and Kyle had actually run up to that area to try to put the fire out, but people that were running along with the protesters had gone up there and put the fire extinguisher out, and then we just walked back.
Thank you.
Burning the church down.
Oh,
So Ms. Fiedler, what's about with the church? Neither you nor the defendant actually put out any fire at the church.
No, not at the church, no.
Someone that was with the protesters did that.
I believe they're with the protesters.
Oh, you see, protesters are good.
You spoke to the FBI on August 31st, 2020. Is that right?
Not sure about the date, but yes, I spoke with the FBI.
About 6 days after this all happened?
Yeah, probably yes.
And you told them that you contacted the defendant's mother the morning after all this happened and told her to be strong. Is that right?
Probably yes.
That's
You also
misuse of a
said
prior
that
consistent
after this
inconsistent
incident,
statement.
you
Everybody's been doing
had
it.
been in contact with the defendant's attorney. Is that right?
No,
Barnes
I don't.
pops
I
in,
read
drops
that, and I
knowledge,
don't
and
know
leaves.
what he meant by that because I wasn't. I've never spoke to him.
So you've read your statement to the FBI.
Yes.
That was a statement that was a summary of what you said to Special Agent Tim Walther on August 31st, 2020. Is that right?
Yes.
And in that summary, it says that in addition, Fiedler has been in contact with Rittenhouse's attorney, John Pierce, regarding the incident and has provided information she deems helpful to Rittenhouse's legal defense.
Actually, the only thing I ever sent was any kind of video that I had. That is it, which I didn't have much. I'm not a video person. So as far as verbal communication, no.
Did you provide video to the defendant's attorney?
I might have. I don't know if it was mine personally. I really don't remember because I don't even have it anymore.
But shortly after this incident, whether it was your video or someone else, you gave something to the defendant's attorney to help him. Fair enough?
I don't, would, yes, I guess, yes.
And you don't have that video anymore.
No.
You didn't provide it to the FBI.
That's not true. I gave them everything I had.
Oh.
You gave them that video?
I gave them everything I had. I showed them my phone. I showed them anything I had.
You gave them
Whoa.
text messages.
I gave them everything I had. So when you say that I gave something to the defense attorney, I don't think that that was my video. I think it was probably a video I seen or something I passed along because I didn't take any video.
So it's fair to say that whatever you gave to the defense, you were trying to help the defendant, correct?
Yes, I was trying to help the case, not just the defense.
And you have watched a lot of the videos that have been put out on the internet of this evening, correct?
That is not true.
Have you watched any of them?
Yeah, I've watched some of them, yes.
The reason I ask is because you reference these words that Joseph Rosenbaum allegedly said to you and the members of your group. That's not on any video anywhere, is it?
No.
So you are
So
from
what does
West
that have to
Bend,
do with her watching
correct?
videos?
You don't live here in Kenosha.
Nope.
You don't work here in Kenosha.
Nope.
You've never worked at CarSource.
Nope.
Never bought a car at CarSource.
Nope.
Probably had never even heard of CarSource before all this.
No, I haven't.
You came down here that night with no plan of where you were going to be, what businesses you were going to protect, or anything along those lines. Fair?
I personally had no plan, correct.
You
By
were
the
coming
way,
down with
West
a group
Bend
of
is
other
about
people
10 minutes from
West Bend
Kenosha.
area, correct?
Yeah.
Yes.
You knew there was a curfew in place that night.
Actually, I did.
Objection.
You knew that they were closing off the on-ramps off the interstate, so
Yes.
people couldn't come in from out of town to our community like you, correct?
Yes.
In fact, that's why you came down a little earlier to try and beat that. didn't you?
No, that is not true.
This is prejudicial. This
You brought
my
along
community stuff.
a 380 pistol.
Yes.
He's
You
definitely
were
trying
going
to
to use that to
paint her as an
protect yourself.
outsider,
And myself,
invading the
yes.
community.
Yeah, I mean, the problem
How
is you
are you
live in
gonna use that
Kenosha.
to
West Bend is right up the road.
Property.
Yeah.
Sometimes the presence speaks louder than a lot of things.
The presence of what?
The presence of having the gun and being there at the business.
Were you openly carrying the gun?
Yes, I was.
So you didn't have it in a holster or in a
I did have
waistband,
it. Yeah, I'm sorry. It was on my side in a holster.
but you figured
She knows the law.
saw that they'd be scared off.
Somewhat, like I said, it's a presence. It's knowing that somebody's in the area, on the ground, standing there.
Armed society is
It's
a
kind of a
polite society.
deterrent. Keep them away from the business.
And you'd agree with me that the AR-15s that the rest of the group had was an even bigger deterrent, correct?
A gun is a gun.
Objection.
And
Good answer.
well, a gun's
Good
not
answer,
just a gun. How many guns
Argumentative.
are you familiar with,
Objection,
in
Anthony.
your life?
Quite a few. We grew up with them.
Including
Uh-oh.
rifles,
Rifles, shotguns, yes. everything.
AR-15s?
Yes.
So you understand there's a big difference between an AR-15 and a
Sure.
pistol, correct?
Between an AR-15 and a pistol, yes.
There's a size difference. One's much bigger, correct?
And scarier.
They can all do the same
Very
thing.
scary.
They can all do
Scope,
the same
scope,
thing.
scope.
Got her. Got him.
Size
She got
doesn't
him.
Change what can happen or what it does.
Ma'am, did you
Oh,
hear
the
my
chat's in
question?
love with grandma
Yes,
now.
it is much bigger. Yeah.
Please answer it.
I'm sorry, yes.
The AR-15 fires a different caliber.
That's it.
than
Big
handguns,
bitchy to
correct?
grandma.
Yes.
It fires at
This is
a
very-
higher velocity, correct?
What he's testifying now?
Doing
Where's the
damage
objection?
from
He's
the
testifying.
target
He's been
much
testifying
farther
for-
away.
What?
Yeah,
It's
still
a cross-examination, though. He's
In fact,
allowed to.
AR-15 rounds are capable of penetrating body armor, correct?
Oh, I did
Some
not.
degree of relevance
know
to the
that.
scope of direct.
Your Honor, this witness is not a gun expert, has not been qualified.
So you
in
followed
munitions.
this group
What are
of
we
people
talking about?
coming
I think
down
they're just
from
letting him
West Bend
beat her up.
area to the 63rd
Yeah.
Street car source. Is
It
that
makes
right?
him look like a POS.
Right, he's beating
Before
him
you got
himself
there,
up.
You had no idea.
Yes.
And remember, they're looking at the jury, so they.
Anything like that. Fair to say?
Correct. Yes, correct.
You said at that time you met up with someone who identified themselves as the owner of that location.
Yes.
You personally didn't have any interaction with that owner, did you?
Yeah, I had a conversation with him.
Do you remember speaking with Steve Spingola, an investigator with regard to this incident?
That sounds like an outsider name.
On September 8th, 2020, you had a phone call with him at about 5:30 p.m. Do you remember that?
No, I'm sorry, I don't recall what.
You said you've seen your statement to the FBI. Have you seen the statement that you gave to Investigator Spingola?
I guess not, no.
Let me, may I approach your honor?
Sure.
Well, I think you should first.
She's sure.
He
It's my house.
acknowledges the conversation, because up to this point, she says she doesn't know if she had such a conversation, and
so I'm trying to help.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Judge.
But this is
Thank you,
not,
Judge.
not a prior statement. That's not a sworn statement. That's hearsay of the detective. It has no. This is the only court where this nonsense has been allowed so routinely. This is not admissible in any American normal court.
And he's gonna now ask her, didn't you say, didn't you
He can't do
say?
that. That's not a prior-
But watch him try. But watch him
Oh,
try.
he will, and the judge will, and the defense won't object, and the judge will let him get it in. This is, for those that don't know out there, you can't do this in a normal courtroom.
No, I've never
Wait,
seen
here we
this.
go.
Here we go.
I've never seen this, she said.
Well, that's another story there.
Well,
Grandma
That's how she cuts him off there.
always lay your foundation on direct if you can. Cross it's.
You
it's rough.
told this individual, Mr. Spingola, that you didn't have any interaction with the owner of CarSource that night, didn't you?
No, I don't even recall the conversation, and that's not true.
Whew. That's
What's
why
he gonna
Richard's
do
is letting
now?
it go, I guess.
Also, does she know who the owner is rather than the manager or operators or stuff like that?
Who cares? She just blew up his line of questioning. Look at him. He's fucking lit.
Yep. That is exactly the body language. You're 100% right.
That you were going to
What else do I have?
location at 59th and Sheridan. Is that correct?
Well, that was decided for us, but yes, that was the end plan, yes.
Who decided that?
I believe that was the owner and Nick Smith.
That was the first time that night that you'd ever met Nick Smith?
Yes,
You didn't know anything about him before?
nothing.
And yet, based on his decision and the owner's decision, you agreed voluntarily to go to the 59th Street CarSource to protect it. Is that fair to say?
Yes, that's fair to say.
Nobody made you do that.
No, correct.
Think he'll ask the bailiff for his balls back?
You indicated at one point that the defendant asked you to hold on to his gun while he was helping someone. Is that right?
Yes.
What are you getting at, boy?
Do we have it with us? The gun? Can you get it out, please?
Better watch that.
Oh,
Granny's
the
gonna break
gun
out a
again.
switch.
Do you recall how the defendant was wearing that gun that night?
Wearing?
He had the strap around his shoulder and body, and then the gun pointing down.
Is it fair to say that the gun was sort of hanging down the front of his body in the middle?
I think when he was walking, yeah, but I know when he was standing there, he would always have a hand across the front of it.
Okay.
So, yeah.
I think it's weird to have testifying
I'm going to
police
ask
and
Detective
detectives
Howard
sit at
to
the
hold on to
table
that
with
They're
gun
gonna wave the scary
and
looking
show
gun
you.
around again.
As much as they can.
Check it again, please.
Do you notice how big and powerful this AR-15 is?
How big and manly.
Even if you didn't have any bullets
you
in it,
both
you could
confirmed
probably
that?
beat a man to
I don't
death
like
with
the
it.
Smith and Wesson.
You
but
stand back a little
I
bit,
prefer the Remington.
Howard. I want you to be where the jury can all see you. Why don't you step a little bit this way? Ms. Fiedler, can you tell us in your own words, and I'll try and have Detective Howard sort of demonstrate, how was the defendant holding that AR-15 when he was on the 59th Street property, if you know?
Well,
He's
strap was over his
amplifying the
shoulder.
importance of her testimony. She's now been on cross twice as long as she was on direct.
Yep.
Yeah,
You're not-
this is a weird strategy by Binger. One bold strategy, Cotton.
With the
Wonder how
gun,
it worked
how
out.
hold on to it.
Just like
How
that.
could he gain by having
Okay.
her describe
So holding it with his right hand
He's
on
trying
the
to say
pistol grip,
he's
Yes.
using her as a proxy for
And
Kyle. of saying
sometimes
dangerous
holding it with his
behavior
left
coming
hand or
from the
not.
community, but that's a trap
That could be, I don't
because it's
recall.
grandma up
I'm
there.
pretty sure that's
So you know you're not going to scare the
But when
jury
it-
with grandma.
when it came time for him to help someone out, he took it off and asked you to hold on to it. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Detective.
I thought he was going to be dumb enough to ask her to put it on.
You indicated that there was a time in which some females came to the property and were taunting you. Is that
Yes,
right?
Yes.
And
I
you
just saw the
indicated that they were
caption only
chanting
during
Black
sex
Lives
and not
Matter.
very
I did.
Yes.
I did
You took
too.
that to be them taunting you?
No, they were saying other things.
You'd agree with me, though, the only thing you've told us so far is the words Black Lives Matter.
Yeah, but I could go into the whole story, but we'd be here all day.
You also said that there was a man wearing yellow pants.
Oh
who
my
jumped
God.
up
You got Grambo up there.
Is that right?
The
Was that
chat
one of
has
the cars that
called her
was on the
Grambo.
lot?
Look at Big
Yes.
Boy.
Got a name.
And
He
the
looks
members of your
terrible.
group told him to
He's
get off.
going to have a heart
Yes.
attack before
And
this
in
is
fact,
over.
pointed a gun
And
at him
stroke out.
while telling him to do that.
Mm,
Correct?
Yeah, he pointed his gun at us first.
Oh, the man in the yellow pants had a gun?
Yes, he had a gun. He
And
had
then-
a couple guns.
And then your group pointed guns back at him.
I don't know who pointed a gun at him. I don't know if they did or not. I didn't. I was busy watching my areas.
He pointed guns at us. I don't even know
So
if we pointed
you
guns
indicated
back.
earlier that you brought along your
Good
pistol to
response.
protect yourself and property. Is that right?
Yes.
How are you going to use it to protect property?
Oh,
Ask the
She's not
Nancy
on
to protect-
trial. She's not on trial.
Be armed while protecting one's property.
Oh, hey, we got.
It is not lawful to use deadly force in the protection of
Thanks. There
property.
you go, Judge.
And it's
In
important
Wisconsin, you can have a gun to
that we not
defend
get
property.
confused.
Oh,
I'm not trying to confuse the issue, Your Honor. I'm asking
Yes,
how she
you
was
are,
planning on
you coward.
using.
yes,
the
yes.
Thank God the judge came to the rescue, stepped right in. Boom.
oh, seriously.
I don't believe. I think I was going to come back to it.
Sure.
How
I'm
are
gonna-
you going to use that
Just skip
pistol
a finger,
to
little
protect
finger.
property?
Like I said, it's a deterrent.
You
There
weren't
you go.
planning on firing it to protect property, were you?
No,
You weren't planning on aiming it at anyone to protect property, were you?
no.
Most people who carry a gun aren't planning on doing anything with it.
You indicated that Mr. Rosenbaum made some statements, and I'm not going to repeat them all. But you indicated
on,
that
Bingham,
no
do
one
it.
in your group
Hard
responded
R.
to
Coward.
anything he said. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, that's very fair.
You said you pretty much have to ignore that, correct?
Yes,
It's fair to say you didn't consider him an actual threat to your safety at that moment, did you?
not for the distance and for the group that was around.
Not for the distance.
Mr. Lukowski characterized him as a babbling idiot. Would you agree with that?
I didn't hear him babbling. I just heard him. Well, I don't know if babble's a good word. If I may, he was just bitching.
It was a little bit. Right?
I thought it
But the court allowed her to say it. Remember how what's his name got in trouble for
Yes.
a-holes?
You said Mr.
The judge plays
Rosenbaum's
bridge with
arm
this
went
lady.
up. And he might have thrown something, but you have no idea what.
Isn't it true? You have
No,
no
like-
idea.
You were then asked about
Ah.
a period of time in which the Kenosha police pushed the crowd past the 59th Street location. Do you remember that part of the evening?
Yes.
And this
You
is the
can't,
time
as you
period
sit here
when the
today.
defendant has gone south of 60th, and you said he tried to come back at one point, etc. You remember that time period in the evening?
Yes, yes.
There were no protesters around 59th Street after the police pushed them back at that time, correct?
That's not totally true. There was an empty lot directly across the street from us, and there were protesters that were walking on the other side of the barricades. The police were screaming at them to get away from there, and they just kept walking through.
She
After
said
the
to him,
police pushed
"That's
the
not
crowd-
true," about 9 times.
Did any
She is
protesters
an amazing
come out
eyewitness. She was
of,
born for this moment.
59th Street car shows?
After they pushed them past
Yeah.
60, they didn't push them past 60, excuse me, past the gas station.
Let me make sure I'm being clear here.
Okay.
Ms. Fiedler, I'm going to use the pointer here on the map behind you. And just, I'm not sure if you're familiar with this map, so let me,
Yes,
there's
please.
a
Yes, sir.
location on the map that is marked car source, and that is on the southwest corner of 59th Street and Sheridan Road. You'd agree with me that that's the property that you were at the whole evening, correct?
That's south, the one you were pointing at?
I'm pointing, you can see where I'm pointing.
Yes.
That is on the southwest corner
Oh, I'm
of
sorry.
59th Street and Sheridan Road.
Yes.
You'd agree with me that's the property you were at all evening, correct?
Yes.
And there's a time when the police move down Sheridan past that location south and establish a line of armored and police vehicles here across the intersection of 60th and Sheridan. Do you remember that?
Yes.
After that, no protesters come back to 59th Street, correct?
No, that's not true.
You talked about the time when people were walking through the pile of rubble. Is that right?
No.
Who?
Mention that.
What protesters came out and stood in front of 59th Street car stores after the police pushed them past?
They
He's
didn't.
winging
Well,
it.
the police also turned their Bearcats around and backed up, and all the protesters then came at us, and bricks were flying, bombs were flying, everything. They came at us with full force. That's why I had to go inside.
Okay. And I apologize. I probably have not explained myself properly. Let's go to
Quit
the end
asking
of the
questions.
evening. You remember
Sit down.
the defendant coming back, the shootings, all that. Leading up into that, the few minutes before that, that was the second time that the police had pushed everybody down to 60th, correct?
Yes, correct.
I'm talking about that period of time at the end. After that, when the police come by that final time, the protesters have all been cleared south of 60th, correct?
No.
That's not true.
You remember protesters around 59th Street car stores after
We
that?
were pelted for almost the whole night from after the Bearcats backed up. They came and they bombarded us. And then they left again because we had come out again and they heard shootings and some other people had left. But then they came back at us and I was inside the building basically probably the rest of the evening.
You testified in response to one of the defense attorney's questions that you thought it was over when the police pushed the protesters south.
Correct. And they stopped there. That was before they had backed up. We had thought it was over.
Okay. So you talked about the defendant returning to the 59th Street car source location.
Yes.
Correct. Now let's be clear. You never saw any of the shootings in this case.
That's correct.
You don't have any personal knowledge about any of that stuff. Fair to
No.
say?
Yep, none.
You've been asked about Mr. Rosenbaum. At that evening, you had no idea what his name was.
Correct.
You've described what you saw about him that night, correct?
Yes.
As you sit here today, you know there's a person by the name of Anthony Huber, correct?
Yes.
That night, you never saw him once, correct?
No, I don't. No, I have not.
You'd agree with me it's correct. You've never
Yes,
seen
I'm sorry. Yes, you're correct.
You know now, today, there's a person by the name of Gage Grosskreutz. Is that yes?
Correct.
That night, never saw him, had no idea who he was, correct? You indicated that when the defendant returned to your location, he said to you that he had shot someone. Is that right?
Correct.
Meaning one person.
Objection.
That's what someone is, I guess.
He never said to you he shot 3 people, did he?
No.
He never told you that any of those people had a gun, did he?
No, he didn't really describe anything about what had happened.
He never told you that any of those people threatened him in any way, did he? He never told you that any of those people had any weapons on them, did he?
Let's run through a list of things he didn't say.
Correct?
Correct. I'm sorry.
He could have started off with this, though, and he'd have a cross-examination here.
There came a time in which
He never
Nick
said he
Smith
prefers pizza. To
came
hot
back to that location and said the police were coming, correct?
Yes.
And after that, all of you got out of there, correct?
Not immediately.
In your FBI statement, you said soon after Nick came into the location and
This is
stated that
improper
police were
use
coming
of
to the
objection.
building.
Right, it's not a first
Everyone
statement.
then left the building,
the
correct?
FBI's
No, I
notes.
had to go get the guys off the roof.
But then everybody left, correct?
We came down and everybody else that was down there previously was gone. Yes.
Including the defendant,
Yes.
after hearing that police were coming, correct?
I thought they left with Nick. I didn't know.
Are they going with fleeing the
I have nothing
police
further.
here when he turned himself in that night?
After he got pepper sprayed by said police?
You were asked about Mr. Rosenbaum, and there was questions about
how you would describe him and how others had described him. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever have any direct contact with Mr. Rosenbaum?
No, it was just that when we were standing at the 59th Street, just seeing him when Yellow Pants was jumping on the car.
So Mr. Rosenbaum had never directed, if I'm right, had he ever directed any threat specifically to you?
No, not specifically to me.
Had he ever physically ran after or chased you?
No.
When you said that you were being harassed, or I think that's the word you used.
Taunted,
sorry.
Young man.
What were some of the things they were saying to you?
They were calling me out. Come on, Blondie, come on out here. Not so tough. Put your gun down. As soon as I didn't give them their power sign, they just got a little bit more aggressive because they were actually kind of friendly at first. Everything was very friendly at first.
When you, Mr. Binger said you never actually saw Mr. Rosenbaum throw anything. Remember him asking or saying that?
Yes, I remember.
Okay. Is this fair? After you saw his arm move, did you see a gas bomb explode?
I believe that it landed on the roof. I don't know because immediately, like, the eyes started watering, the noses started running. So I can't say that I saw anything like that. No.
And Mr. Binger was asking you questions about you never, what Mr. Rittenhouse didn't see when he got into the building, right? He didn't tell you specifics about what happened. Is that true?
Correct.
But he did say that he had to do it. Is that right?
Yes.
I don't have anything else.
Any question?
No, yeah.
Mr. Duncan. Let's take a break, folks. Please don't talk about the case during the break.
We have another legendary witness from this trial.
Yeah.
Yep.
The only part that I think maybe didn't go as well was the part where they were talking about the videos that she was maybe sending to the defense, maybe sending to the FBI. It seemed like she wasn't as tight in her answers with like as that line of questioning went on. She almost seemed like she was starting to contradict herself.
Got wound up thinking that they were saying she sent videos, and she was saying they weren't my videos. I wonder if the jury saw it that way though.
Yeah.
I mean, overall, I thought she was an excellent witness.
Mhm.
And
He was, excuse me, Judge, bitchy.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes. I want to welcome to the stream Robert Grueller, criminal defense attorney. How's it going, man?
Hey, Nick. Good to see you, brother. Good to see
Real
everybody.
one. Hey. And there's
I got a
Bob.
lot of,
we do have some.
Got a lot of new faces. I haven't met a lot of people sort of, circling around each other from the YouTube bubble, but it's good to see everybody here.
Here are the photographs,
Um,
which were graciously sent to us by.
So these are the photos that they took
the
of the
photographers,
physical
and,
demonstration.
please take a look at them. Unless you have objection, I intend to offer them as the next 6 sequential exhibits.
Objection is killing my case, Your Honor.
Man, this has been this has been a good day so far for the defense, in my opinion. I don't know, Robert, have you been able to catch much of it?
I'm just getting caught up. So I just joined and I just saw sort of the second half of that cross with this latest witness. So I watched a little bit of the state's closing this morning, but not really.
Receipt of these photographs?
I understand. Are we able to use them as a case?
Sure, they're exhibits. The reason I had them prepared.
Sorry.
I do.
It's because
Okay,
I'm the
go back to your
coolest judge
mics.
ever.
Get your mics.
He does more work for the defense than the defense does.
I'm going to
He's even doing that. He's even making their paperwork now.
An unusual practice that I will have a photograph taken either by one of the litigants or myself, so that it's better in the record than just somebody trying to describe what's being portrayed. So I had the photographers who were kind enough to take these pictures, and they are now exhibits A through E. In the record, is there any objection?
No.
And they are exhibits in the case which you may use if you wish. Okay.
So he took photos of the people doing demonstrative physical exhibitions. for the people out there watching.
And that was specifically with the medical examiner and demonstrating
how
how
about,
far Rosenbaum was from the gun when he shot his hand, and it was like within inches.
Yeah.
And the letters of A through E rather than numbers indicates it's for the defense rather than the prosecution. No?
Well, makes sense. Oh wait, no, that's
That's
not
how we
the
would do it
witness.
here in New York. In New York, you separate
Yeah, I'm not
plaintiff
sure.
and defendant based on one will be numbers and the other to be letters. We've been hearing number
Yeah.
exhibits all along.
It depends. Everybody's different. Usually in federal court, it will be, A, they'll choose an A and then defense is B or whatever. It starts with a different letter, same number.
Right.
Some will have I've never liked that. I prefer everybody, just numbers all the way through.
Right.
Because otherwise you have like 2 exhibit number 1s and 2 exhibit number 5s and so on and so forth.
So does anybody have any opinions on how this is going so far? We've moved into the defense's case in chief. Any opinions on how that is actually playing out? I mean, I think
Grambo is.
I thought Grambo did such a
Grambo's
great
trending.
job.
Grambo is
She literally is trending. I think
Yes.
Posobiec did tweet out Grambo earlier.
If only they
Nick,
had a
that's your
picture
fault.
holding the gun.
It's the chat.
Yeah, that's your chat, Nick. They made her famous.
Yeah.
She was great. It's interesting to see. You know, it's funny because when Richards dropped the hard R in opening, I'm like, but the way she did that, and I'm sorry, Judge, I just have to quote these miscreants, and then she drops it. I'm so sorry, and it was like, oh, how can you be mad at this lady? Oh man.
No, she did that very well, and Binger made the mistake. He should have limited his cross to just the issues about his story about they fled the police, which is nonsense, but he's got his inferences there, and maybe it's something about her not using the gun. She didn't use it, wouldn't feel a little bit there. Don't go too much there, but that's it. Not try to make her an example of this is why we have to prosecute Kyle, because these out of towners from
These
the
grandmas,
wild town
these
of
armed grandmas.
yeah,
out of town.
old town of West Bend, which is 10 minutes up the road from Kenosha. It's a working class suburb of Milwaukee, which is kind of what Kenosha half is, and is coming into town to cause trouble. And nobody's going to see Grambo and think, oh man, we got to keep Grambo out of town. And he stepped into it by making her a substitute proxy for Kyle, which is exactly what the defense wants her to be seen as.
In defense of Littlefinger, though, one of the toughest type of witnesses to cross-examine is a little old lady. I mean, I think that's second to like
that's why you stay away from
a 7-year-old
this guy. Can't help
child
himself.
is worse. It's harder to do it like a little kid, but like after that, a straight shooting grandma is really tough because
he should have learned his lesson by now. After Richie McGinnis slapped him in the face, he should learn, keep his ego in check. You can't take apart everybody you don't like.
Yeah, and to have her consistently say that's not true.
Yeah.
That's
like
not
10
true.
times,
Yes.
11 times, because that's what he does. The guy lies. Little Binger's a liar.
So very different from the cross with Grosskreutz the other day or yesterday. Good Lord, all these days are mixing together. So much streaming, but where he was just whipped into submission relatively quickly, and then he just followed along with the questions. In this case, that she was very adamant that she said, nope, that's not that. I never said that. That's not accurate. That's not true.
And
Did you talk to this Italian sounding detective that definitely doesn't sound like a Wisconsin name? I don't remember that at all. Oh God.
By the way, that's the defense investigator.
Oh, is it?
And so they produced a printout of her statement to them. I don't think that's subject to discovery. I wouldn't have necessarily done that, but as the precautionary, they did so. Though, like we've all been saying, that this habit of introducing somebody else's written notes or printed up notes of their interview with you is not admissible evidence. It's not a prior consistent statement. It's not a prior inconsistent statement. If I try to do that in court, I'm sanctioned by the judge for even trying to do so.
You got to bring the person who published this or who's written the statement and ask them about to testify that they've actually generated the statement and what they, I guess, the grounds for which they've done it. And you have to have the other person available to cross-examine or examine, as it were, to verify the statements itself.
Exactly. I mean, a prior consistent, inconsistent statement really means you, the witness, signed it under penalty of perjury or took it under penalty of perjury, which none of these statements are. They're all out of court hearsay of a third party.
Yeah, very fiery testimony. I wasn't sure how today was going to go, and it started off so boring with the forensic video expert who couldn't tell you how to timestamp a video or if you could sync it up via sound. I mean, that was a weird sort of thing, but he was, breathing into the mic. He's testimonying the most laborious way, but it's turned out pretty exciting so far. And Grambo is icing on the cake. I'm curious who they're going to call next.
And I mean, you can't beat that affability. I mean, that really, we compare it to Grosskreutz and exactly how disingenuous he was looking at him, the turning there, turning back. The jury is so able to see that and read that and say, hey, we're not going to trust this guy, but this woman who's looking at us, she's looking us in the eye. She's stable. She's steady. She's not twitching. She's not smirking like the detective or officer who said, oh yeah, I pepper sprayed Rittenhouse. And he knew what he was doing, when he did that.
Yeah, he's not having any of those negative tells.
And also, I was going to say that it also really kind of combats this whole idea that all of the people that were there with guns were part of this like militia group, this like these men that are there with giant guns and whatnot. She seems much more kind. She seems much more empathetic. She's like, hey, look, we were with them with their protesting, what they were doing. We were supportive, up until violence started happening. It definitely paints a very different picture of this overall group that she is a part of.
Gruler must be reading the chat because he's got that big smile.
Well, no, I was just going to say the defense, you can just tell we were making these comparisons to Grosskreutz. The defense didn't facepalm themselves at the end of this testimony.
Yes.
It's
also true.
That's a win right there. In this show, that's a win.
The amateur hour from the prosecution has, defense hasn't always been the best, but the prosecution amateur hour has been off the charts. Especially, go ahead. The big guy, who's doing his Chris Farley imitation from Saturday Night Live with his suit outfit, a little small, but is very much his reputation is smart but lazy, and he's lived up to that reputation entirely. But his expressiveness has been a pleasant surprise. The whole, oh God, not again. That routine.
And that's why I was suggesting, or why I've been screaming, please object, is what you see consistently with the state is when they're objected to, they become flustered very quickly. It throws them off their game. Whereas when you see Sheriff Easy get objected to, he sits there, he waits through the objection, and then he proceeds on. It's like he's worked through the problem very quickly, and now he's addressed it. He doesn't visibly do it. He does it while the judge is talking about the objection. To me, it's a noticeable difference in their performance. And I think I'm saying, please object, because every time you do, the guy has to spend 30 to 40 seconds of dead air waiting to figure out what to say.
And whereas Binger uses glasses like Rick Perry to make him look smarter than he is, I just call him Corey because I'll get the last. I kept butchering the last name when I was part of the team. Anyway, so Corey from Madison, he uses glasses great. He uses the way actually Snipes once in the middle of our trial stepped up. He goes, Barnes, can you do this? Do this as a lawyer. And he did a lawyer quickly. And part of his prop was to do glasses like that. And Corey does that very, very well because it has that sort of scholastic, erudite, particularly for, during parts of cross. That's a really nice use of a prop for a lawyer that looks authentic and not fake. So, that's been well done. But also, I thought Nick was good at presenting testimony, not only about, safety and why they were there that night, but obviously rebutting the clear perjury of Sam and Sal, who don't know whether to commit perjury because they're tax evaders, don't know whether to commit perjury because of their insurance fraud risk, don't know whether to commit perjury because they might be civilly sued for having unlicensed security guards on their property. But boy, those boys he took apart quickly just how much they perjured themselves about the ladder, perjured themselves about the keys, perjured themselves about access, perjured themselves about hiring them, perjured themselves about communications, perjured themselves about car. You could prosecute both of them for a half a dozen perjury charges from what they did last week.
If they weren't state witnesses.
Yes, exactly. I mean, a prosecutor wanted to clean this case up, like who came in later and, got replaced the loser who's running the office. And I mean, the head guy chose not to prosecute this case because he only takes cases he thinks he's going to win. So he was scared of this case. That's why Little Binger stood up and took over it. And Little Binger lived in his liberal echo chamber. And basically the only thing he's got potentially going for him is the jury. If he got a certain kind of jury, he's still in the game for a mistrial. But if he didn't, a typical Kenoshan looks like Grambo. That's who Kenoshans look. They're working class, middle aged. They look like the demographics of West Bend and the demographics of Kenosha are nearly identical. That's why the defense put her up there, and that's why it was a huge mistake of Binger to go after her. Don't make her if you go after her, they start to see Kyle through her. And that's not a favorable portrait for the prosecution. It is favorable for the defense. I mean, look at her and look at Wendy Rittenhouse. They look very, very similar because they're working class Midwesterners who've done a lot of hours. And she's a no-nonsenser. I mean, she's like a lot of Wisconsinites. That's she kept saying, nah, you're wrong about that. Nah, that's not true. Nah, not wrong. Wrong again. Nope, you missed this. And yeah, I had a gun and I was packing. Yeah, maybe it was in my holster. I don't remember. I mean, that's Wisconsin. That's the right side of Wisconsin in my view.
And someone on the panel said, like, please put the gun in her hands. Yeah.
Oh my God, yes.
Have her demonstrate it. Yeah.
She would rack that, no problem.
That thought went through his head. I mean, I guarantee it did. The way he was talking, and then he thought, maybe that isn't what I want.
Can you imagine she grabs that gun, she looks at it, she clears the chamber, makes sure there's no magazine in there, and then
Your Honor, I'd like to qualify her as the first ballistics expert in this entire trial.
And maybe she says, points it out to Little Binger. No, he was pointing the gun down. Not pointing it at you like this, Little Binger, but pointing it down like this. Could have made the point quite demonstrably. So, but yeah, I think both of those witnesses helped the defense. I hope they, I assume everybody from so far, from what, curious what you think, Ruler, as to putting Kyle on the stand. I don't see that as necessary, or I see there's more risk than reward.
Yeah, I agree with that. I don't think there's any reason to do it. I mean, I know a lot of people would like, to turn maybe a win into a grand slam, to turn something that's already positive into just a home run. But I just think it's too risky. I think what we've seen so far, the big question that we've sort of been kicking around over on our channel was, directed verdicts or, the judge sort of taking this away from the jury just on a motion for a dismissal. Again, we've talked about that as being something that might be a little bit too politically risky, just because the judge has talked a lot about legitimacy and wanting to, to make sure this thing is done right. And so, I think there's a lot of these low possibility permutations, but I don't think it's going to be all that exciting. I think, the cases are kind of going to wrap up. It's going to go to the jury. And I think it's probably going to be a good outcome for Kyle.
By the way, the defense chose not to bring a motion to dismiss anything but the curfew charge, which the curfew charge was dismissed.
Okay. So
as of yet,
mild,
but they
I
did not
think
even request a directed verdict on the rest.
They didn't do that?
We said no, they didn't.
Oh, so I'm just getting caught up to speed. So I apologize. So we're already way past that.
Oh
yeah, prosecution already closed. Now they can do it again after close of defense.
It's
Right.
Not,
Okay.
Insufficiency of evidence. In Wisconsin, it's a motion for insufficiency of evidence, and I think someone said that if they brought, you can't bring that motion and bring it on appeal, right? You can't appeal it if you
present a defense. Yeah. So there's no appellate in Wisconsin if you bring a motion for directed verdict at the end of prosecution's case, and the judge denies it. You can't appeal that unless you don't present a defense.
So
if you present a defense, then the standard is what happened at the close of defense evidence.
Okay.
Still,
so interesting.
The judge might have said yes.
Yeah,
he did.
I thought in this case they should have brought. I would have given it a chance, but they decided not to, and maybe for the reasons Gruler mentions, didn't want to put the judge in a. I don't know. This judge doesn't care in part. I mean, if there was one judge who would grant a motion, this guy would. He's been cutting off a Little Binger a couple of times, which has been great. He's like, Nat, you're wrong about guns on that. No, you can have a gun for property. Just sua sponte. This judge is beautiful. going to quote
Yeah.
the history of Rome, throw in some Bible verses, talk about the last time when he was at a judicial conference 35 years ago. Let me tell you something, son. You know,
Which of course, all of that gets characterized as some weird right-leaning rant.
That's
by the
a lot.
media.
He's a Southern
Was
judge
I
who
the
happens
only
to be
one
in
that heard
Wisconsin.
Walter Brennan every time the judge speaks? Was it just me?
Maybe that's
all
who,
I hear is, let me tell you a story for literally anything that you could possibly experience in this courtroom, because I've been through all of it. And
The quote of
24 years on the
Hammurabi.
bench.
I
He's
think in a
usually known as
subtle-
a
Oh, go ahead.
pro-prosecution judge, by the way.
Yeah,
Really?
I think that's in Kyle's favor here, though, because that judge knows he's read this complaint, and he looks at this and he goes, because we all have read the complaint, and I think come to the same idea. This looks like a self-defense case, and so the judge is normally prosecuting Rosenbaum. In fact, if Rosenbaum was in Kenosha for another 5 days, he probably would have had a case on the docket. To be fair. He's probably prosecuting a Huber or a Gage Grosskreutz. All of these guys have criminal histories of some sort, even if not the full records are admissible. And this judge goes, I don't know about this. And so he's coming across as someone who would normally be taking on these people. To me, that's my impression.
Oh, no doubt about that. And he has that. He and Granbo probably get along. Put it that way, politically.
Yeah, I said in the middle, I was like, these guys
Check
play
from
bridge
lunch.
together.
Yep. Well, you even saw he was like, "Go ahead and say it." Forgive me, Judge. Can I say it? Go ahead, honey.
But right now, the DA's
he was
the
just
DA
a little bitch up there.
The DA right now, their best hope is a mistrial. That's really what they're left
Yes.
with. I don't think
Yes.
they can hope to get 12 people on their side. I
would their
think
grounds
on
be
the
for a
major
mistrial?
charges, best
Well,
hope
what
they
about a
have
split?
is a mistrial.
The
random-
mistrial of a hung jury.
Oh,
There is-
okay.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
There always is a possible split verdict. But
Yeah.
the way this case has gone, they will have had to get a little bit unlucky in jury selection to get a split verdict. Because normally a random jury, and I think that's kind of what they got, given how fast the jury was picked, in Kenosha was a mistrial was the norm. Split verdicts only happen if you didn't have hardcore people on both sides. Usually you had 2 to 3 people hardcore at least on both sides. And the hardcore people just wouldn't compromise, period. And that's why you would keep getting mistrials over and over again. And that's Kyle's only risk at this point is taking the stand unnecessarily. And if they didn't do great with the jury, if they got a little bit unlucky with the random jury selection.
Now, Robert, what do you guys think about the idea that is there a purpose of bringing Kyle to the stand solely to hit the motion to dismiss at the end of the defense's testimony, where they just want to build enough of a factual basis
that
with him?
package
I
there
still think
and
it's a
have
bad
Kevin
idea, but do you
do
guys have a
whatever
different
he wants.
opinion if that is the lens that the
Because I'm
defense is
watching,
taking?
Well, my own view is that this judge was unlikely to ever grant a directed verdict just because he wants to prove that a Kenosha jury will acquit. He might grant one after the verdict. You know, so if a bad verdict comes in, it wouldn't be. He's the kind of judge who might set aside the verdict, and because he knows that's appealable and can be dealt with in due time. But I think he thinks it's going to be an acquittal jury too, and a disagreement between me and the other defense lawyers was I thought it would be useful to let him know how bad the jury pool was in Kenosha from the pretrial publicity, because I thought he would then factor that into how he handled jury selection and what he did at jury trial. I think he thinks this jury is totally an acquittal jury. And I think consequently that makes him less likely to even consider a motion to dismiss because he thinks the jury will cover for me and give full acquittals anyway. So I don't have to step in on this. But that's why I think he might step in after the fact. But I don't think they should put Kyle on the stand for anything. Too much risk, too little reward.
Yeah, I agree with that. And I think that this judge, some of his comments even about being bored, I think in day 3, he was very over the prosecution's case. And I think that when you listen to comments like that, the judge can read the room in a way that we can't. We are all watching just from one angle or two
Also
angles
true.
from the camera that we see, but the judge can see what the jury, if he's bored and he's willing to sort of communicate that to other people. I'm going to guess the jurors are pretty bored during the case in chief of the prosecution as well. So he doesn't really even need to take it, I would say, from them. He can probably just read the writing on the walls and, just let it go as we've already been seeing it unfold.
Yeah. And Well, it's not supposed to happen. Often bailiffs with jurors overhear conversations that tend to end up back in the judge's ears.
Yeah.
And so, like, I've had cases where they know right away what's going to happen one way or the other. It's like, how exactly is that the case? Because supposedly they weren't discussing the case and all that jazz. So, but usually judges have a pretty good cue on what the jurors are doing and what they're up to. But you never know for sure, of course. And there was a core of liberal Democratic oriented people that, I mean, that's who kind of Binger was arguing with Granbo for. Is hey, look, she's one of them to the liberal. If there's any liberal Democrats on the jury, she's one of those Trumper types.
Look, I don't normally bring stuff from my Discord, but I had to bring this one.
Oh, that is so wrong.
I love your degenerates. They're the best.
No, Binger, I don't want to get a salad.
This is going to replace all those Biden-Obama memes. That picture right there. All those Biden-Obamas where, like, little finger is going to become Joe Biden and big boy is going to be Obama.
Yep.
Kraus. I have to remember his name is Kraus and stop calling him big boy.
That's me. You can put that on me. I started that, Nick.
I'm trying so
Would you come down, please?
Yep.
Thank you.
Oh, boy.
Just once, I want him to order a pizza instead. When he calls on the phone.
Is this a hot mic? Is this he doesn't realize he's on, does he?
No, he's been on mic every time he calls the jury.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh gosh.
Would any of you guys just rested if you were the defense and not call any witnesses?
No.
I was
would have been very, very tempting, but these two witnesses are good, plus their expert is good. I don't know if we need to call anybody beyond that.
I think they want their expert in there.
Yeah.
I think John Black is from his whatchamacallit, Dober hearing. He was just like he's really well presented on his ability to speak, and I think he'll play really well in front of a jury. I think they really want to get those timings down. This is quarters of a second we're talking about between Huber and Grauskreutz getting shot. It's like 3 seconds. It's so fast.
By the way, Nick, congratulations on the Grambo, which is going to be added to the dictionary now. What she said that was amazing that I didn't fully appreciate either. She's depicting them as being holed up in that house for fear of this mob that keeps returning after the incident. I mean, they're painting a picture that I don't think anybody ever heard of the Kenosha riots, and certainly less of what happened to Kyle that evening.
Yeah.
That's what called Nathan DeBrune.
I'll be right back.
Your Honor, if the record reflects that Mr. represented by Terry Rose and Rose attorneys.
Swear testimony about to give this matter be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
You may be seated.
Good afternoon, sir. Could you please state your full name, spelling your last name for the record?
Nathan DeBruin, D-E-B-R-U-I-N.
Mr. DeBrune, not your address, but where do you reside?
Kenosha.
And are you employed in a local business?
In the area.
Okay. And do you have any hobbies?
Photography and photojournalist.
Okay. And are you what would be considered a freelance photojournalist?
Yes, sir.
And in the course of those duties, did you come down to the Kenosha demonstrations and riots?
I did.
Okay. And could you describe for the jury, please, what was the first night, Sunday night, like?
There was a lot of people. I started capturing pictures over by the Jacob Blake's residence. There was a lot of police presence over there. So I started over there, and it eventually went down to the area of Civic Park.
Okay. And now, on that night, was there a lot of property destruction?
On Sunday?
Yes.
Not necessarily property, I would say.
Okay.
I saw a lot of police cars damaged, and police like sheriff vehicles damaged.
Okay. And where was most of that damage centered, if you know?
I don't know the avenue, but where the Jacob Blake's, like where the original situation happened.
Okay. Did you spend any time in downtown in Civic Park?
I did.
Anything like that? Was there any damage or destruction down there?
Not that I recall.
Okay. Now, directing your attention to the night, the second night, which would be Monday night, did you come down and cover the civil unrest?
I did.
Okay. Was that night different than the first night?
Yes.
Okay. Could you describe for the jury that difference, please?
The difference was there was a lot of vehicles that the city used as barricades that were ended up being torched, lit on fire. There's a heavy police presence. Also, when the police were present, there was a lot of rioters, protesters throwing objects at the police.
And during the night of the 24th, you took a lot of still photographs?
Yes, I did.
And you also took video photographs, correct?
Yes, I did.
And a lot of those still photographs and video photographs were of interest from that evening to law enforcement regarding the arson that was occurring in the community, correct?
Correct.
And you provided all of your information to the ATF, FBI?
Yes, I did.
You let them download your cameras and phones?
Yes.
And eventually that same information was turned over to the Kenosha Police Department, correct?
Correct.
And you met with Detective Howard sitting at the table?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And you told him about your observations of that evening?
I did.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but you were able to tell the story through pointing at pictures that had date stamps, times, and you were able, because you're a resident, able to tell places. Objection leading. When you took a photograph, did you know where it was taken?
I did.
Did you know what time it was?
I did.
How'd you do that?
The time stamp on the camera.
Okay.
And then my knowledge of being a resident.
Honestly, it gets better testimony to not ask
And
leading questions
You're
anyway.
the first witness that has ever done this, but you brought your own exhibits, correct?
I did.
Okay. And I didn't ask you to do that?
You did not.
Okay. And there's a series of like 24 big photographs that I'm going to go through with you. Do you know who took these?
I did.
Okay.
Someone said if the Discord was a person.
It's the avatar of your Discord.
I am standing on the corner of Ruther
Ron Coleman's
Central High
gonna come
School
back in.
parking lot, just about to walk towards Sheridan Road.
And what does that picture depict?
The police lining up as they started to clear out Civic Park.
You know what time that is about?
9:03. So I do believe 10:03 because my camera was off 1 hour.
And you and Detective Howard worked out that problem, correct?
Yes, we did, but it's not going to reflect on this.
Okay. Because your times were off by 1 hour, correct?
Correct.
Compared to all the other evidence.
Yes.
And you know how that happened?
Yes, because just prior to that, I was on vacation in South Dakota.
Okay, and that's in a different time zone?
Yes, sir.
Showing you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 112. Could you tell me what that is?
I'm moving closer towards Sheridan Road. I'm now on the corner of Ruther Central High School on the grass just before going onto the sidewalk, and the police are closing the gap on Sheridan Road.
What night are all these exhibits taken?
August 25th.
Showing you what's been marked on the front as Defense Exhibit 113. Could you tell me what that is?
I am now on Sheridan Road and hugged up against Ruther Central High School.
Does Ruther Central High School have any significance to you?
I did. That was my high school.
And this photograph would be looking down Sheridan Road in a northerly direction from your point of view?
Yes, it is.
And what does it depict in the back part of the photograph?
like you saw in the 2 photographs earlier, the police were still in Civic Park. Now the police lined up actually on Sheridan Road.
Okay. And there are other individuals, demonstrators or rioters or whatever you want to call them, and they're more to the right.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Could you hand that to the judge? Showing you what's been marked as exhibit defendants 114.
I am still advancing southbound on Sheridan Road, and I captured a photo when the police started using the tear gas bombs. I don't know the technical term.
Can you tell me what time that is?
That is at 9:43.
And that's 9:43 real time.
Yes, I do believe.
Okay. Showing you what has been marked. Well, let me back up a second. Through your involvement in this case, reading things, you became aware of who Joseph Rosenbaum is.
Yes.
You became aware of the significance of him.
Yes, I did.
And you went over that with Detective Howard from the Kenosha Police Department.
Yes, I did.
Showing you what's been marked as on the front, defendants exhibit 115. Could you tell me what that is?
That is a picture of a cone that is on fire with Rosenbaum with his hands up with his, what I assume to be a bag that you just got out of jail with at the time, in an angry stance.
Okay. And where is Mr. Rosenbaum standing?
The Ultimate gas station.
Okay. In the street?
Yes, just off of the driveway to go into Ultimate Gas.
Okay. And in the 4 of the picture, there's some people trying to get some cones burning.
Correct.
And there's everybody's attention seems directed at somebody or something. Do you know who that is or what it was? Your Honor, I wasn't quite done.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Everybody seems to be looking in a general northerly direction, correct?
Correct.
Do you know who or what they're looking at?
There was recently a dumpster fire that was on fire. I do believe that was before this.
116, once again.
Once again, there's some protesters, rioters, adding to the fire, adding more cones to make the fire bigger, with Rosenbaum in the back still screaming, and almost in the exact same location.
What time is that?
That is at 10:08.
Defense Exhibit 117, what does this depict?
This is a garbage can that was just recently on fire, and a gentleman, I do not know who it is, holding a loaded pistol.
And did you see him, what was he doing with the pistol? He's just walking around with a pistol out?
When people in the Ultimate Gas station started arguing and things started heating up, he pulled out his pistol from his waistband, cocked it, and held it at his side.
When you say cocked it, describe that for the jury.
He took it from his waistband and loaded it, pulled the rack back, and it was armed then, ready to shoot.
Directing your attention to Defendants Exhibit 118, what does that show?
So there was a time where the police pushed us towards the Ultimate Gas station, but then they retreated. And that's when the rioters and protesters advanced again back northbound on Sheridan Road, so closer back to Ruther Central High School. But in this photo, this is a photo of Rosenbaum walking to the St. James lot that was under construction at the time. And this is where, just before he tips over a porta potty.
Okay, and just so this record is, you're not just taking pictures of Mr. Rosenbaum, correct?
I am not. I did
Okay.
not know who he was.
Okay, you're just taking pictures of everything you see that interests you?
Correct.
And then later on, you turn those over to the state, the ATF, and you go through them and you start seeing what you think might be important. Is that a fair statement?
It is.
And could I have a time on defendants 118?
10:15 p.m. August 25th.
Showing you what's been marked as defense exhibit 119. Could you tell me what that is?
This is Mr. Rosenbaum with another gentleman who I do not know, tipping over a porta potty that was in the St. James lot that was under construction at the time.
And so where is the St. James lot, as you refer to it, in relationship to Car Source at 59th?
It is directly next to it.
Okay, it's right across the street.
There is a road, and then the Car Source.
And that porta potty had been in an upward position.
Yes, it was.
And Mr. Rosenbaum and this masked individual tipped it over and threw it over the fence.
They did.
And what were they trying to do to it once they got it out in the road?
It looked like they were going to use it as a barrier.
Okay. And in that picture, describe Mr. Rosenbaum's clothing.
He has, it looks like black shorts on, a reddish t-shirt, a blue bandana wrapped around his entire face, and he's holding a plastic bag in his right hand.
Showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 120. Tell me what that depicts.
This is a trailer that was also in the St. James parking lot at the time. After they flipped over the porta potty, they went back for a trailer, and Mr. Rosenbaum helped pull and push this trailer out to the road that was eventually tipped on its side and lit on fire.
And when you took the picture, did you know what they were going to do with the trailer?
I did not.
Did you see any chains or anything like that on that trailer? Did you notice anything on that trailer that might later be used as a weapon?
He'll allow it.
It is leading. A leading question is one that's, we talked about that already. It's leading.
Did you notice anything on that trailer?
He's asking a yes or no question. That is leading.
Anything from that trailer?
Yeah, you got to
Yes,
ask
he
open
did.
ended questions.
Yeah.
Once it was out in the middle of the road and set on its side, there was chains dangling from what I perceived the front end of the trailer that you would connect to a
Even
vehicle.
if you get stuck
was
in a leading
multiple chains
question like that,
from there.
the witness also hears the question that you tried to ask them, so it also clues them into where you're going.
Yes.
Used to take the trailer.
You only rang the bell. You don't need to like
from the trailer
word it perfectly.
to a vehicle that's going to tow it. So if it were to separate,
Yes, sir.
it's a protective chain, correct?
Yes, sir.
These aren't thin little chains?
No.
And you personally saw him take those?
Yes.
He's still leading.
Leading the hell out of
Yeah.
August 25th, 10:16 p.m.
There's no leading in this court.
I can look at the report when I'm done and clear that up.
Well, why don't you clear it up now? So we are clear on that.
To the chat, I was off camera because the chat was making me laugh, and I did not want it to come across as I was being mean to this individual who I am not. When I'm going to be mean to someone, you'll know because I'm directly mean to them.
Shame on you, chat.
Yeah,
And
he's,
equal
he's
opportunity.
definitely-
And it'll be
definitely-
Joe.
Consider
And-
yourselves chastised, chat.
Are off by 1 hour, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And they're on South Dakota.
And I've got to say, this
Correct.
witness is coming out across so genuinely and pure-hearted.
So
Yeah.
if it were to say.
It's gonna be hard to
back
cross
of
him, I
these,
think,
They're
maybe.
printed off from.
Yeah, if Binger pulls another
Yes.
Grambo, he's in for some
Number
trouble.
Here in the back of the, has a JPEG number?
Yes.
So you don't really know as you sit here today.
Correct?
No, I.
Yeah.
I know, it's his own witness. He's
Printed out
like
to match the time.
cross-examining him.
Okay, so if a time.
Is it just me, or is that, as you sit here today, like fingernails on the
Correct.
chalkboard?
Oh, the worst.
Yeah,
Were you lying then or are you lying now?
I give him a little leeway because it's
follows
highly
later.
publicized and a year later.
Showing you what's been marked, Defense Exhibit 1.
But there are better ways to phrase that.
This
They're
is
less
how,
cliche.
like I said earlier, trailer was pulled out of the St. James parking lot. This is the trailer itself tipped over on its side. and being lit on fire next to a garbage can. And you can also see Mr. Rosenbaum armed himself with a chain, and there's still also chains hanging from the trailer.
And that's would be in Mr. Rosenbaum's left hand, correct?
Yes, correct.
And there's a length of chain on each side of his left hand hanging down to the ground.
Correct.
It goes through the hand. There's a chain here and chain here.
Two separate chains or one chain?
I don't think the picture can tell.
Okay, gotcha.
I like
Do you know
that the
whether
judge
it's one
is so
chain or
interested
two?
in the
I do believe it
testimony,
was
he's
just one
asking a
chain.
clarifying question.
And go ahead. Defense Exhibit 122, once again.
This is also another picture of Mr. Rosenbaum with his, what I assume to be
Did he
a
move
big
these into
shot
evidence yet?
in his right hand.
He did.
and
Not yet.
The
I think so.
chain
I thought he
in
did.
his left hand.
Maybe he did.
And
They've been doing it a lot
now
where
the chain is up, so
they
you
have
see
the
the full
witness
length of
look
it.
at something,
Not hit, not
authenticate it, and
obscured
move it
by the
to
back.
evidence.
Correct.
Even when they show the jury, it's weird.
Defendant's Exhibit.
But doesn't
one-
seem
by
like
the
they're
way-
publishing. He's describing the picture. He doesn't
Recognize
publish
that.
which one he's talking
I
about.
do.
and then
This
he
is
just moves on to
Mr.
the next one.
Rosenbaum.
Well,
now
he already
holding
he
in the
already
upright
authenticated them
position,
all. He took them.
holding his
But how's the
chain
jury going to
in
know which ones they're
the
talking
bag
about?
that I
You
described.
just said
I
exhibit
assume they're on the-
123.
They're on the screen, I assume.
And they're
They have to-
marked.
We can't see it.
They have a
that's
jury book, or
continuation of this series.
Yes, it's still the trailer that is
And-
lit on fire.
Are you that close, or are you using a lens? Do you know?
I am pretty close.
Okay. 121.
I'm assuming people in court can see these
This is
exhibits.
a farther away picture of the trailer that was
Because if they
kept on
can't-
its side. Mr.
That's-
Rosenbaum is
It's getting
It's a waste of time.
away from the
They
fire.
can't see it.
about
The
to-
jury
now
can't
at
see the
this
pictures.
time,
He
he's
hasn't
still
admitted them
holding
yet.
his
If he didn't move them in,
bag,
they
and I
can't.
cannot tell what is in his other hand. And it was brought to my knowledge that another person in here is named Joshua Zeminski.
Okay, and Mr. Zeminski.
How is this helpful if the jury isn't seeing the picture at the same time
Pants,
to
black
testify?
hoodie,
They're probably
Yes.
just going to use it
and
during
he's-
closing
It looks
or,
like he is
or through another
picking
witness.
It's ridiculous.
more debris into the fire to accelerate it.
Just take a minute to publish it so the jury can look at the picture you're
Would
looking
it be
at.
fair to say that
I think they're laying
photograph
foundation for the
124,
pictures.
You're further away when the picture is taken?
Correct.
Maybe they're putting the photos on some kind of projector.
Defendant's
and the jury can see
125.
it.
That's what I've been assuming.
I was advancing again south on
Just so
Sheridan
they-
Road. I am
defendants
now
exhibit
at
125. They
almost the
haven't admitted them
corner
or offered them yet.
where the gas station next to Car Source is. And the police just released more gas or tear bombs. I don't know the
Okay.
technical term.
Now, I'm going to show you some video later on, but were you anywhere near the gunshots that eventually broke out about 10 to midnight?
Yes, I was.
Okay. Could you hand it to the judge? Showing you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 126. Do you know what that is?
Yes, this is one of the very last photos I took from Sheridan Road in 61st, I want to say. This photo is of the armored sheriff vehicles showing up to a 10-2 gauge that was just shot in his bicep.
And you can even, I mean, your picture is so good, you can read where that is from, or
Yes, it says sheriff's rescue vehicle. I don't see a name or a city.
but that's, I mean, this is before the area's even been cordoned off, correct?
Correct.
Okay, go ahead. If you, okay, why don't you give me a time on that one?
August 25th, 10:51 p.m.
Showing you a picture of
That's South Dakota time.
7.
After the shots were fired and it started getting really intense, I decided to retreat and go back home for the night. I did not have a vehicle down there. I was walking back towards 22nd Avenue, and there was gunshots going on all around me. And there was a group of police outside. I don't know the technical term. I think it's like a correctional use facility here in Kenosha. They were out there with their rifles out and pistols drawn. and I had a black camera around my neck, and they pointed their lights at me, and I raised my hands, and they just told me to keep going. And I asked what's going on, and they just confirmed that there was multiple gunshots. And that was at August 25th, 11:04 p.m.
Fence 128.
This is a little further up 63rd Street, just past the last officers that I talked to.
And this one somehow got a little bit out of order. I'm going to show you Defense Exhibit 130. Can you tell me what that is?
This is a photo of a gentleman walking through some tear gas outside of our courthouse in Kenosha.
Okay.
As gentlemen will do.
8:11 p.m. August 25th.
Okay, so that would be for real-time 9.
Yes.
And lastly, showing you Defense Exhibit 129. Could you tell me when that photograph was taken?
This is the very last photo I took of that night. And this is of where Rhodey's camera shop used to be.
Okay. And where is Rhodey's camera shop in Kenosha?
I'm going to direct the relevance of this line of questioning. This did not happen.
It's this evening. It's his opinion as to what was going on and why he covered the story.
Yeah, it's a little bit much.
Sorry, what was the judge's ruling?
Sustained.
Oh.
Does Rhodey's camera have a special significance to you?
I don't want to get sidetracked.
Okay.
Objection is sustained.
Thank you, sir. You're welcome. These have or haven't. Oh, I'm sorry.
Wondering why they chose then to pipe up on objections if he's just introducing a bunch of pictures that are I don't know.
Inflammatory, shall we say?
I mean, maybe.
Thank you. Thank you. I will be here all night.
Try the field. Show you a very large photograph on the back marked Defense Exhibit 131. Do you recognize that?
I do.
Can you tell me what that is?
This
Anybody
is
want to
of
go with me to the
Luther
art
Central
museum, by the way?
High
I'm
School,
gonna
of a bunch of
tell you about all the
people
stuff that's on the
cleaning
wall.
graffiti off from the night before.
Okay. Is there, when you took that picture, did you know anybody in it?
I did not.
After knowing about this case and meeting with Detective Howard, did you know the significance of this picture?
I do.
And what is it?
He got there where he wants
Mr.
to go.
Rittenhouse is in
Finally.
there cleaning graffiti off of Luther Central High School.
And
that's really
there's
valuable testimony.
how many people in this photograph?
9, including Mr. Rittenhouse.
Okay. And could you tell me what time that photograph is taken?
August 25th, 11:43 a.m.
Okay. So that would be right before 1 o'clock,
Correct.
real time. And this photograph?
This is of a group of protesters. I do believe the night before, August 24th.
I don't know what, why don't you put in a question?
You were covering all 3 nights of the demonstrations and riots, correct?
Yes.
During the photograph, the large photograph, and I can't see on the back, I think it's 134, 133.
Look on the back of it, and can
Is
you point
this
the front towards the
before or
jury a
after
couple times, please?
Things turned on.
What happened that night of August 24th is irrelevant to this.
You
I've
guys have
asked
introduced.
If an exhibit is not admitted, that they not be shown to the jury while it's process of figuring out the correct time.
Oh, here we go. This is exactly the point. What kind of presentation is this though? He's been talking about. So this one is different from the other ones, I think.
This one's from 2 nights before, or the night before.
I
One
don't
of
see
those
the
two.
relevance.
You schlepped that all the way into court without being able to argue for relevance.
I know, he even put up a counter argument, like an
To make a
explanation.
proffer. Then you have to send out the jury if he makes a proffer, and the judge is going to get
Whether or not
pissed off at him.
you heard any statements from Mr. Rosenbaum. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, it is.
And do you remember what Mr.
He
Rosenbaum
didn't make very many objections, and he doesn't seem to make any arguments against objections.
Yes, I remember a few phrases.
Yeah.
It's a
Hey.
style, right? It's a style.
Do you remember that?
Yes.
And
I
you made a
guess.
statement about the source of the
It's a
fact.
style of appeasement.
What
He's
was
like the Neville Chamberlain of lawyers.
Why did you believe that he just got out of jail?
That's what you want in a capital
wait.
rhyme, capital.
You want Neville Chamberlain?
It just goes with the flow. You don't want someone to be too aggressive.
I read something some time ago, which
Judge story
even,
time.
well,
Love it.
There we go.
And
Counter argument is still present sense impression. Why did you think he just
2
got
months
out of
ago?
jail?
there was paperwork came in here that made somewhat different from what has been stated here in testimony as far as the origin. Is that somewhere in the evidence?
Yes.
I mean, in the available evidence, not in the evidence that's been presented.
No. Yes. This goes to what the court said could be gone into about Mr. Rosenbaum's behavior. Those statements.
Well, there's a specific statement. Is there an available witness that's going to testify to that?
Yes.
All right, go ahead.
There's some
I'm sorry, could you start over?
I think I know where the court's going. I think there's a misunderstanding we should discuss.
You know what, let's,
Jerry's got to go.
I have to go upstairs. You're welcome to do so.
Yep.
But in the meantime.
Let's
we'll
remind
go
the
to
chat that the problem with this is that
Brewers,
Rosenbaum is a convicted
library.
child rapist, and they
And,
have to be very careful about not saying that because the jury might be
Please don't
okay
talk
with
about
someone
the
shooting
case.
a convicted
This won't be
child
long.
rapist.
I would hope they are.
I think it's worth doing.
I mean, I'm not saying that as a lawyer, but as an extremely ignorant person who might be on a jury. Ooh, the sidebar is off the record.
No, I think they're just waiting for
Off
the
the
jury
audio.
to leave.
No.
They're waiting.
I think
They're
that
not gonna
they have a really high noise gate on their. It's weird. Like, I think someone's live in the courtroom doing audio, and they crank the gain on the mic that's active, and then the others have a really high noise gate so that little squeaks and creaks and stuff don't come through. That's why we don't often hear Richard say
I'm quite
objection. We
certain
hear
at one point
objection.
I read that a remark was attributed to Mr. Rosenbaum. I just got out of jail, and I'm not afraid to go back, or words to that effect.
He did say that. I saw it on the video.
You say you have a witness who could testify to that?
Yes.
Oh, he heard it?
Yes.
It was on the
What's your
video.
objection?
My objection is discussing this belief of where this bag came from. He doesn't know. If he wants to, I mean, I would object him hearsay to the Rosenbaum statements because I don't believe there's enough context, and Mr. Rosenbaum clearly isn't here to testify. So I do believe they are hearsay, although I understand the court's pretrial ruling.
Isn't death a hearsay objection?
I thought we were getting a little mixed up here,
Yeah,
which I wanted to
Death is
clarify.
an exception.
I thought that when Your Honor was talking about things coming in that indicated something else, I thought we were going to go into
Dying
this
declarations.
line of questioning that Mr. Rosenbaum was getting out of jail, which I believe is not in dispute that he's getting out of the hospital. So I just wanted to clarify that. I do believe, if they want to ask him what he heard, fine, but I don't believe the proper form of the question is, how did you get your belief that this bag was from jail? There's no dispute that this bag was from jail, that this bag was not from jail. And I think to repeatedly mention jail when it wasn't an issue in this case is.
You know, I'm not in a position to know. You say it's not in dispute, and that may be that it hasn't been in dispute up to this point. If the witness that is his recollection, it's not for me to slam the door. I understand what you're saying, but if the
But it's
witness
bullshit.
recalls that, you're certainly welcome to cross-examine him on that.
It's not necessarily the truth of him being in jail, just the claim that he made he was in jail.
Censor the evidence.
I just believe the form of the question is appropriate, which is how did you form your belief that the bag was from jail?
But didn't that the witness already say that?
Yeah.
But he just said it. So now he's asking him, why do you say that? Am my memory just.
I'm trying not to lead him, so I was setting the stage for the statement. I mean, you want me to.
What did you hear him say?
There's three different
Well,
statements.
Okay, the objection's overruled.
Gotcha.
It's not the truth of the matter that's being asserted.
Right.
It's just his
Right.
just
He made the
impression
statement. It's not hearsay at all.
based on claims that could have been BS that were made by Rosenbaum. We don't know whether Rosenbaum was in jail. We just know he.
Listen, he had to make the objection. He had to make the objection.
Yeah, he can't.
I think it's the
he can't
right
have-
ruling.
He can't have this guy coming out of a mental hospital or a jail or the fact that he's a child rapist. Like, if that happens, if they get to all the way back, the state's case is obliterated immediately. That's their big issue here.
Yeah.
I don't think he should let it get back there. Honestly, like
I don't think they
I wish
will
he
anymore.
could. I wish he could, but I'm saying
The
I don't think
girlfriend
our
was
justice
the
system-
catalyst. The girlfriend was the catalyst to get back there, and they didn't go after her hard on cross. I don't think they'll get back there. But the jail thing and the hospital thing, based on his statement, I'm not afraid to go back to jail, or I just got out of jail.
Yeah,
I mean that
it
should
tells
come
you his
in.
mental state at the time. Yeah, it tells you his mental state, how crazy he was, and how threatening and menacing he was to Kyle.
You guys,
So
that was on-
Yeah,
that was
not so
on
much about
video.
his mental state, but his behavior that was observable by the people around him.
Objection's been overruled. Go ahead.
Sir, did you hear Mr. Rosenbaum say anything about the bag?
I did.
What was that?
That he's not afraid to go back to jail.
And you told the detective that when you were interviewed back on September 11th of 2020, correct?
Correct.
Never forget.
Now, directing your attention to the ultimate gas station, approximately 5900 Sheridan Road, did you see an incident regarding a dumpster?
I did.
Did you see who was lighting and pushing that dumpster?
I did not.
Did you see what happened to that dumpster?
I did.
What?
It was the fire was put out by a fire extinguisher.
And when the fire in the dumpster was put out by the fire extinguisher, was there any reaction from the people who were starting the fire?
Yes, a very angry reaction.
Okay. Did you recognize or notice anybody's specific reaction at that time?
I did, Mr. Rosenbaum.
Okay. Describe that, please.
He was very agitated. He was yelling, "Fuck the police," over and over and over. "I'm not afraid to go back to jail," and "shoot me N-word, shoot me N-word."
But he was using the whole word
Correct.
at a Black Lives Matter rally.
Correct.
And he had to be held back from attacking people. Is that a fair statement?
That is a fair.
No.
No.
What? Come on, stream.
Oh no. Mercado, what's wrong with your
Censorship.
internet?
It's not my internet.
Nick, you broke the internet.
Oh.
Oh man.
Hold on, I'll get it back up.
Damn it.
I have an alternate.
Yes, a
also what
very
Dana said.
angry reaction.
Okay.
Hold on.
Did you recognize or notice anybody's specific reaction at that time?
I did, Mr. Rosenbaum.
Okay. Describe that, please.
He was very agitated. He was
So
yelling,
we went back a couple seconds actually.
"Fuck the police," over and over and over.
So we won't miss
"I'm not
anything.
afraid to
We
go
get
back
this
to
again.
jail,"
It's better the
and
second
"shoot
time
me
around.
N-word, shoot me N-word."
But he was using the whole word
Correct.
at a Black Lives Matter rally.
Correct.
And he had to be held back from attacking people. Is that a fair statement?
That is a fair statement.
Done. It's done. It's in.
Overruled.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not meaningful. I mean, you could ask them 2 questions
That's
instead of
depicted
1.
in the pictures you brought, correct?
Correct.
And you told Detective Howard about that?
Correct.
And the incident regarding the chain and that he kept it and was swinging it around, you told the detective about that?
This is all leading.
Necessary to develop the testimony.
Rephrase your question.
Did you?
Did the topic of the chain come up in your interview with law enforcement?
Not that I recall.
Still yes or no question.
If it's contained in a report taken by the detective, you wouldn't dispute that, would you?
I wouldn't.
That's why.
I wouldn't dispute it.
Because I'm a nice guy.
You went south of 60th and Sheridan, correct?
Correct.
And you were taking photographs, observing?
Yes, I was.
And what direction were you walking?
Southbound.
Okay. Did anything strange or out of the ordinary happen as you were heading south?
Yes, I saw a gentleman start running, and then a crowd kind of followed behind them.
The individual who you saw running, do you know who that is?
Not at the time.
Okay. Did you know the significance of him running at the time?
I did not.
Had you heard anything before you saw this individual running at you? Not running at you, but running.
No.
Okay. And do you know who that individual is now?
I do.
And how do you know that?
Through identification through photographs in the media, I guess I could say.
Okay. And who is that person?
Kyle Rittenhouse.
Okay. Describe what you observed. What direction was Kyle running?
He was running southbound towards 63rd Street.
Okay. So he's running away from the 60th Street?
No, hang on. Running south, if that's easier.
Okay. And how far did you see him get?
I saw him enter, I don't know what car source it is, but the car source that's on the corner across from the hospital, I saw him go up in that driveway, and that was the last.
Pointer?
Yes. Oh, this pointer?
The laser one?
Yeah.
You see the map behind you? Orient you. This is north.
Yes.
This is south. So this would be east, west. Here's a car source, gas station, ultimate, car source, car source. Where did you first see Kyle Rittenhouse on this map, if you could point with the laser pointer?
Is that the hospital down here?
Yeah, this is the hospital parking lot.
Is this Sheridan Road?
Yes, it is.
I would probably say I saw Kyle right around here.
Okay. And he was heading in a southerly direction?
Yes.
And he goes where?
To car source.
Okay. And when he goes into the car source parking lot, could you see him anymore?
I could not know.
Did you follow him?
I was making my way up there, but not in an urgent manner.
Okay. And
Making my way uptown.
I heard what seemed to be like a firework, and then I could tell between them there was multiple gunshots.
And then what did you observe?
I observed Kyle walking down the same driveway that I witnessed him going up, and then pick up his pace as he continued northbound on Sheridan Road.
Okay. Was anybody taking note of Kyle as he headed in the northward direction on Sheridan?
There was people screaming at him and also following him.
Okay. Did you see anybody run up to him?
I did.
Okay. And how close were you to Kyle when this individual ran up to him?
15 feet maybe.
Okay. And that individual who ran up to him, what happened?
What I seen was an individual run up to him with a skateboard and swing it at him, letting go of the skateboard, and it hit Kyle between the neck and I would say the mid back. And the skateboard, I don't know if Kyle kicked it because he was running when the skateboard fell, but the skateboard flew off to the side.
Okay. And did that knock Kyle to the ground? Just tell us what you saw, sir.
What was the effect?
He stumbled. He wasn't necessarily on the ground at that point.
Okay. And then what did you observe?
The next thing I observed was, at the time I did not know who it was. Now I can say Anthony Huber. It looked like he was trying to subdue Kyle and that's when everything happened in a matter of a second. That's when Kyle turned. It looked like he turned because Kyle was on the ground at this time, and that's when he kind of turned and he released one shot, and it hit Anthony Huber in the chest.
Okay. Did you see Anthony Huber do anything with his skateboard as he's trying to, as you said, subdue Kyle?
Yes, he also whacked him. I don't know if it was on his head or like his neck area again.
Okay, this is all happening very fast.
Yes, it did. And there was also a lot of people on my side of.
Can you bring up the exhibit, please?
That may become a point for cross-examination. The people
Yeah,
that were
I
in
think
his
it will
way,
be.
maybe, for visibility.
The
I want
word
to point out
subdue,
the state is using objections really effectively, and it's getting to Richards.
He needs to calm
because
down and just ask the questions right.
he has a frustrating witness. I mean, he's a good witness, but he doesn't keep going.
He's highly literal.
You just want to say, and then.
Were you able to see that video?
If you could play it one more time.
Can you go back even 10 seconds earlier?
Was hesitant of approaching him, but then Kyle Rittenhouse fired a shot, and it hit Anthony Huber.
Okay. Did you see anything after that?
Who I now know as Gage, took a couple steps forward towards Kyle and with a gun, and Kyle shot him in the bicep.
Did you see what Gage Grosskreutz was doing with his hands?
Yes, he had a firearm in his hand.
You could see that.
Yes, I could see that.
And he was approaching Kyle with a firearm in his hand?
I don't know if he was running with it, but once he got up to Kyle, I did see the firearm.
Okay, and what did he do as he approached Kyle?
So I would have been on the back side of Gage, so I don't know.
Go ahead. Mr. Grosskreutz. As opposed to using his first name.
Oh, okay. Mr. How do you say his last name?
Grosskreutz.
Grosskreutz.
Good enough.
Okay. Mr. Grosskreutz back was towards me. Well, it was at an angle. I wasn't directly behind him, so I only could see
They should have
one
let him
of his
stick with
hands.
Gage.
Okay. And describe what you saw happen.
He had his firearm out, pointing at Kyle.
Okay. And
Oh, no.
as the gun's pointing at Kyle, what happened?
Kyle shot Mr. Grosskreutz.
How close was Kyle Rittenhouse and Mr. Grosskreutz from your vantage point?
If I would have had to have guessed, under 3 feet.
Now, you
How annoying for the prosecution attorneys does it have to be to watch witnesses answer questions like you expect?
Correct?
Correct.
And there was
must be
contention
rough.
in that room, correct?
There was.
And they weren't happy with what you were telling them. Is that a fair statement?
That's a fair statement.
I'm going to ask, A, it is leading, and B, I want no reaction. Facial reaction, please.
Describe your meeting
Interesting.
with Mr. Binger and Mr. Kraus in their office.
Overruled.
Please.
I don't know the date off the top of my head, but I was called down to the district attorney's office. I met with Mr. Binger and I don't remember his name.
The individual who's
in the blue. And I was called into a room, sat at a table, handed my police statement, got to read over my police statement, and then I was asked if I would like to add anything to the police statement, and I said I would not. Mr. Binger pulled out a cell phone and showed me a video and also a photo, which was actually one photo that I brought today, and asked me if I knew who a gentleman was in that photo, and I said I did not. And he asked me to He said this is Joshua Zeminski. Mr. Binger also has a case with him, and I am subpoenaed for that case also. And he says, well, that's who that is. He put the phone down, he picked the phone back up and says, who is this? And I confusingly said, like, Joshua Zeminski. And he's like, would you like to add that to your statement? And I just felt,
Wow.
Change my
And as a result, what did you do?
I hired an attorney.
And that's Mr. Rose.
Smart.
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 Good move.
Smart.
An idiot.
This dude's
Yeah.
amazing.
No, he's not an idiot.
No.
Except for the ones that are objected to relevancy. No.
Well, the one that I guess there were two that I sustained objection. The remainder will be received. The two big ones, and then the third big one wasn't even presented. So all the big ones are rejected. Well, two of the big ones are rejected. One of the big ones was not offered. I'm sure they'll be very happy wherever it goes when they're defined as the big ones. But all
just
of
make
the
a sex
smaller
joke?
numbered.
I don't think so.
Is it
He's
the
not
court's
like you,
ruling
Nick.
that size matters?
That was the name of my master's thesis, by the way.
That's fine.
Okay.
Who's your master?
Mr. De Bruin, you said there was a lot of tension in the room when you met with me and Mr. Binger and Ms. Beasy.
Yes,
Is it fair to say that you were very nervous?
absolutely.
You.
And we did have you read over your statement, right?
Correct.
And we asked if you knew anything beyond that statement.
Correct.
We didn't ask you to change it.
Yes, you did.
So you said you asked to identify Mr. Zeminski.
Or if I wanted to change any details if I remember anything else throughout that night, and to add Joshua Zeminski.
Now, we met for the case against Kyle Rittenhouse.
It's
correct?
not perfectly
Is it
perfectly
fair to say
unclear
that
what he's talking
most
about.
of the discussion involved Mr. Zeminski?
I would say probably half of it,
Because Attorney Binger is prosecuting Mr. Zeminski for arson.
apparently.
And you took a number of pictures of that perhaps include Mr. Zeminski, correct?
Correct.
So Mr. Binger was verifying if you knew that was Mr. Zeminski and asked you if you saw him in some pictures.
Is that testimony?
Apparently, and
That's like testimony to me.
and I did not know who Joshua Zeminski was.
It's
Now-
never good when most of your
Just that I
cross is spent
was
trying to say, "Hey, we didn't do anything unethical when we spoke to you." That's screw the case. Don't prosecute us.
Look at Binger's face.
Why would
His case against Zeminski is being torched?
so your testimony is that the state
Torched, good word.
in the case against Kyle Rittenhouse wanted you to present incriminating evidence against Mr. Zeminski?
I don't know why he asked me that question. I found it odd too.
Is it possible you didn't understand the question?
No, he was pretty clear.
And then you said you went and you hired an attorney.
I did.
How did the meeting end?
What do you mean?
What
how
did-
did it end?
I mean, how did our meeting end?
I
What
mean,
a
my
dumpster fire.
No, I can't ask for an attorney. I mean our meeting in my office with Mr. Binger and Ms. Beasy.
it ended with Mr. Binger saying that he would be in touch with me in regards to the Zeminski case.
Because we indicated that we would subpoena you for that case.
You did subpoena me for that case,
And that was the absolute end of the meeting?
that I recall.
Do you remember that afterwards you and I spoke about your photography and I complimented your photography? We talked about your photography
That was in the beginning,
What?
and at the end?
mostly in the beginning, because we were waiting for Mr. Binger to get in the room because I don't know, Heather maybe.
Do you remember I was being really nice to you?
was in the room when we were just waiting for Mr. Binger to get in the room.
You
It's
can't
we-
fight with an
and you said
eidetic
we-
memory.
So we
You
never
said
asked
we'd
you
be
to put
friends.
anything in about or change anything about Kyle
I
Rittenhouse.
gave you that juice box.
Not specific. no.
Because Kyle Rittenhouse, that name doesn't even appear in your statement, does it?
I don't think so. Not to my knowledge.
And so the discussion about changing statements, did we actually ask you to retype your statement out?
No,
So what do you
Oh,
mean we
really?
asked you to change it?
I'm assuming there wasn't details.
Bad
but
question.
I'm assuming either add Kyle's name or because I was also showing a video off of a cell phone by Mr. Binger. I don't know what that video or whose video that was, but it was of the shooting. And that's when I was asked
Keep
if I wanted
going.
to add anything else
Keep
to that
elaborating.
statement. And I said no.
And you took that literally, like actually writing out your statement?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You did not take that to mean, is there anything your statement doesn't cover or that we should know?
God. Fat boy, let it go.
I don't mean this
You
in a
literally
mean way. Have they
retyped
never
the
talked to
statement
someone
that you
who
took November
has
11th.
autism?
He didn't say retype it, but he said, do I want to add anything to that? And to how I interpret that, that's pretty much altering my
These guys aren't
statement. And
capable of lying.
I felt uneasy about that.
Seriously.
You added things to your statement on the stand today.
That
now
was
we're gonna beat up on
because
the-
I recall in videos of certain things happening that when the day I gave my statement, when I walked to the police station, when I walked into that police station, there wasn't even a glass door on that.
So how is,
building.
I'm sorry, how is that different than what Attorney Binger asked? Did you want to add anything? How is that any different besides than asking if you remember other things?
This guy digs pretty well for someone who doesn't look like he gets a lot of exercise.
When I had a meeting with Mr. Richards the following night, I want to say, the following day, around like maybe 3:30 at his office. And
He remembers the
I
time.
was also showing videos
Yes.
there.
Sure, Krause
and
isn't
prior
the
to
mole
things
for the defense.
happening in those
This
videos,
is-
I was saying things that actually were just about to happen. And he asked me, do you mind if I bring this up? And I said, absolutely. But I did not change. I did not alter that statement. I did not write a new statement out.
So no
Like
one
I said
asked you to
before,
write a new
he comes across as such
No,
a
not to
sincere,
write a new
genuine,
statement, just
kind-hearted
add.
person.
So
It's
we both-
hard to
we
impeach
both
him, and,
asked the
and
same
he's
thing.
trying to go
You
hard on
were
him, and I don't
beyond
think
what
it's
your
working.
statement
I don't know about you guys.
But the way Mr.
Well, the guy's not
Binger
lying.
wanted it,
Right.
I mean, you
how
go
he
hard on
portrayed
what
it
you
to
want
me
but
was
he's not
to
lying.
add on to my statement physically. Mr. Richards just took notes.
Did someone ask you to type out a new statement?
Oh, what's this
You know,
type
I-
out
I-
shit?
Typing.
You have a bias in this case, don't you?
Whoa.
You don't want Mr. Rittenhouse to be found guilty or not guilty?
Objection.
You're not guilty?
You
What
don't
kind of
you
question
don't
is
have
that
an interest
shit?
or a bias in which way this trial comes out?
I don't know. I'm
Did
a
you-
photographer, photojournalist. That's what I do. I take photos.
Did you go and give an interview to a gossip site that is biased against the district attorney?
Biased?
Jesus
well,
Christ.
Oh my God.
So you actually went to the media or someone who claims to be media to talk about this meeting with the prosecutors.
First of all, he came to me. I didn't go to
You're
him.
unrecognizable.
Oh my God.
Did the
I
defense
understand that he is
take a
biased.
break
night stream
that
with
no one
Nick
else
Cage.
took?
I don't know. I don't know him personally. I'm sorry.
Who is he even talking about that he's supposed to appear on?
Let's do this. We need to take one more break before the day's done is anyway. So why don't we take just a 10-minute break? And
Nice.
talk about the case.
And maybe Mr. Farley will get his shit
Kraus
together.
might be about to get his
He's
ass
getting
handed
elbowed
to
on the
him.
ropes right now. I mean,
He's going to go
just getting-
down and get his notes from
He's-
the place where he lives down by the river in a van.
And he might actually get snappy at the judge again, like he did yesterday.
What the hell is
And
he
you wouldn't
thinking?
imagine that a guy who's 6'4", 112 pounds could take out that kind of girth, but he's burying him.
Eidetic
Honestly-
memory. You don't mess with that. You don't mess
Yes.
with that. I'm sorry. You don't fuck with that.
Explain that. Explain that. You're onto saying something serious.
Yeah, no,
Yeah,
this guy has expressed like an eidetic memory, basically perfect
Photographic
recall
memory.
of so much stuff. And then he's got a very specific lensed interpretation that is extremely literal. I don't know if he's autistic, but it's characteristic of someone on the autism spectrum to tend to take things literal without nuance. And this guy has that. It's obvious. And so
And it's not only that, it's obvious that these prosecutors knew that.
Yes,
Yeah.
because they talked to him before. They interviewed him
And
before.
they
Oh, here we-
figured
here we
they
go,
could
here we
trick
go.
him.
Yeah.
here you go.
Okay.
Speculation, Your Honor. He's asking what he knows about an unnamed reporter's bias.
Yeah, I've never heard that before. That he can testify about somebody else's bias.
I asked you about his bias.
Well, what is it? What does that mean? Do you know about the bias?
I can break it. I can ask a different way.
That would be good.
You could also abandon this line of questioning. Your Honor, what's the relevance?
Just run for the hills.
Why don't you go to details about the shooting or any of the facts relevant to the case, as opposed to how unethical
let's
you were in
highlight how
interviewing this guy?
sleazy the prosecutors have been acting by cross-examining.
It's a
don't
lot of
understand-
CYA here. It's a lot of CYA. And
Yeah,
that's a
they're
big A,
worried.
by the
Yeah.
way.
They look.
They have a really
terrible.
big A.
Ron, you were saying right before the judge started speaking. These guys know. They've talked to
Yes.
this guy. They
Yes.
know this is how he is. It makes them look extra slimy. The jury is sitting there watching these guys cross-examine this guy who seems really straightforward and forthright.
Oh no, but
with his testimony.
no. I'm actually saying something even more damning. When the prosecutors met with him, they figured they could get him to say and sign anything they suggested,
They wanted
because
to take
even
advantage of it.
because
It's a
if in fact he
weak-minded
has
person.
that, is it didactic?
Eidetic, or you can say
Eidetic.
photographic. You can just say photographic memory. It's the same.
That's sort of that right. That's sort of almost photographic like memory that we associate with people who have autism. Like they come across as sounding stupid, but in other respects, they can recall things that we do not actually know anything about this fellow. But
Yeah, no.
the way he comes across, they figured, oh great, we've got Gomer Pyle here. He's gonna just go along and get along. He's a nice guy. Anything else you want to add?
Yeah, look at this video.
Oh,
That's
look
what's
at
coming
this.
across now. Look
Yeah,
at this
look at the
video.
phone. You want to change?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
It's really like
Yeah.
they're trying to bully Forrest Gump here. That's really what it is. Except
Yeah.
that
And
he's
it's-
just
Except
it's
for he was
entirely
smarter
based
than
on
both
his
He's
of them.
Rain Man. He's not Forrest Gump.
It's based
Right,
on his
yeah, I would
speech
agree with that.
impediment. That's the thing. It's
Yeah.
based on his speech impediment. They got this guy in there. Ron's exactly right. Oh, well, let's just show him this picture. Then he puts the phone down, clear, like a very important detail there. He puts the phone down, then he picks it back up later. Are you sure you don't want to change your statement? You want to make any changes about who this is? You know, I mean, it looks
We've
so
already got
slimy.
these jokers
Yeah.
acting up anyway. We've got other testimony about these prosecutors acting up.
Right,
So
exactly. Yes, yeah.
This was stupid.
Like this
of
case.
them.
This case.
Well, yeah. But
Can we
I thought
just
this was
observe for a
stupid of them
moment
to
the
even
contrast-
go into this on cross.
the contrast of the witnesses that are, that the prosecution and the defense has brought, because every witness so far brought by the defense has been one after another someone who seems so completely credible in the way they present their story, their testimony, and how they're coming across compared to the Gage Grosskreuzes that were put up there. I mean,
Are you saying that the kids of the car lot owner didn't seem credible?
The inventory guy that doesn't know how many cars there are.
Right, I'm not sure what you're saying here.
A couple
Where do you
fell off the
line?
lot.
What is that you're saying?
This was again yet another just a disastrous
Unforced
testimony
error.
from the state.
You know
or
what else
on-
is
on behalf of the
disastrous?
state.
The fact that we are 1,000 subscribers away from Ricada being 200,000.
Yeah.
Wow.
And
Oh,
that's
I
good.
love that
Come on.
segue.
Come on, guys, let's get there. Let's get him to 200,000. I want to see
Nick
it.
over the top.
And while you're
Oh,
there,
yeah.
smash that
I'm
like
out
button.
grifting the grifter,
We're-
guys.
We're actually less than 500 away because I get to see the real
Oh.
number.
Oh, now that's just
Ooh.
edging. Come on, guys.
Okay,
500. Let's do this. Let's do this.
All right, I'll finally subscribe.
Well, do you guys think the prosecutors should have even gone into this on cross-examination?
No,
Why-
they
why
shouldn't
is
have.
your- The
They-
first
you
question
drop
you
it,
come
you-
out with is, "Oh, we didn't do this to you, did we? We didn't." It's like you're not going to address the photographic evidence. You're not going to address his testimony about Rosenbaum. You're not going to address anything relevant to the case. What you're really worried about is how
Covering your
unethical you
ass.
look in Zeminski's
Yes.
case.
Yes.
Terrible.
Yes.
Yeah, imagine how much of it was a little shocker. We laughed, and then if they would have moved on to just like the facts of the case, it would have been a big deal. It's way worse now for them with the
I don't know,
cross examination.
couldn't
They
believe
took
they
a small
crossed over
problem and made it a huge problem.
I think we
just
hit
wanna-
200K.
I would,
Good job, Nick.
200K. Congratulations.
Really?
Wow.
Yay! Woo!
Oh, thank
And-
you.
And the
We
number
deserve-
one streaming site, we're 2,000 ahead of PBS, the number one streaming site.
Wow.
Thank you to the
6,000.
chat. You guys are amazing. Even
Yes.
though you're making me laugh a little too much, and I didn't want to come across as rude or mean because I really was not. Again, if I'm going to be rude or mean to someone, you'll know. Look at the big prosecutor. I've been rude and mean to him the whole time.
Except you just called him big instead of fat.
Well, look, he's had a
fat.
hard day. He's had a hard
husky.
day, Ron.
He's husky.
I'm husky. I'm husky.
Big boned.
Quick boned.
No, he's well, like
Chris
you
Christie
said,
imitator.
Makes me look foofy.
for a guy that doesn't look like he gets up and work out too much. He's really good at digging.
Who said that? Who said that?
Oh man.
No, it's this has been. I mean, unforced error is a phrase that my friend Ty uses a lot, and there's a lot of unforced error going on from the prosecution here. Again, in the defense, I mean, Richards, he's gotten tripped up on leading. I think he had a tough witness to direct examine because the guy is
Very
responsive.
literal.
Well, you know,
But yes,
he's not making a. I understand. You know, when I always have a second share, and the guy, usually it's a younger guy, and he wants me to object 10 times more than is appropriate. Because he's going by, you know, what he learned in law school is
right.
an improper question. You know, you've got to save your objections. They got to count. They got to matter. Good.
No,
These guys are letting too much go by. They're not making a record of improper. This entire thing about the journalist, forget about the state of mind of the journalist. The relevance of you. So you want to prove bias? You didn't come close. Didn't come close to setting a foundation up for that.
Right.
No.
And the judge is also. I mean, at some point, the judge needs to do his job too, even if there isn't an objection. You gotta ride on. You know,
Hey,
manage
Emily.
the case.
What's up, Emily?
I heard you hit
Emily's back.
200K.
I did.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And the prosecutor's attacking a witness trying to ask him someone else's opinion? What's
Well, that's-
happening?
Yeah.
Not just anyone.
I would like to take a tally of how many lawsuits have just gone up in flames just in the last couple of days, aside from this one.
He seriously could not have done a worse job if he called him Elmer Fudd. That's like there was seriously that was terrible.
I
That was-
see what you did there, Joe. I
Like,
saw
when
what you did.
Zeminski was an arsonist, like getting in the word arsonist on the record. I mean, this is just looking good.
And these questions, aren't you biased? No. Like that just no. Don't you have an interest in the outcome of the case? And I'm sitting here like, why the hell are you asking this? You know he's gonna say no, and he's gonna say
And it
it
just
in a
makes you
very
look
matter of
bad.
fact way. He looked terrible.
At least ask yourself, what am I going to say if he says no? Before you ask that question.
Yes.
Well, you really do, though, don't you? I mean,
No,
that's
what
all
you
can
should say is
say.
thank you for being
Really?
honest.
I think his follow-up question is really. But are you sure? Really?
yeah?
That's.
Oh, yeah?
You want to change your statement?
No. Well,
No, that's what
maybe
he
a little
does.
bit-
What he
no.
does is he shows him the phone, then he puts it down, then he shows him again. You say, "You want to change your statement? Are you biased now?"
It was very interesting watching them say, well, no, they wanted me to change it to say what he wanted me to say. That never looks good for the prosecution.
And
when
they
a witness
couldn't
is like,
shake
not
off
that
that either.
Yeah.
Yeah, they look a little too sticky now.
and he comes across very earnest.
I think
Yes.
the judge
So
failed.
going
Yes,
after
the
him is
witness.
not good. Yes, the
Yes.
witness
I think
is
the
a
judge
very
trying to
earnest
bail the
witness.
prosecutors out
Yes.
by calling this break. I really
All
do.
they-
Yes.
Well,
So they
I
can look
think-
at them and say, what the fuck are you thinking?
Yes.
I think there was about to be some cross glances there, but again, with this type of witness, you see him on direct and how he is. You just go ahead and you hit the factual statements pertinent to the night. The other stuff is fluff, and if this guy blanks you, you're gonna look terrible.
Because you
Oh,
can't
stupid
go after
move.
him. He's not aggressive. He's just coming with the facts. And again, defense attorneys can go a little harder on people than prosecutors can. Juries don't have a tolerance for prosecutors bringing the weight of the state and looking like they're being slimy. They just don't like it because people don't like it. The chat doesn't like it. Nobody likes it.
No,
You're representing the government. You have to be better than that. People in the government,
That's
please
a
take
neat
note.
thought.
I know.
it's a
Boy,
tough
what a
burden
world
because
that
you
would
get
be.
paid less.
That's a fair point. It just.
How do I get a chair that is the judges? So not only does it swivel,
Yes.
it rocks. It's giant. It's made
It's
of
got all
wood.
That's a prison-made
It's
chair.
stately.
That's got to be a
It's-
prison-made chair.
It's a great chair, and it's got the seal of the state in the leather.
Yeah.
It's very nice.
That's
This
the
is
worst
way better
part.
than the case.
They need a better seal.
Not even the
Kelly.
federal judges have that. They have palaces.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They-
This is
they-
probably the
30,
best
35
judicial
bucks on
throne I've seen.
Yes. Game of
Texas, the
Judicial
prisoners
Thrones.
will make
Yes.
chairs that the courts
That's
can
why he
use.
mentioned trial by combat.
So I wonder if they're going to try and squeeze another witness in. It's 4:00 Central, so they technically, he's been ending around 4:30 to 5. This guy's going to get done in the next couple minutes.
Oh, you mean the
Sure.
witness? I thought you were talking about the prosecutor.
Yeah, well, no, look, Ty, he's a little bigger. He takes longer to cook.
Yeah, but he's been done for a while.
Yeah.
What is the judge ordering? Is he ordering lunch for tomorrow?
Ooh, yeah, what is that?
Cookies, Christmas cookies?
Yes,
Is that somebody's
Those are
kid's
cookies.
fundraiser?
Oh my
Right,
God,
he's getting
yes!
some wrapping paper.
kid's
He's,
fundraiser.
Yes, I think it's
I love
somebody's
it.
kid's fundraiser. The
I love
Improper,
it.
improper.
I wonder if
It's
it's
so
like the
wholesome,
clerk's
it's
kid or
almost
something.
sickening.
Maybe it's Rittenhouse Boy Scout cookies or something. I don't know.
No,
We
they don't
used
do
to
Boy
actually
Scout
have-
cookies.
We used to have Christmas parties at our various courthouses with the court staffs, with gift exchanges and white elephants. It was always really fun. Criminal courthouses are so unique, especially when they're small prosecution office, small defense bar. It can be a lot of fun.
Remember,
Can
it's
also be really
Scouts now,
stressful.
you bigots.
All right.
He just
No
looks
further
angry.
questions. That's the only thing you should say. No further questions.
Yep.
Sit down.
or ask about the
That
actual
this,
details of the case.
Blogger approached you.
Yes.
To this blogger. Why do we care about a blogger?
He's gonna do it.
We don't. We never have.
He,
This blogger's going to be thrilled.
can you repeat the question?
Do you know how he found out that you had something to say?
What do you mean something to say?
Well, you said he approached you. Do you know how he knew to approach you?
Yikes. He's so
He
angry.
was at my attorney's office.
Did you waive attorney-client privilege so that your attorney could talk to him about it?
Whoa.
He wasn't in the meetings with my
Schmuck. You
with me.
big moose.
You
This
walked by your
witness is
attorney's
way
office
smarter than the
instead.
attorney.
He was at my attorney's office, just not in conversations in regards to
He was waiting for me
why
to
I
talk.
was there.
And you know this blogger and your attorney have a very close business relationship.
I do not.
Objection.
You know anything about this blogger?
Foundation.
I do not.
So why did you talk to him?
He was with the media.
You talked to all media
This
that
guy
ever
is part
contacted
of
you?
the media.
Judge, get
Yeah.
involved in this
You know
case.
this blogger has posted.
No.
I don't know.
Let me finish the question.
Which blogger?
It's turning
You know
it's
this
turning the
blogger
prosecutor.
has posted many articles.
Object.
Why?
He wants
They're going to let them
others to
skewer
come
themselves
back.
in front of the jury. Why
Yeah,
object? They don't need
yeah,
to protect
yeah.
this
You know,
witness.
You might
Exactly
be
what
right.
it was.
You
For
might
This
be-
witness is protecting himself.
most
You
people
get
in
the-
my
you
office
get the
is
prize.
attorney's office.
I do not know this.
Agreed.
Did you do
Guy.
any research about who this person was before you spoke to him?
No.
No.
Yeah, I
Yep,
agree.
now
Why
he's
object when you're
objecting.
winning? Oh,
Yes.
Mhm.
Because nothing's going to hurt the defense. It hurts the prosecution acting like
On
this.
that topic.
Perfect.
So, no, on that topic, no, it's on that topic. Thank you. So, would you describe our meeting in the DA's office as cordial and uneventful?
Oh, Jesus.
Oh my god.
Jeez.
Oh my
Besides
gosh.
the uneasy feeling I had.
So when we asked you to add or beyond your statement,
I'm going to adopt this guy.
But when Attorney Richards asked you the next day, let me back it up. So we asked you, you felt that
Let me
easy.
back it
you
up. I wasn't
didn't say
prepared.
really
Back it
anything.
way up.
Fair to say.
Correct, because I didn't want to change it.
So then when Attorney Richards asked you the next day if you have anything to add to your statement, you tell him all sorts of things.
He didn't present it to adding my statement. He said, "Can I take notes?" He didn't use the word statement like I'm changing my statement.
So that the verbiage is what made you uncomfortable.
Correct.
Did he have you read your statement before you talked to him?
I just read it the night before.
Okay, so
I already knew.
so the fact that you physically had your statement with us is what made you uneasy.
Correct.
You're laughing, boy.
So
You're
now we're
laughing.
talking about your statement. Let's show you what is marked as. Is it
Agony.
Do you recognize this?
Yes.
He's so pissed. He practically threw
That
it
is
at him.
the police statement I gave on 9/11/2020.
And this is the one that we asked you to read in my office.
Correct.
And
When you tried to have me change.
you make no mention at all of Mr.
did I mention?
Rosenbaum having to be held back.
because this was taken on 9/11. I was a year prior to this when I walked into a building that I really didn't even want to be in. But the ATF, however you guys work on your cases, it was brought to you guys, not me voluntarily. The ATF brought it to you and got you guys involved.
By you guys, you mean the detective that's investigating this case?
Yes. I had a homicide detective over at my house.
So you gave the statement on September
Name one
11th,
element of
2020.
any of the charged crimes that's
Is
been
it fair to
addressed
say
in
your
this
memory
cross-exam.
of the events was better on September 11th,
Covering the
2020?
prosecutor's ass.
Pretty much the same. You're not going to forget this situation ever.
Well, then why did you forget to put things in your report?
Objection!
First of all, it was, like I said, when I first walked into the police station, I walked through a police station that didn't even have a door. Didn't have no glass attached. There was glass on the ground, completely all shattered on the ground. I have photos, don't worry. Shattered. Guys had me waiting constantly. I had to wait
He
to
came
get my
with
statement
receipts.
because they couldn't get a hold of Detective Howard. So when he came in, it was a really
Paging
I
Dr.
don't wanna
Howard.
say
Paging
rushed,
Dr. Howard.
but it wasn't take your time type of deal.
You were there for, your statement was an hour and a half long.
Don't know what,
Right?
I don't know how long it was.
And they were in the room within 5 minutes of you walking in the
I don't
in the
believe
interrogation
that.
room. So your explanation for why your statement leaves things out is because you walked through a door without a window?
No,
Rude.
I was trying to explain how nervous and anxious I was because, I mean,
I'm a human.
all around that area, just local businesses are being destroyed. Everything.
Oh my God.
And to be walking
So
into
good
a
for the
police
defense.
department in the middle of this time isn't good. I was threatened numerous times throughout the week of me photographing and capturing all these photos. I was threatened numerous times. So I was uneasy with people still standing outside the police department, walking in, knowing I have to walk out with these people out here.
So you gave this statement 17 days after the shooting. Is that accurate?
Yeah.
And you're still saying that property was being destroyed and there were protests
There was
7 days later? Let me finish my question, please.
Oh,
That's
man.
better
Oh,
question.
Oh,
not a good look.
This is
Not
unhot.
to the extent of the week of the shooting, nothing to that extent, but there was no window in the police station.
So the
Let
fact
it
there was no window,
go. Let it go, man.
you could not give
Yesterday
an
we
accurate
saw a
statement?
murder. Today
not
we're
saying
seeing
that.
a suicide.
It
People
gave me anxiety.
outside could see him.
Yeah, so make sure you say what I'm saying.
He's angry. Oh my God.
Not mine.
You're saying
Wow.
good things were left out of your statement.
Not intentionally.
He's
I mean,
gotta
those are
leave
little
things out.
details. That's a traumatic situation that someone has to go through. I just witnessed someone dying, and another person getting their arm almost blown off.
17 days prior.
Doesn't matter how long it is. I still suffer from that traumatic still to this day.
Do you have, you said you've been nervous, you said you were anxious. Does that really affect your perception of events?
Oh my God, he just doesn't let go. What a
It
schmuck.
might,
You know, I was critical
Not
of the
gonna
defense on some of
change.
their cross exam. I thought they
But
should have pushed
like right now, I'm
harder,
anxious.
done some other stuff
Like,
to
I
some
have
of the
anxiety
witnesses.
right now.
And this is why you probably
have
don't
anxiety
do
when you
that.
spoke to us in
It's,
office?
it's
Just
bad.
let this shithead go
Absolutely.
on and on and on.
Now, you in your statement, there's no mention of Mr. Rosenbaum having to be held back.
Correct.
There's no mention of him saying anything about shoot me N-words.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Sure, sorry.
Didn't
There's
We've
nothing
seen
in
the
there
video.
about saying shoot me N-words.
Are
Correct.
you disputing that was
And is
said?
that because you saw it on a video later?
But he
When
did.
I was showing a video at Mr. Richard's office, as the video was playing, I was telling things that was happening before the video was actually playing. Like, I don't know, before the details that I said coming out my mouth happened on the video.
So did you observe him say that, or did you see it on video?
I heard him say it, and like what's your question?
August 25th. as you were there that night, did you see Mr. Rosenbaum say that?
Yes.
Or is that
See
based on
him say
video
something?
after?
No, I saw him.
Down.
Oh, I
She's
heard him.
getting worse.
But it's not in your
Look at
statement.
Binger too.
Correct.
Look at Binger.
Binger should be telling him, like, sit
There's
down.
nothing in your statement about seeing Mr. Rittenhouse walk down to car source.
You should be texting someone in his office to pull the fire alarm.
Like, those details, I'm not investigating, so I don't know to get those type of details. I'm sorry.
So this homicide suspect and his actions seconds before the alleged homicide, that's a little detail.
You remember going back. I didn't.
Bully.
This whole situation got blown out of the water when the ATF got involved,
Oh my
and
God.
I was so many people showing up at my house, showing up at my job. The FBI showed up at my job and asking me questions. So when this statement was given, I gave it to the best recollection of my memory that I could, with everything else that was going on around me in my life at that time
With
regarding
the anxiety
You'd
and the
agree
intimidation of
watching
law
a
enforcement.
homicide suspect walk up to the scene of the first homicide is not a little detail?
Oh my God.
I was stressed out at the time. I'm sorry.
Does he think the next question is going to make this go better?
You testified
he's just a
with
bully.
Mr.
This
Richards
guy's just a bully.
that you
You gotta
saw
let him say the word
Mr. Grosskreutz point his gun at Mr. Rittenhouse.
Yes,
That's nowhere in your statement.
correct.
There you
so
go.
That wasn't important to include on September 11th.
Like I said, I'm not a detective.
You're asking me the questions,
But you can tell
motherfucker.
you gave us this about tipping over a porta potty. Is that more important than someone pointing a gun at a homicide suspect?
Oh my God.
No, but it's easier to remember when I captured the photos.
Oh!
Reference that photo
So true.
To remember.
This guy is.
Man, this guy's landing some blows.
So are these your memories?
this
or are
witness
these
is
what you've
obviously
seen on
pissed.
photos and you've changed your memory
Give up,
or
Tubbs.
altered your memory because of the photos?
Well,
No,
it shows
that's
the
not what he
advantage
said.
of being
Probably a little
polite to
old,
your
but
witnesses. I mean,
nothing's altered.
they're adversarial
So
now.
you had a
and
camera on you
the
that
witness
night?
is way better than the attorney.
That's how I would have got those
Yep.
photos.
And did that
More
take
credible.
photos and video?
It did.
So
They should take away his
you
law
watched
degree and
this
give it to the
scene unfold in
witness.
front of you with people chasing Mr. Rittenhouse.
I did.
Did you turn your camera on? He said I did.
Oh, I did. I'm sorry.
Did you turn your camera on
To take photos?
to take anything?
No. I didn't. If there's a video of, I don't know whose video. Excuse
Well,
me.
I'm talking about your video. Did you turn your camera on?
No.
He should have
No.
said, "Let me finish."
No. It's a very chaotic
Yeah,
situation,
obviously I'd make it
Well, you're there to document things, aren't you?
and I'm not a professional.
Ooh.
So, in your statement, it says nothing about Gage pointing the gun, correct?
Correct.
In fact, you said
He's going to keep Harris.
Anthony walked
These
through the
facts
2-3
aren't
steps and
disputed.
collapsed. That's when I stepped back. I was at the corner house on the southwest corner of Sheridan 61st Street at this time. That's what you said?
Correct.
I hugged the north wall of the house for cover. Is that correct?
Correct.
But somehow from hugging the north wall of the house, you saw what happened with Mr. Grosskreutz?
That was by the time I got to the house, everything was done. That's how fast that happened. I didn't even get out of the street. I was still in the street when he was shot. When Grosskreutz was shot. I'm sorry.
All you say about the shooting is, I saw Gage get shot in the arm and it was a mist of blood. That's all you say about the interaction between Mr. Grosskreutz and Mr. Rittenhouse.
Correct.
So that was important to say, but nothing else regarding that incident.
Like I said, I'm not a detective. I don't know what you guys look for. I'm sorry that I left that out.
Should have asked me better
This is
questions
the
in my
first time I
interview.
ever had to do anything like this.
Wow.
He's doing a great job as a witness.
Oh, such a great job.
If
Yeah.
Brian
Talking about
Stelter
Logan.
and Brian
Well, how'd
Stelter
you
had
know
a
this,
baby,
Logan?
they
I
would do
watched
this
him.
cross-examination. This is what they would look like this and they ask these questions.
know if he had
If
any
Brian
mission with
Stelter multiplied himself, this is what
I know how
Bumbling
firearms work. The slide would have stayed back if there was no ammunition in it.
Did you watch him load the gun?
No.
He's just going down his list of questions. At this point, abandon the fucking list.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, sit
Now,
your
when
ass
you
down.
fire,
are
put it
given a
out.
statement by a detective, they tell you to put everything in it that's important, right?
Oh God, he's going back.
Why?
Through my eyes.
Can't let it go.
You
Uh-uh.
signed
Yeah,
a
he-
statement that says
He's
this
a
statement
bully.
is being
He-
typed
he's
for
a
me by
classic
Detective
bully. He's
Martin
not
Howard of
this
the
way,
Kenosha
he's
Police
just gonna-
Department And is it true
He's
and
got his
accurate
ego in
account of
it.
my statement to him?
This
He
is an
just made
ego
a
thing
great
for
On
him.
the top of each page?
It is.
Yeah.
Or the
This
top of
witness
the
made a
first
great
page?
point and said this was what was important
find
through
nothing
my
at the
eyes.
top
I
of
don't
the
know what's
page,
important
at the bottom
essentially
of the page.
for you.
All right, so let's go
so
there.
he
Now,
keeps
you
saying,
find
"Don't you
at
think
the
it's
bottom,
important?" He's like, "I think
I have made
what
the
I said
above
is
statement
important."
without any threats or promises.
I don't know
It
what
is
you
my
think's
desire
important.
to state the true
Right.
facts as to this incident.
And it just makes the
I have read
prosecutor
the
look like a
above
dick
statement
that
and
he
find
keeps
it
hammering
indeed
at.
incorrect.
Yes.
And it's,
Definite
and it's
small
an
D energy.
unindictable
Yes, sir.
position. You can't.
And the
you
statement
can't
on
say, well, your
top,
position's wrong.
would
I'm
also
doing it
indicate
because
that
that's what I
it should
think
be
is
true.
important. He's Teflon now. There's nothing.
And
left
this is
to
all
do.
over facts
I
that
don't
really
understand
don't
what you're
matter all that much.
Yeah,
but
top of
the
your
Hold on one
statement
second,
is
guys.
this statement is being
Look
typed for me by Detective Martin.
Oh,
However,
on the
because-
very first page,
If
yes.
I could finish my question, please. She has to type everything.
Rude.
down.
Oh my
So
God.
one person can
Wow.
talk at a time. Thank you.
What a
This statement is being typed
What a
by
dick.
Detective Martin
Ick.
Howard of the
Yeah.
Kenosha Police Department and is a true and accurate account of my statement to him.
Correct.
He's saying his statement's true. He
Is
just
there
left
anything
out
else you
stuff that
left out of
y'all
the
think's
statement?
more important.
Not to my knowledge.
Do you consider my question to be asking you to change your statement?
Not right now.
If this was in a stadium, there would be chants
He
of
indicated that
"A-ho,
Rosenbaum
A-ho."
took a chain and kept it for a while, swinging it around.
Correct.
So you saw Mr. Rosenbaum drop or leave the chain behind.
I don't know when Mr. Rosenbaum separated with that chain.
But you said kept it for a while.
Correct.
So it was gone.
At some point, yes.
None of this matters.
Like when he was in heaven.
Like when he didn't have it anymore.
Probably not there, but anyway.
The thing is, they're going to do this long enough that the last impression this jury will have is the prosecutor being a dick to this witness that has
No.
been nothing but patient.
Yes.
They're
In our
burning egg.
meeting,
Patient, but has stood his ground.
let me ask you,
Yes.
did you see Kyle Rittenhouse before
Because he's telling the
car
truth.
source lot on that night?
Yes.
And you described him to us as being notable because he was always out alone on his own.
Mr. Rosenbaum?
Mr. Rittenhouse.
Yes.
So you saw him out on his own doing whatever he was doing by himself.
The couple times that I seen him.
It's like he wasn't part of a
And when you
militia or
saw
anything.
Mr. Rosenbaum, you never saw him actually lay hands on anyone.
No.
Never saw him hit anyone.
No.
Never saw him kick anyone.
No.
Never saw him strike anyone with a chain or any other weapon.
No, sir.
Never
Haven't
saw him
raped
with a gun.
anyone.
No.
Did you see him eat a sandwich? 'Cause I like a sandwich now, really bad.
Let me just check the audio. Am I too loud, guys?
Yes.
Very
I'm turning you down.
It's funny, Nick, because when I went over to my stream, they're like, "Why are you so quiet?" I'm like, sorry." I'm
Let's
turned
try
Now,
down.
you indicated in your statement that as Mr. Rittenhouse is being chased back northbound Sheridan
Just
Road,
stop.
you heard someone say, "You just shot someone. Stop." Is that true?
Yes, it is.
And you say that Anthony and Gage, meaning Mr. Huber and Mr. Grosskreutz, were yelling at Kyle to stop.
Yes.
Kyle did not stop and kept going.
Correct.
Now, in my office, you indicated that you were fearful of an active shooter.
Huh?
I don't know that.
You don't remember saying that you thought they were trying to stop an active shooter?
I think it's
No.
time
Is
to
he
put the
about to become a
prosecutor on the
witness?
stand.
Stop an active shooter?
Yeah.
They were trying to stop the person that was running.
Did you feel
At that time, like I said, I don't know. I didn't know what happened at that corner.
Lawyer making himself a
so
witness.
you as a amateur journalist, you were not drawn to go to that location, to the 63rd Street car source?
Is that the one on the corner?
Well, they're all kind of on the corner, but the
Across
one on
from the hospital?
63rd, the one on 63rd and Sheridan.
Why don't
yes,
you
I
let the
was
witness
drawn towards
finish?
that.
Okay, but you didn't get there in time to see any of the shooting.
No.
You're not going to find a better question on that notepad. Stop.
Now, you indicated that Mr. Rosenbaum said, "I just got out of jail and I'm not afraid to go back," or something to that level.
Yes, sir.
Do you know if he got out of jail or not?
At the time, I did not know.
Does this open
And
the door?
you said you saw him have a small plastic water bottle that night.
I saw a plastic baggie.
Did you? And you told us in our meeting that you saw a plastic bottle in the baggie.
Yes.
Now, Mr. Rosenbaum, when he made that comment, you didn't see Kyle Rittenhouse around.
No.
When he was at the 59th Street Ultimart, and he was saying what's not in your statement, but you have said, shoot me N-word and have me restrained. You didn't see Kyle Rittenhouse around.
No, I did not. There was many people.
Keep watching Binger in the background. This is funny to watch.
Okay.
Yes.
He's checking.
He's suffering
He's
inside.
checking for prosecutor
You
openings
said,
in Guam.
I didn't quite hear when Attorney Richards was saying, did you say you had a picture of Mr. Rosenbaum by a cone on fire?
Yes.
Like a traffic cone?
Well, he's in the background just outside the driveway of the gas station.
I think I
I'm
see a
trying to
dumpster on
figure out what
fire.
it is. Is it a traffic cone or what is it?
Yes.
Okay.
Construction cone, I guess. you could
Construction
say.
cone?
Yeah.
Now, you didn't see Kyle Rittenhouse anywhere.
Is it like the one in the
around
movie
there.
Cars? Like the cozy cone?
Not at that time, no.
And right, I mean, at that time, you did not see Kyle Rittenhouse around there. And that didn't threaten anyone's safety relating a traffic cone on fire.
No.
Except for the traffic cones.
That's a devastating point.
I think they're going to win on that
Are
question.
you alleged you saw Mr. Rosenbaum tip
The danger with the
over
traffic cone.
a porta potty?
I did.
Is he about to go back into it again?
We'll phrase his question as he sees fit.
Now, you indicated in your statement that it smelled terrible.
It did.
So that was a detail you felt important to include in your statement.
So genuine. So genuine.
Yes.
Now, when Mr. Rosenbaum tipped over the porta potty, Mr. Rittenhouse was not around.
Not that I seen.
There was no one in the porta potty that you're aware of.
Not that I'm aware of.
So that didn't actually endanger anyone's safety.
Another devastating rejoinder
Well,
by
but
the
no,
prosecution.
How is he supposed to attest to that if there's someone in it or
You
falls off
indicated
someone?
that there was a trailer that was lit on fire.
Yes.
Mr. Rittenhouse wasn't around to see that.
Not that I.
Yeah.
Calls for speculation for sure.
Does that affect someone's safety?
You did not see Mr. And the trailer was unoccupied?
What do you
I
mean?
don't know.
None of this is going to go to the
There was no one in
self-defense.
There was what?
There was nobody in it.
How would he know?
There could be nobody in it.
It doesn't have an enclosure.
Yeah, it's a flatbed.
So that didn't endanger anyone's safety.
No, unless it tipped over.
Now, you said you saw Mr. Rosenbaum arm himself with a chain. He picked up a chain off the ground or off the trailer,
Off the trailer.
armed himself, is your phraseology.
Yes.
And did you see Kyle Rittenhouse around when he did that?
Not that I am aware of.
And you never saw him swing it at anyone or threaten or anyone with that.
I saw him just swinging it, but it was not directed towards anybody or like any human being.
Even that little win he can't get.
Do you consider handguns or chains more dangerous?
It depends on the circumstance.
I'm not an expert.
Mr. Crow.
Where are you going?
No,
Mr. Cross, you're killing the court.
This has spoken a great deal of what he saw Mr. Rosenbaum do, and I am establishing that
I have
did
no
not see
idea
Mr. Rittenhouse observe
how I can
anything.
overcome this
I
objection.
am a
I'm
giant
going to close my
asshole.
eyes
Which
and say words.
is more dangerous, chains or guns?
I'll withdraw that.
Yep.
Draw yourself.
From the entire courtroom. Just get out of here.
You know, if they zoom in on his notes, I'm betting it's like a stick figure and
It's a Subway menu.
You know, actually, this cross examination is sponsored by Southwest. Want to get
He
away?
might be ordering the cookies that the judge had the list for.
By the way, Nick, I think Tim Pool is
What
sending
happened last
you
couple
for a
weeks?
link backstage
What?
here, so maybe you
You
should.
did work for a grocery chain?
A while
'Cause
ago,
he
yes.
keeps
How do you
retweeting
make your
you.
living now?
I work for National
Who
Bottling
cares?
Company.
So your photography is a hobby, or you're hoping to? You told me you're hoping to become a professional.
Eventually, yes.
Now
Just get a YouTube channel.
you brought your own exhibit.
I did.
And the defense
better
didn't
to
ask
be
you to do that. You did that on your own.
I did.
And you know that this case has gotten a great deal of publicity.
Yes.
And you know there are media outlets here covering the trial.
We're all covering you as well here. With
This
the
camera.
Are you
prosecution.
trying to indicate
And
that he's trying to get a
You
job?
actually have offered
That's what he's going
your
for.
photographs for sale on that blogger's site who spoke to you.
He put those up.
So are these photographs for
Copyright
sale?
infringement.
If somebody would want them, but I'm not advertising them.
Did you bring your own exhibits because you're trying to enrich yourself with your photography?
What?
Oh, I'm sorry. You're trying
How
to make
dare
money?
you make money on your hobby?
What a
hell outta
dick. And he
here.
sat
Hold
down
on, hold
on
on,
the
hold on.
shade.
That was his
Hold on, one
closing
second.
question.
One second.
Did Kyle Rittenhouse have any significance to you?
Stand up.
Before the 25th?
Yes.
No.
Okay.
Get
The
up.
night of the 25th before the shooting, did you know who Kyle Rittenhouse was?
I did not. I didn't even know after taking that graffiti picture
Okay.
earlier in the day.
Were you looking for Kyle Rittenhouse to know where Kyle Rittenhouse was in relationship to what Mr. Rosenbaum was doing?
No, I did not know any of those individuals at that time.
And when you met with me in my office, there was a private investigator present, correct?
Correct.
And I asked you what you remembered and took notes, correct?
Correct.
And then I showed you video, correct?
Leading.
Correct.
Stain.
I was there.
They would know.
The private investigator and then myself.
Okay. And what did we do first?
I don't recall.
He's taking it very,
Did I?
very literally.
You come in and did I show you videos right away?
Oh, no. You introduced yourself. You introduced the private investigator. I don't remember his name. And then you asked, like, if I remembered my police statement. And I said I did because it was just refreshed to me by the district attorney's office. And then you asked when did I talk to the district attorney's office? And I said just the day prior. And then we started going into my police statement.
And after I was done going into your police statement with you, then what did I do?
Showed me some videos.
Okay. And in the videos I showed you, were you able to identify yourself?
Yes. I don't know who recorded the videos, but I can identify myself in a video.
And that's not just any video, it's right before the shooting. Is that a fair statement?
Correct.
I don't need to show the video. No. That's all I need. Thank you.
Yes, it is.
Don't do a recross.
Get Kraus
Don't
back
do
up there.
Please do.
No.
Do it.
No,
Do it.
no,
you want to.
Come on.
Bumper back up.
Here we go.
Oh,
Can we
God.
appreciate that the attorney was accusing this witness of trying to profit
Video and say what you
Yes.
compared to what
I love it.
Cross did?
Yeah.
Round
DC
of
thinks
applause
he's
for
gonna
this
sell it.
witness, man.
Yeah, this was legendary, guys.
Seriously.
He's going to get another witness to authenticate a video to see what he saw that night, I think he said.
They need to show that to
Giga Chad.
prosecutors and defense attorneys because that prosecutor should have been able to see that the jury would have liked that witness and they were going to hate the way he was questioning that witness. You don't do that to witnesses unless you absolutely have to, and there was no point in that.
There's no
Right.
benefit.
He didn't
It's
have
not
to
that
at
big-
all.
It was not that big a deal.
He came
Not-
off as what he is, a bully.
Yep.
Exactly.
That
Yeah.
guy was
Kyle
so
looks happy for the
endearingly
first
honest.
time since the night of the shooting. He actually looks legitimately happy.
That I
Because
mean,
he just saw a roast.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that means Kraus is happy too.
And
Come
He said a
on.
roast, not a luau.
when you look at that testimony with that witness, you can understand why he said he was uncomfortable being interviewed with the DA's office. You can
Yes.
get the vibe. It shows
Yes.
why he was nervous, which explains why he might not have been completely thorough in his statement.
Well,
Yeah.
Here we go.
And
Who's-
then they
this
tried
guy?
to say, "Oh, we're going to be nice."
You know, we started with a good
Please
witness.
state
then
your
we got
name, spelling your last
Rambo,
name for the record.
and then we got an even better witness.
Lucas
There's no way he can
Zanin.
Yeah, this poor guy.
And
How's he going to
I am
measure up?
Mr. Zanin, where do you currently reside? The city?
Kenosha.
Were you president of the city of Kenosha on August 25th of 2020?
I was.
Directing your attention to approximately 10 before midnight on the 25th, where were you?
I was parked in my car on 63rd Street in the corner of Sheridan Road, across the street from the car lot.
Okay. And can you look behind you? See that map?
Yes.
Can you, if this is north and this is south, this here is labeled Sheridan Road, and this is 63rd Street, where were you?
Do you want me to point out on the map?
Yeah, I think this is right here.
Did you give him a pen to mark it? And
I think you have
initial
to
it?
hold the button down. Yeah. Okay.
So I was approximately right there on the south
Suddenly
side.
a cat comes barreling up trying to kill the laser.
Were you parked, driving? What were you doing?
I was parked.
And were you driving, passenger, what?
I was a driver.
Okay. And was there somebody with you?
Yes, my stepdaughter.
Okay. And was she filming anything?
Yes.
He can't stop but lead.
She was leaning out the window of the passenger side, and she was videotaping, and I was watching events.
Were you watching what she was videotaping?
Yeah, I was watching what was going on in the parking lot at the time.
Okay, and what was exciting or interesting about CarSource at that time?
Well, the reason I was passing south on Sheridan, and I took a right on 63rd, and then I turned around and parked because as I was going south, I saw fire coming out of the passenger seat of one of the cars. And so I turned around and I decided to park, and I saw people smashing the cars with pipes and bats, standing on the hood, kicking the windows in.
Okay. You can stop a second, Mr. Zadine. I'm going to show you a video and ask you if you recognize it, okay? Exhibit 135, please.
What caught your attention? Shit was on fire.
Stop it. Not me. Not me.
No, over here.
Banging?
Yeah.
What is that?
That's people kicking and hitting cars with pipes and bats.
Okay.
Mostly peacefully hitting though.
Those are metal bats.
Yeah.
I mean, they're just wantonly destroying property, though peacefully.
You can pay to go to those places where you can bash in cars and destroy plates.
I thought that was just
Sounds
Walmart.
cathartic.
I will, Maya. Thank you.
Thanks, Maya.
Nick, I don't think legal mindset should keep his place if he's not going to be here. I think everybody should move up.
I see. Everyone's about climbing the monkey ladder. Nice.
Not exactly what I was thinking.
How did that happen? What is the other prosecuting attorney's name again? Not Binger, the other one.
Kraus.
Kraus.
Okay.
Like sour Kraus.
Cranky pants.
Nobody's getting shot here though, so quite clearly there's no risk to anybody.
Right. Yeah. It's a very peaceful destruction of these cars. Baseball bats.
If you don't try and stop them, they won't harm you.
Yeah.
Are we just going to watch like 6 minutes of this?
I agree with the chat that the witness
It sure
should be
looks
arrested
like it,
for
right?
vertical video.
I mean, why not? We've got to authenticate the whole thing.
Oh shit.
There it goes.
Okay.
Okay, that escalated.
Getting spicy.
That escalated quickly.
Appropriate response, though. Oh shit. Yep.
By the way, the black blazer on the black button-up shirt is serious fashion statement for court.
Oh shit. They shooting.
Whose voice is that?
That's my stepdaughter's.
Yeah. Did you hear those gunshots?
Yes.
Could you describe them for the jury, please?
Loud.
I heard multiple gunshots.
Bang, bang, bang.
Was there a
They
first
sounded like
gunshot,
that.
a series of gunshots? How did you?
Yeah, I heard one and then bang, bang, bang.
Okay. And
We
after
heard you, Emily.
the shots, did the people then start to move?
Yeah, they started running.
Okay. Before the shots, nothing was disturbing them. They were just bashing in cars.
Yeah.
Now, you or your stepdaughter turned over
Just
this
bashing in cars
to Detective Howard, correct?
I did. Yes.
Okay. And you told them what you observed?
Yes, I did.
And that was back in October 28th of 2020?
Section leading.
When did you ask them? When did
We're defense attorneys. We can't help it.
Exactly with the officers.
Not exactly. I mean, it seemed like about a year ago they told me that I might be called to be a witness within a year, but they never called me.
Okay. Would looking at your statement that you signed tell you the date that you met with the detective?
Maybe.
Well, if it has a date on it, yeah.
So hold on, this is another witness that the prosecution initially advised might testify, then they never called.
Document that is not stapled together. Do you recognize this?
Yeah.
What is
I
this?
love it when people just
It's
give
my
a logical
signature,
answer
28
to
October.
the question.
Okay. And there's a date on it?
Yeah.
Will that
Okay.
help only
October
if there's a
28,
date?
2020.
Is
What's
that
this
your
lawyer's
handwriting?
name?
It certainly is.
This defense lawyer here?
Mark Richards.
Richards. I would cast him in the next Mafia movie as the
Look,
consigliere.
can you describe the gunshots? I heard gunshots.
They went bang,
Predictions
bang,
on
bang.
how many times is he going to say, "Can I finish my
dear.
question"?
Oh God, this could
So
be.
why are you up here from Texas?
If they weren't compound questions,
Actually,
let them finish.
I'm a licensed real estate agent in Texas, and I'm a licensed real estate agent in Wisconsin.
That explains
I was
the outfit.
born and raised in Wisconsin. I had moved to Texas
Now remember, the question is, why did you
to
come
work
here
in the
from
oil
Texas?
fields for a
Trying to
time.
make him an outsider.
Yeah.
My mother passed away, and
That's not a
I
Texas
came back
accent.
up here. So my plan has been to sell real estate in Wisconsin in the summer and flip houses, and then to go to Texas in the
When
winter.
it's fucking cold.
Real estate,
Not as cold as Wisconsin.
the flip houses in
Yeah.
Texas.
So
No, I'm
you're
saying when it's
asking
cold in
why-
Wisconsin, he's going to
Time you give-
Texas.
Oh yeah.
You give a Texas address.
Yes, so I mean, the goal is to be like a lot of Wisconsin people, snowbird.
Snowbird. So on August 25th, were you?
I was
living in
here.
Kenosha, or
Yeah, my fiance is here in Kenosha.
Oh boy.
were you concerned that these
Cross can't
individuals
buy a
would break
break.
your car as you parked right across the
You
street?
just can't buy one.
It was, well, because there was dozens of people in the parking lot, and then there was, I'd say at least 100 or more behind us. So I was frightened. I'm a lifelong, I was born and raised in Kenosha, and I love my town, and I watched every single night of the riots. And
Here
the
we
night
go.
before,
I'm gonna have to stop.
okay.
Let me ask you a question.
Oh,
okay?
let me stop
So-
you on the emotional interlude.
Please let me stop.
Yep. Yep.
Please,
The
please
question
stop
is,
me.
were you concerned about people behind you? And I thought he was testifying the narrative.
You're correct.
It
So
was a good narrative.
what brought you up past curfew that night?
I wanted to.
Objection, there's no
First of
curfew.
all, these were historical events that were happening in my hometown. First
Keep
of
saying
all.
hometown.
Second of all,
Well, I think we know why they.
the night before, rioters had burned dozens of buildings, small businesses. Me being a real estate agent, I have empathy for small business owners. I was very upset that these rioters were destroying my town, burning my town. So I was hoping if I could see that the night that Kyle was chased and attacked. If I could see somebody set a fire, I could take a video and they could be prosecuted by the prosecutors and the police.
Instead of Kyle.
You mentioned somebody called Kyle. Did you know Mr. Rittenhouse before that evening?
Not at all.
Did you know him at all since then, except
Not at
through
all.
media? Sir, she's got to take on what we say, so it's got to be one at a time. Okay, I know it's not how people usually speak, but we just got to be kind of careful about that.
No, I've never met Kyle. I don't know Kyle Rittenhouse.
And you didn't see Kyle Rittenhouse before the shooting,
That sneer that guy
surveying
has
the
is
area
just
or
maddening.
looking at the people breaking windows or anything like that?
That would be the
So
contempt.
you have to understand my. Okay. No, I did not.
All right, thank you.
So, by the way, that testimony was literally out of a civil
Cars
action.
Stopped you from seeing Mr. Rittenhouse. Is that a fair statement?
I could not see Mr. Rittenhouse.
Okay. If Mr. Rittenhouse was in the far corner of the car source lot, was there things blocking your view?
All I can say is I did not see the shooting. I just heard it.
Okay. And you never saw Mr. Rittenhouse?
After the shooting, people scattered, and I could see his face.
And you never spoke to him before or after this event?
No.
Nothing further.
Any question? No. Thank you. You may step down, sir. Let's break it this time, and
Yes, let's break.
Baker's got this huge frown.
Please don't read, watch, or listen to any account of the trial.
Except
Don't
on
discuss it
Ricada
with
Law.
anyone.
Okay,
And
first of all-
I think the clerk will take care of you in the jury room. Enjoy the evening.
Okay, let's
I'm
see
not
if they
saying this-
have any closing
Motions.
motions or statements. Like motion to buy Kraus something to calm him down. Like maybe like a cat toy or something.
Motion to remove the
Chill
prior
out.
witness's
He
foot
needs
out
an
of
emotional
his-
support animal.
At this point, he needs some icy hot because that pain ain't gonna go away.
Rose's demeanor is oddly like Brian Steltner from CNN. Now that I've seen it, I can't unsee it.
Yeah, if
I
only I wish
said-
somebody would have said that earlier, Viva. That is such a great point. Thank you
He's
for bringing
always
that up.
stealing my work, this guy. He's like
Oh, who
right
said it?
below me. I said if Brian Stelter had a baby with Brian Stelter, it would be this guy.
Yeah, I
You
heard him
said
say
it
that.
earlier.
So there.
I did not hear that, and damn it.
And he said Brian
you said it
Stelter,
better,
he would do
though.
this cross-examination with himself. For the
Real
last
quick,
witness.
to the chat. I know many of you are about to take off. I'll keep watching to see if the judge pulls anybody up or they turn mics on. But I know many of the chat are about to take off. I'll be back here tomorrow, 9 a.m. Well, I'll be on at 8:45 a.m. Central Time for tomorrow's
Anything
coverage.
else?
Yep.
Okay. See you tomorrow.
All right.
Okay,
there we go.
So there we go. I will be on 8:45 a.m. Central Time. I'll be sending invites out to the panel again so that they can come and comment along with me. So
And
if you want to get notified of that, check me out on
Okay.
locals, ricadalaw.locals.com, or at. Oh wait, one second.
I'm wondering if we can make arrangements through Zoom under the emergency order of the Supreme Court. The government has no right to confrontation. Obviously, they would have to ask questions via Zoom, just like we would. Just throwing it out there, and the court can think about it tonight.
I don't have to think about it. I can tell you my response. If both parties agree and the defendant personally waives, that's fine.
Who are they trying to bring in?
Okay.
There, I did.
Thank you very much.
It wasn't on mic.
Yeah, so they've got
They're
to
bringing
witness. It
someone in
sounds
by
like they want to
Zoom?
bring in somebody by Zoom, and that's okay if the defendant waives his right to
'cause he has-
confrontation, which is not going to be hard if it's a defense witness.
Hopefully, it's El
his
Chapo.
automatic right to confront anyone who comes in there. And see him
But
face to
but
face.
yes, if you want to get notified of the stream, you can follow me for free on locals, ricadalaw.locals.com. It's in the description, or Ricada Media on Twitter, and there will be announcements for the stream. So thanks to everybody new. Now let's open it up to the panel for commentary about how today went.
You know, I did not expect that. Like today, I thought was going to be boring. I thought it was going to be human-centered. I thought it couldn't get better than yesterday. And then you just get Grambo, who comes out of nowhere, slugging, and then Nathan DeBruyne. It's just like the combo you didn't know you wanted, but you needed. And this trial just keeps getting better.
I respectfully, I gotta disagree with you because I'll tell you right now, I think skinny photojournalist guy, he laid it on the line. He made Grambo look. Grambo was solid. I'm doing my recap. You know, my post game recap. Grambo was solid. She did her work there, but photojournalist guy. Question
Nathan
after
DeBruyne.
question, one after another. The guy kept coming at him, and he just would just like whack back at him. He was amazing.
Absolutely. He is the star today. He's absolutely the star today. He's the MVP of today's installment of Legal World Series. I'm thrilled to have him on the team.
First of all, Grambo said one thing, which was like the way to answer the question where she was asked, you gave that video to help Kyle? And she says, no, I gave it to help the case, not to help Kyle. Perfect answers. And it's very easy for everyone and all of us to pick on Kraus. But that is a 101 in what not to do in cross-examination in terms of coming off like an arrogant jerk. Saying, can I finish the question? You might think you're impressing the jury, but you're coming off very badly, and everyone can look at that and say, these are the do's and do not do's of a cross-examination or even an examination. Just the demeanor of an attorney should never be that which looks like he's trying to school the witness, he's trying to bully the witness, and he's trying to impress the jury through brash, abusiveness, for lack of a better word.
And especially after he gave the whole description of why he was nervous going in when he got his statement. I mean, he had multiple opportunities to really elaborate on what it was that was making him so nervous. With the glass that was broken, everything was destroyed. People were everywhere. People were showing up at his house, at his work. So many things and then you have yet again one of these people that is part of the state asking him questions. So it shows it's another level of intimidation for him.
Mild counter thought, not a counterpoint for Viva though. If Kraus were dealing with a witness who was genuinely an asshole, his approach would have been warranted.
Yes.
And I don't know if Kraus just couldn't read this guy or what, but
Kraus can't read
He's
the
an
room.
asshole.
Kraus can't read the room.
Yes. Okay.
He
Yes.
can't read the jury.
But look, I think he just lost his patience.
Kraus
I'm
was
a bully
confusing his
too,
ego
but I
with
can
what the
read
jury
the
would
room.
think.
Well, no, but here's the thing.
One of his first questions was, I was nice to you, right? We were nice. It was very nice. I was a nice guy. And then he goes on to be a jerk to him. And it's like, who's the believable
You were a
one
nice
here?
guy like this?
You didn't accomplish what you were hoping to accomplish.
You could
They
be a
wanted
jerk
to
to a
manipulate
witness.
the guy.
We had a good time. I
the
felt
guy
very
was-
uncomfortable.
They thought the guy was disabled in some way. That seems pretty clear. So, we're friends, right? Like you'd go up to someone in a movie, like when Bruce Willis is in that Mercury Rising movie, and he goes up to the kid, the autistic kid whose parents had just been murdered, and he's like, "No, I'm your friend. I'm your friend. Come on, we gotta go." That's what that felt like to me. It's like, oh, we're friends, right? We're friends.
This is like speaking
I
louder
think they
to someone that
underestimated
speaks
him
a
on the
different
stand
language
today.
so
I
they
think they
understand.
Right.
Yeah.
No, I think
they
if
thought
people
Runkle-
remember that movie, that would have worked, Nick. But.
Runkle
Also-
had something.
Yeah.
Oh.
Sorry. What's up, Ron?
You can be a jerk to a witness, but only after the jury's already there. If you can get the jury to hating that guy, then you go hot. But you can't do it before then. And I think that they really got confused between what their egos were making them feel and what the jury is actually feeling. Like, this guy's hurting our feelings, therefore the jury's going to hate him, and I can go to town on this guy. And it was the wrong move. The guy was endearing. He was likable. And he was just sort of this simply honest kind of guy.
Yeah.
And it was the wrong guy to swing on. That was like watching a guy fight a blackberry bush.
Well, that's why you hire attorneys, is because you want someone who's impartial. And once he started attacking them, they became very not impartial. They became a part of this, and they were emotionally invested, and they made bad decisions.
Well, you heard why they were invested. You talked to the blogger who's biased against the prosecutor's office, didn't you? Their feelings were hurt. Somebody hurt their feelings, and they brought their hurt feelings into court and took it out on a witness that the jury's going to very much like. The jury's going to react to that witness the same way we all did. It's after lunch. This witness held their ground. They were composed and entertaining because they were giving it back to the prosecutor. The jury is on the witness's side in that against the prosecutor, which leans the jury against the prosecutors. And as the prosecutors, they should have read the room better, and they didn't.
Nick, I would only say one thing. There's a difference between being warranted and being effective. So even if being the arrogant bully of a lawyer is warranted, it's not, very rarely is it actually effective unless you can manipulate the witness by being the bully. But often it just, even if it's warranted, it's not effective cross-examination. And if I may take this opportunity not to shill for myself, for Robert Gruler, I'm going to be live with Robert in 10 minutes. I think we're going to be talking about this and other things.
Probably.
And I saw the chat asking if the prosecutors can be disbarred. These are tactical choices.
Yes.
The prosecutor didn't do anything legally improper. They made a bad tactical call that's going to hurt them in front of the jury. And that's because they either don't know better or don't care.
Yeah.
But, like, compare with the defense yesterday when they were being sort of snarky to Grosskreutz. They're like, the jury's already there when the defense starts playing that card. Because he's already pointing out, you're already lying. He gets to that within 2 minutes of opening his cross.
Yep.
But the jury's already there thinking this guy is a liar. He's a weasel. And at that point, you can start dropping the snark and start dropping the condescension.
Problem was this guy wasn't lying.
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, that was their fundamental problem. And they did not see that. They kept trying to twist him up, and, you know,
it was a liar's
Why
cross
aren't you
on an honest
saying what I
witness.
want you to say?
And all I remember from that guy's testimony is that the DA's office tried to get him to change his statement because that's what they were arguing over for like an hour.
Yeah.
And it's like,
Why
His
didn't they
ego.
one question and one answer and move on, and maybe they'll forget about it? But he kept coming back to it. Hey, remember that thing that you said that was really bad that we did, but we're saying that we didn't do, and you're saying that we did? Let's talk about it again. Maybe everybody forgot about it. Let's remind
all I
everyone.
remember from his testimony. That is all I remember from his testimony. I remember there was a lot of pictures which didn't make any sense and they didn't show us, and that he was fighting with him, saying, "You're wrong for not looking at things the way I look at things. I look at things and I say this is an important thing. Why you're wrong for not looking at the way I did." That is just such a ludicrous and it is an arrogance to the very questioning direction itself. And he was just burying himself,
I want to point out
Here's the
something
thing,
the defense
he
did
didn't
well.
do that. Oh, good. Sorry.
Just with the defense, sometimes it's really hard in trial to let another attorney go hard at your witness. But when your witness, because you want to protect them, you're like, this is my witness. And your instinct is to object and to override. They sat on their hands and let the witness stand up for himself, which made the prosecution look worse. And that can be very difficult to do in the moment. I mean, not for this defense team. I guess they haven't objected much at all. But
this is
really
our
did
natural
let it
state.
play out.
You're sitting on our hands. That's like saying it can be really hard to sit on the couch and watch TV. I'm like, not for me. Not for me. I'm already there.
A lot of people in the chat were talking about malicious prosecution, and everyone knows the bar is exquisitely high. But I mean, they're throwing in stuff here in terms of neglecting subpoenas, not prosecuting individuals, and now seemingly, I don't know if it's called tampering with witnesses, but rather, trying to manipulate the witnesses into changing their stories so they can prosecute Kyle. I mean, they're actually adding fodder to the public debate as to whether or not there is or was malicious prosecution in this case, in my humble opinion.
At times it seemed like that.
So. Sorry, go ahead.
At times it seemed like that cross-examination was less about we actually want to get a conviction out of this and more about we're just trying to keep our jobs now.
That's all it seemed like.
It was. That's exactly it.
In fact, I think that's what Cross was doing most of the time when he was on his phone. He was actually on LinkedIn looking for the next one.
Checking job opportunities in Guam.
I think I saw something open here in Korea.
Application.
So does anybody know of anything that went well for the prosecution today?
It ended at some point.
The medical examiner, the photos of the bodies.
Yes.
That was good for them.
Yeah, I think that's about it, because even their shot in the back narrative got blown out on Cross by the medical. He's shot in the back, but it goes clearly down into him. And the medical examiner is like, yeah, that's consistent with him being shot while falling forward. And he's like, well, it's not like he turned around. he's not turned, right, Emily?
Right.
He's
The
not turned.
imagery-
I died when he said that. He's like, he's not turned. I'm like, he might have been turned. We probably didn't see the tux on it.
Okay,
But,
but the media is going to play it as, the pathologist confirms that he was shot in the
He
back.
was shot in the back. Yeah.
And
it's a
the other thing that played
disingenuous
well-
argument, and
the other
it's
thing that-
intellectually
just stupid.
dishonest.
Of course, it's disingenuous, but it's the mainstream media. But the other thing that played well for them, genuinely played well for them, was that horrific picture of Huber on the coroner's table
Yeah.
with the eyes open. That was something that was very graphic, which
Very
can
hard
make a
to look
jury
at.
feel like, sympathy for the state and looking to get some sort of vengeance if the state had put up any kind of decent case at all.
Yeah,
But-
coroner photos are not good. Autopsies are not good. I talked about this a little bit with I've been to a number of autopsies. They're not fun to attend. But with the Brian Laundrie case, people are like, there's no justice here. I'm like, the family doesn't have to sit in a courtroom and listen to a coroner and see autopsy photos of their loved one. That might be enough, because it's not pleasant for anyone, and it's not pleasant for the jury. And it doesn't always engender sympathy or empathy. They know people are dead. They don't need to prove the manner of death. The jury might be annoyed by that.
Well, no, that's what I was going to say. It can go both ways in terms of they can feel that the prosecution is exploiting these graphic images in order to manipulate the jury, and they may not like it. The same way some people don't like seeing pictures of deceased children on the front of newspapers, even if it's to promote a certain narrative or story. So that knife cuts both ways, and especially if you're dealing with someone who has been now described as being somewhat antagonistic or looking for a fight. It may not go the way that they want it to go.
Well, I think both of you are actually right, because in Joe's case, they already are. I already checked mainstream media right now. The narrative, the headline is actually "Man shot in back," says coroner, right? So that's already the headline. However, you got to see the placement, the page placement. You've got January 6th front and center, and you've got this minimized to the side on the right. That's a massive concession right now, that this is not front and center. This is already being marginalized. So when they take this L, it's not in their face, right? They're already trying to wipe this egg off their face and move back to January 6th, where they're nice and comfortable. It's their safe space. They're totally happy sticking with that for the next year.
I think they want the L. I think they want to see the system's corrupt. Look at all the stuff we showed you. This is rehaul the system. Everything's wrong. I think they want the L. I think they want the outrage from the laws, and that's why they're setting it up this way.
It's win-win. Either they put away a guy who they consider alt-right in Kyle Rittenhouse, or there's no way that white people and the system is corrupt and black people can't get a break, even though no black victims here. But
No
it's
black
basically
victims, yes.
the system is
Important fact.
corrupt in favor of cis white men, and this is why everyone has to rise up and just and riot and protest and have friendly, fiery, but mostly peaceful protests.
Now, I got to tell you, this was something I referenced in today's video, but from the Wisconsin Public Radio, this is how they described Groskraut's testimony in the headline. Gage Groskraut says he thought, quote, "I was going to die," end quote, when he came face to face with Kyle Rittenhouse. That was their takeaway. It's egregious, but I'm going to check out now, guys, and go to Gruler.
Gross got shot when he
fantastic stuff, everyone, and we'll see you for tomorrow.
See you later, Viva.
I gotta head out as well. I will hopefully see you guys tomorrow. Thank you so much, Nick. This was a blast.
Ricada, congratulations. I feel like you need to do like 20 shots for the 20,000 likes, for the 200,000, for hitting 200,000. I feel like you have a busy night ahead of you.
Yeah, I think I'll do that pretty soon after I curl up under the loving shadow of Kraus.
Can you give them the same way? Can you read off your super chats the same way Gage Grosskreutz talks to the jury when he testifies?
No, I don't have time to do this every single time I'm gonna read.
When do you guys think they're gonna get to closing? Thursday, Friday?
When they finish digging the grave.
If the prosecution is not dumb enough to put Kyle on the stand, or the defense, I mean, if they're smart enough to not put him on the stand,
surely
then we should be at closing by Friday, I think.
Yeah, I think so too.
If they
That'd
put
be great,
Kyle
because
on
then we
the
can get some
stand-
sleep.
Yeah, no kidding. But if they put Kyle on the stand, I mean, the state's going to want to spend time with him, even if the defense does. I mean, now Ron Coleman brought up an interesting issue. The state, the defense could theoretically try to limit Kyle's testimony to very specific thing, and then then it would limit cross under Fifth Amendment. But I mean,
you never know what a person's going to say when they're on the stand that could accidentally open a door, even if the defense doesn't do it in their question.
What could
this judge has
Kyle
been very
possibly say
permissive
that
on
would help his
cross.
case?
No, I can't think of anything.
That's,
Kyle, the one thing he could maybe say, I don't think it would help enough to merit anything, is no, I never wanted to kill anybody, and I was in fear for my life. That's it. I was in fear for my life, and
I think
but
at
that
this
wouldn't
point,
help
if
that
you're
much.
doubting that,
Yeah, exactly.
Kyle crying on the stand isn't going to move you.
Yeah,
Often the jury just wants to hear from them
at this point.
But it's not worth it. Not in this case. You know, the jury might want to hear from him, but they're going to acquit either way. I mean, how could they not? And
well, if this isn't self-defense, what is?
Yeah.
You know, I mean, that's By the way, Nick, I was going to tell you, you know that bullshit about racking the AR-15. Have y'all talked about that at all?
Complete bullshit. They haven't found the casing. They haven't found any proof of it.
The way you rack an AR-15 is you pull back on the charging handle.
Yeah.
Right.
And let it go. That would be an incredibly obvious act, and it would take time to do. So
yeah, I know. I have
bullshit.
one.
That was pure bullshit. I'm actually, oddly enough, I've got the exact model that Kyle has.
Just bigot,
random.
How many pedophiles have you shot with it?
Not enough. Not enough.
Failing.
All right. Well, we're getting into the indicting ourselves on the internet portion. I'm gonna go pick up my car. I appreciate. It says Ty with no YouTube channel. No, I appreciate all of you. Nick, you're doing the good work, bringing this to everybody, and I think the fact that you are smashing the mainstream media in your coverage says a lot about the fact that people are looking for facts plus jokes. And I think that's a needed thing. So, chat, thank you, everybody. Thank you for having me. I hope to pop in tomorrow.
Emily.
See you, Emily.
All right, guys.
Good night.
Yeah.
Thanks, everybody.
Good night.
Also, a huge shout out to the moderators in the chat too.
Yeah.
Oh, don't do that.
Why?
They get a big head. They get a very big head.
These
They get a very big head.
degenerates. They're barely
great.
above journalists.
They are great, though.
Oh God.
No, but they are
has picked me 400 times
I've
today.
seen some of these people here like the entire time that we've been here almost.
No, they're
so
great.
they've been hanging out. I mean, this is it's painful to be sitting here for this long, to be honest.
Tell us how you really feel, Alita.
Yeah, seriously.
What
was that?
One
No.
last,
I mean, physically, my back hurts from sitting, not because of the presence of being with you all. You guys are great. I love you guys.
Tomorrow morning, I'm going to have to face my staff, and they're going to go, conference call this afternoon, Ty? Really?
Yeah. Oh, nice. It was a conference call.
There was a conference, sort of. You know.
Okay, one last thing. Everybody who has appeared on this show, including Ty Beard, their links to their YouTube channels are in the description. You can go and click on their names. You can go right to their pages. If you want to check out their commentary about legal issues, political issues, whatever issues they do, go ahead and check them out. I appreciate all of them very much, and they all deserve more subs than they have or even I have. So give them a subscription and see what they got for you. But right now, ladies and gentlemen, I'm about to dive into a whole mess of super chats.
Yes.
And so whoever wants to hang around is welcome to, but I'm not going to force anybody to do that. But I'm going to be reading through a lot of them and commenting on them. And I'm not going to get through all of them on this show. So tonight I will be catching up. If your super chat does not get read, please stop by tonight or catch the replay of tonight's show, and I will address it. Okay?
Yeah, I'm going to go get some sleep, but it's been great, Nick, and really
Agreed.
appreciate you having me. This has been an amazing stream. I'm going to try to do a little quick, just for my people, a little quick stream simping for Grambo, but after that, I'm going to crash for like 8 hours and then go do some work.
That is, by the way, I highly recommend you use that title. That is an amazing title.
Simping for Grambo? Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, 100%. All day, every day.
If you don't, I'm stealing it.
Yeah, no, do it.
What's
Anyways,
the
guys, take
nickname
care.
for the photojournalist guy? Do we have a nickname for him yet?
I've seen many, but I don't know if I want to say any of them.
I like to think that somewhere Grambo is making him cookies.
No, Son of Rain Man is what I've heard. Son of Rain Man.
Son of Rain
Man.
All right. Well, I'm gonna head out as well, because it is also late where I am as well. But
Alrighty.
yep.
Well,
See you
thank
guys.
you. Oh, Photo Chad. See you later, Legal Bites.
A photo
All
chat.
right.
That's not
Photo
bad.
Photo
Chad,
Chad
yeah.
is good.
That's good.
Okay. By the way, Ian, I didn't get to welcome you to the stream earlier because there was testimony going on, but welcome.
Oh, thank you.
And oh yeah, go ahead.
It's really amazing that you're able to do this, because one thing I've been thinking I'm going to comment on later is just in Canada, we don't do this with televised trials. And looking at the headlines, it's so hard to actually place what I'm seeing in the headlines with what I'm seeing in the trial, because the headlines seem to be suggesting Rittenhouse should be convicted, and I haven't seen a word of that. You know,
I haven't. I'm not even seeing left-leaning lawyers on Twitter say that he needs to be convicted right now. It's eerily quiet.
Well, that tells
the
you
most
everything
I've
you know, doesn't it?
Yeah, the most I've seen so far from people is like, well, it's not over yet type thing. And it's like,
it's going to get better.
But what we'd end up with here in Canada is only the news reports. And there are trials out there that have been big sort of public trials where people have voiced opinions, including lawyers, saying like, you know, here are my very strong opinions about this. And some of them I've got transcripts of, and reading through the transcripts, I'm like, you guys got it wrong. You watched the news. You did not see what happened in the trial. So I think it's really important that people can actually get this counterpoint, that it's at least available out there.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
thank
we've got a diversity of legal knowledge, experience, expertise. But one thing many of us all kind of share is the idea of we all know how to, in some way, do this. We all know how to appeal to another person. We all know how to ask questions and have conversations and conduct interviews with the intent of extracting information that is either favorable to us or detrimental to someone else. That's what we're trained to do. And lots of us have done that plenty in our jobs. And so even if we may not all be criminal attorneys, or we may not have had this particular type of case, you don't need to know what's going on in the courtroom. Now, it might matter for some of the ins and outs of the procedure, and that's where that's going to go. But just, is this a good question in front of a jury? I mean, that's pretty. You don't even have to be a lawyer for it. But so I've just seen some silly criticism out there about, these guys haven't tried this type of case. Like, no, I'm not a Wisconsin lawyer, and I've not done a gun self-defense case. I've had 2 cases dismissed that were self-defense cases, but we never went to trial for it. They were easy.
We've done this straight up. We've talked substantively about the law. I mean, we've discussed the legal implications, but a lot of this is just questioning tactics and making fun of them.
Or saying you could do it this way. There's an opportunity here, and pointing out that the prosecution or the defense is not doing that, and that's fine also. But all right, I'm going to start reading. If there's a question you guys want to chime in on or a comment, feel free to do so. But I'm going to try and get through the $20 plus super chats and then go eat dinner. Britt Cormeyer says, "How can we trust your recall? You number days of a trial differently than we name them out in CO, and other lawyers agree with us. Lol." Yes, I include jury selection as day 1 of the trial. So my day 7 is day 6 everywhere else, but too bad. Tradeo says, picked up 2 great books. I had the pleasure of editing The Graysonian Ethic and The Methuselah's Tale, one about manhood, the other about a historical fiction. If chat needs editing work, DM me in Discord. Don't forget us with your fame. Don't worry, I'll be back in Discord a lot next week, and as I recover from all the streaming. Gonfall, I read that one. Sorry. Sword and Scale says, it must suck to be court TV and have this grifter getting more views than they do with their live feed. Not just more, a lot more. Heel versus Babyface says, this is the best coverage. F the MSM. Gonfall says, I have actually been with you since the mess with Funimation and the Vic nonsense. Hey, thanks, Brett, buddy, brother, pal. DP says, is there any way the prosecution can pull away with a victory after yesterday? Are people celebrating too early? No, they can. They can. Things could go
In
really
the hands of
bad.
12 people who can't get off jury duty, to quote Joe. So,
Yeah,
Rittenhouse gets up there on the stand and confesses.
Yeah, Rittenhouse gets up there and says, "You know what? I had a gun. I wasn't scared. I was protecting myself. I trained for this. I was ready for this kind of violence." That would be terrible for him.
Can I just pause you for a second here, because I'm watching my numbers and I'm getting very aggravated. I mean, I peaked out today at 50, I don't know, like another 100 higher than where I'm at right now. And all of a sudden, my sub just started dropping. Drop. Because I don't know. I'm polarizing. Susan doesn't like.
I'm doing
really
it.
doesn't like me.
I actually hired a bunch of bots to subscribe to your channel, but then I fired them all to break your ego.
I literally lost dozens over the span of like a half hour, and I was just like, really, just bah. So I just wanted, if you signed up to me, if you subbed to me, please make sure you hit the bell and double check that you're still signed up, because Susan, seriously, you could sign up and 5 minutes later it's like, let me make sure you forgot about me. So those of you who were interested in subbing, if you're not interested in subbing, I don't care, go jump in the lake. If you were, though, please make sure that that you're actually subbed, because Susan will remove you when you least expect it. So
Bryce Byerly says that 15-second clip will go down in history. My grandchildren are going to be memorizing the quote, "Look at Big Boy."
Joe, I just subscribed, so you got one.
Thank you, Ty. Thank you. You can also appear on my show.
Maybe that'll turn it.
Ty, you got hit me up on whatchamacallit, so I can actually bring you on my show sometime.
Sure.
Hit me up on Twitter, and I'll give you my stuff.
I don't tweet much.
I'll hook you guys up via phone.
Yeah, send me his phone. Yeah,
that's fine. Yeah,
text me.
Yeah.
Rball716 says, "Did we miss something big? They testified they found 8 rounds. If Kyle really did re-rack the gun, there would be a 9th unfired round that was never found. Malfunction or not, that round should be there if the gun was racked." Not only that, but the magazine, we have no testimony to how many rounds were in the magazine.
Nothing on that video showed him re-racking that round. Like I said,
No.
you've got to pull that charger back and release. You can't. I mean, it's not like a little switch or something, and a charging handle. And
the other thing that someone did bring up as a possible was if the round actually fired, but inside the cartridge didn't eject, then
I still have to re-rack it to pop the cartridge out, though.
Right, but there wouldn't be a separate unfired cartridge that came out. So the 8 cartridges would still be there. But yeah, I don't see the re-racking.
Now,
came out of
as fast as all that's happening. I mean, literally, you'd have to realize, oh shit.
And I'm even wrong. I'm wrong on this. I did not remember this. Michael 09s and Nobody in the chat both said the first detective testified there were 22 rounds in the magazine, which means unless he chambered a round after popping in a mag, so he had 31, then he's only out the 8, which is consistent because there were 8 rounds fired.
Kind of surprising you'd actually have 30 rounds in a 30-round mag. Normally you don't. You know, I used to put 27 or 28.
The other guys, the military guys, put 28 in, but Kyle's 17.
True.
He's not a military guy. He wanted to be a cop, at some point, but he never.
Oh hell, there. He gets acquitted. He can come down to Texas. Shit them.
I don't think he could be a cop. He didn't pull the trigger enough times in that thing. He exercised a lot of trigger discipline.
Too much restraint to be a cop. I don't know.
Yeah, I'll introduce him to our sheriff down here.
I really think, by the way, God willing, first of all, if he gets acquitted and he's out like next week, you need to get him on your show. That's first and foremost. You need to get him on here. You said I was the number one stream of your trial. We were sitting here. I had 8 attorneys all pulling for you. Get in here and let my fans actually get to meet the real you. And I think if you get a hold of me, you would come. I'm sure you would. I also think he can write his own.
Not just because it'd be a giant show, but I'd also just love to, even if no one
just meet the guy. Yeah, but I'll tell you the other thing is I think he can write his own meal ticket. I think when he gets acquitted, I think he'll have thousands of people who would love to give him a really, really great job, and I hope so, because God bless the kid. He's a hero in my eyes.
Absolutely.
Parahelion says, "Good evening, Nick. Thanks again for all the content. Best timeline is Kyle let go of all charges, takes inspiration, and instead of a cop, studies and becomes the best criminal defense lawyer ever."
I'd hire him.
Ryan Keeler says, what would hurt more, getting your bicep vaporized or watching your $10 million lawsuit go up in smoke with your own testimony?
Pretty sure his lawyer thinks the latter.
Yeah. Yeah, because that was probably taken on a contingency if I had to guess.
Almost certainly.
Something tells me Gage doesn't have the money to put down a big retainer.
Yeah.
What do you think about the moment when they actually call out? Isn't that your lawyer back there in court?
That was beautiful. It's
I mean,
wait, the one who's weeping right now?
The one that's got that Japanese short sword out and is putting it in his...
But I mean, I get why she wanted to see it. This is important for her, but don't go in person. There's a live stream. Sit at home and watch that, because
you don't.
That was just such a powerful moment of they're right there, right?
Ryan Keeler says, oh, wait, no, I read that one. Otakon says, been watching since the Dick days. Been here for the Russell Greer and Vic. I think these streams have been by far some of the best you've ever done. A large part of that is the rotating panel. My little grifter grew up so fast. Hellsnake says, great stream, Nick. I love how Agent 47 destroyed the prosecution. I was surprised that I didn't start seeing Agent 47 throw the homing briefcases at the prosecution to knock them out. You can pretty much say he Rittenhouse them. Catherine Smith says, if Binger didn't have ED before, he does after yesterday. Great analysis, degenerates. Dakota Fetter says, thanks for Kata for these daily streams. I have my whole office watching you guys. Most unproductive week ever at work. And thanks for introducing me to Legal Mindset and Legal Bites. I was already tuned into the others. Very cool. Very cool. Thank you. Goober Gabber says, let's see if Agent 47 is going to put Binger through the ringer again.
Who's Agent 47? I don't get the reference.
That's Shirafisi, the Hitman video games. Has a ball protagonist with a barcode. That's Agent 47.
Kenosha Kojak is what I heard somebody refer to him as.
Mr. Tebow Man says, this is totally bass-ackwards. They're authenticating and laying foundations for this stuff after it has already been entered into evidence and other witnesses have viewed and commented on them. What the fuck? Is it a Wisconsin
deal? His head was going to explode at several points.
They've been doing that the whole time with the video. I want to bring a witness to authenticate and introduce this evidence. So then they bring the witness and they're like, do you recognize this video? Hit play. It's playing for the jury. What if he said no? Such a weird.
That would be embarrassing.
But yeah, I don't know if that's a Wisconsin thing, but it was weird to
I'll just be this judge,
Yeah, but they've been doing it the whole time.
Wisconsin.
Here's a giant picture. Here's a giant picture. Do you recognize it? That the jury can see. Do you recognize that? Yeah, no, whatever. Objection. What? You're objecting to this picture? This picture you're objecting to? You get a ring girl to walk around with it? Joshua Unseth says, at this time, the defense would like to call ADA Binger. Man, that testimony from the photographer about the Zeminski stuff. That was what?
And those prosecutors just put a gigantic Klieg light on it too.
Yeah.
It's like, what the fuck are you guys thinking?
We didn't ask you to change your statement. Yes, you did.
Yeah. That's the only thing really. I mean, yeah, it's almost like the defense was goading them.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I mean, golly.
Yeah. Oh, and then actually, I would say all three of those witnesses were bait, right? Mm-hmm. Attack grandma, attack this lovable photographer, and then attack the Texan.
Attack the working class guy who's just trying to make a.
The working class guy who was born and raised right here in Kenosha.
And
his fiance lives there.
And he looks Spanish also. So if they got any libs on there, I didn't catch his name there. Did you guys get his name? But
yeah, I saw it. The chat saw it. His name was Juan Wick.
Yeah,
that's what they were calling him.
Really?
Listen,
you're the
Nick's
best
chat is
ever.
tough.
You have the best chat ever. This is the best
ridiculous.
chat. Oh my
Well,
God.
they just hone their razors every night on Nick. You know?
One
Zanin. Yeah, Lucas Zanin or Zinin, something like that was his actual name. Zenin.
Yeah.
BG Willia says, I just want to say how beautiful, how talented, how wonderful you are. Wait, you're not Legal Mindset.
Oh, that's harsh.
I think it
Gone
was, I think it was a
True, but
kissing up to. I think it was kissing up to Andrew actually.
Gonfall says, I feel like I'm watching the NFL championship when people are actually interested in it. Or sorry, when people were actually interested in it. Let's see. Kina X122 says, I have to say the absolute demolition of Grosskreutz yesterday and was the best late birthday present I could have asked for. Keep up the great work, Binger. Watermelon Sugar High says, greetings from South Sweden. Please follow McGinnis movement from when Kyle is ambushed by the Zeminskis and Rosenbaum. He's 100 feet behind Kyle. He then chases them with a phone, gun in the air. What? Okay. Oh, so you're saying that Kyle could have seen McGinnis and thought he was carrying a gun, maybe? I don't know. Failed Prosecution says, I'm back to simply say Big Boy is still the lawyer from the B movie, but he dyed his hair. Rose Bibe says, I just found you guys and subscribed to everyone listed yesterday. You definitely enriched my viewing experience. The wealth of knowledge between y'all is worth its weight in gold. Wolfgang Deo
We'll
says,
take it.
not sure what Rosenbaum had in his hands. However, Kyle just heard gunshots, and when he turned around after running, Rosenbaum was right there. It is amazing. Kyle came back to check up on Rosie Bum. Good man.
Yeah, I'll point that by as far as the wealth of knowledge. And you mean it's like it's not just figuratively, but literally also. I calculated at one point that the cumulative knowledge you had on here was 4,000 to 5,000 billable per hour.
Yeah.
As far as
yeah,
easy.
Yeah,
So,
we had 10 lawyers on simultaneously at one point, and
yeah.
I won't use my lawyer hourly rate, but my YouTube one will rack up.
And everybody getting along and liking each other. When have you ever seen 10 lawyers that do that?
Yeah, seriously.
I mean, you know, that's kind of weird, actually. More I think.
Well, it's because I took pictures of all your children have threatened you. Mike
with
C
blackmail
says
for what we put in the private chat. Yeah, that's right. I saw that. Thank you.
Mike C says, God, I wish GAFF could have been in Rosenbaum's shoes. Who's GAFF?
Yeah.
I have no idea. Okay, hold on. Trying to find the next one. Fastest hand in the West, Alec Flash, says in Richard's voice, Doctor, in your field of expertise, do you believe that Joe Rogan ingested horse paste? No further questions, Your Honor. Cameron Nelson is in Richard's voice. Mr. Pathologist, did you find evidence that Mr. Huber fucked around and then found out? No further questions, Your Honor.
No further.
Brian Alleman says, to kick off the presentation of their case, can the defense just replay a video of the cross of Grosskreutz to refresh everyone's memory after the mind-numbing tedium? It will just play. Is this a true and accurate representation of what happened yesterday? You'd agree that he's got Binger on this end. You'd agree that that was you guys getting your asses kicked, right? And you couldn't argue against the fact that you were looking for jabs.
Jabs. It's got to be jabs.
Murnum007 says tis but a scratch. Sword and Scale says, are they allowed to play Sarah McLaughlin music while showing the dead bodies? No, because I won't say the In the Arms of the Angel joke, but those guys would not be there. That's rude to the dead. The Denialist says, we are now the big prosecutor, know nothing but cheeseburgers. We all know the big prosecutor knows nothing but cheeseburgers. Gremlin's Rage says, a bit behind in the live stream, but the plastic on the dead idiot's chest is a chest seal. It's to help regulate the internal pressure of the chest cavity to promote improved breathing. It's not to stop bleeding. Thank you for that. The chat is also live Wikipedia.